Chapter 218. Zichun had monstrous battle prowess and had obtained the inheritance of the Wuji sect. Moreover, he seemed to have a great treasure on him. All of these things were enough to prove Zichun's value. Untethered Misty easily dealt with the attacks. At the same time, he tried to recruit Zichun into the Misty sect. Zichun didn't know what kind of place the Drifting Mist sect was, and he had never heard of it before. Drifting Mist's recruitment was very abrupt. "Senior, let me think about it." Zichun hesitated for a moment before sending a message. "Okay." Drifting Mist's eyes flashed with surprise. Telepathy. This was something only a true energy realm cultivator could do, but Zichun obviously hadn't reached this realm. Drifting Mist had never heard of a Sciention realm cultivator possessing telepathy. "Fine, today isn't the time to talk about this. I'll keep this guy busy. You leave first. When we meet again in the future, it won't be too late for you to answer me." Drifting Mist's eyes flashed as he sent a message. "Thank you, Senior," Zichun replied. Boom. Drifting Mist attacked again and again to resolve Wu Ruishan's attacks. This was the first time Drifting Mist took the initiative to attack. A terrifying aura filled the sky, and a blinding light made everyone unable to open their eyes. Then, Drifting Mist sent out a powerful attack. This move again. Wu Ruishan let out a strange cry. 100 years ago, this was the same move that had seriously injured him. He roared loudly, and his hair stood on end. Strands of energy circled around his body like a battle armor, overflowing with colorful light. In the face of such a powerful attack, he chose to defend. At this moment, Zichun fled. His body was surrounded by the protective barrier that Wanderer Misty had created for him as he rushed into the forest. "Senior, please save Su Mingyao. Zichun will remember today's kindness. If fate allows it, I'll repay you tenfold, 100-fold, Zichun said. "I'll take her back to the Drifting Mist sect. If you've thought it through, you can find me there." Drifting Mist sent out a map with his spiritual sense. This was the location of the Drifting Mist sect. "Thank you, Senior." Zichun thanked him and disappeared. Pooh. Wu Ruishan coughed up a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. 100 years ago, he had been severely injured when facing this attack. Today, he was facing it again, and it was the same. Even the layers of defense were unable to block this terrifying attack. "Wu Ruishan, I've already said that I'm going to beat you into a pulp today." Misty's vagrant cultivator tapped his foot, and a ripple spread out. His figure floated far away, instantly arriving before Wu Ruishan. Initially, he was a Taoist with the demeanor of a transcendent being. However, at this moment, he had turned into a ruffian in the marketplace, slapping Wu Ruishan's face. "Kill Zichun. Don't let him escape. He killed Xiong. Just as Zichun's figure disappeared into the forest, an angry voice full of killing intent rang out, like rolling thunder, resounding through the entire area. Through the mouths of Li Hua and Tsang He, the martial ancestor finally learned about Wu Xiong's death and let out a furious roar. "Ah, you little thing. You actually dared to kill Xiong. I'm going to kill you." Wu Ruishan roared as a terrifying aura gushed out from his body. Slap. But immediately after, a loud slap rang out. It was very crisp, directly knocking back Wu Ruishan's surging energy. In the distance, the crowd was shocked, and their eyeballs almost fell out. What did I just see? A Grandmaster-level existence was slapped in the face. That's too scary. Even a Grandmaster-level existence can be slapped in the face. They were completely shocked. Slapping a hermit elder in front of so many people was worse than killing him. This was a naked humiliation. Roar. The flying tiger roared. Today, it would use these humans to help it break through to the Grand Demon realm. Wang Jinwei protected Wang Shan with Lu Bo by his side. At the same time, two others appeared in the air, guarding Wang Jinwei. The appearance of Misty's vagrant cultivator made Wang Jinwei completely dispel the idea of dealing with Zichun. At this moment, the most important thing was to protect his family's inheritance. As for the burly man, he was strong enough to stop several others in the air. But there were still two who appeared from the dark and chased after the escaping Zichun. Misty sensed something and looked at the place where the flying tiger disappeared. He shook his head and said, "The growth of a genius is difficult. Whether he can escape this disaster will depend on his luck. Hundreds of innate experts witnessed an intense battle. The elegance of the flying tiger and the strength of the grandmasters shocked them deeply. Poof! Blood splattered in the air like a rain of blood falling from the sky. One of the flying tigers was hit in the chest by the tiger's claw, and his body was shattered. Roar! With the tiger's roar, ripples appeared. The spiritual thoughts that rushed out of the flying tiger's body were shaken and dissipated instantly. One of the flying tigers died. Roar! The flying tiger roared. This was a fierce battle. If one wanted to break through, it had to be a bloody battle. It was not like a cat playing with a mouse. Crack! The flying tiger went completely crazy. Taking this opportunity, it bit through the neck of one of the flying tigers and destroyed his spiritual thoughts at the same time. This was the real flying tiger. It was a small demon beast with only killing in its eyes. The flying tiger died, and a spiritual weapon fell from the sky. All the innate experts were envious, but no one dared to pick it up. Spiritual weapon. It's a spiritual weapon. Although the spirit in it was severely injured, it's still a spiritual weapon. Some of the innate experts were eager to try, but when they saw the ancient tree beside the spiritual weapon turn into dust, their faces changed and they immediately retreated. Roar! The flying tiger was very strong. It killed the third flying tiger, but there were many wounds on its body. Blood flowed out, and one of its wings was almost pierced by the spiritual weapon. Die, beast! After killing 3 metahumans in a row, Wu Ruishan suddenly let out a loud shout. With a swollen face, he unleashed a powerful attack. Boom! The sky darkened as the palm print fell, covering the sky and covering the earth. It landed heavily on the flying tiger's body. If it was any other time, the flying tiger would be able to dodge such an attack. But after today's battle, it was exhausted and injured, and its movements were slow. Pong! The flying tiger was smashed into the ground, and a huge palm print appeared. No one knew if it was dead or alive. Oh my God! It really turned into a pig head. It's still so fierce with a pig head. The flying tiger was too powerful. It had killed 3 flying tigers and attracted everyone's attention. When they turned their heads again, they realized that Wu Ruishan's face was already swollen. It had turned into a real pig head. Our martial ancestor will settle this score with the floating mist sect. Wu Ruishan stared at the floating mist cultivator with a swollen face. The latter was calm and didn't care at all. After Wu Ruishan heard the discussion, he looked down coldly at the innate experts. The latter's body trembled as if they were in an ice cellar. They quickly shut their mouths and stopped talking. Bam! With a loud sound, mud flew everywhere. The flying tiger rushed up from the ground. It was covered in blood, and there were many wounds on its body. One of its wings drooped down as if it was broken, and the bones of the other wing could be seen. The flying tiger was heavily injured, but it didn't die. Oh my God, it still didn't die. It's too fierce. It took a blow from a grandmaster and didn't die. The flying tiger stood up. Its body was unsteady and swaying, but it was still alive. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent. Die, you bastard! In the sky, the flying tigers rushed down again with terrifying murderous intent and attacked fiercely. A boundless amount of energy surged out as a torrential amount of power surged out towards the flying tiger. Whoosh! At this moment, a gust of wind blew away the monstrous energy and blew away the 3 flying tigers. Then, everyone's eyes blurred, and they realized that the floating mist cultivator had already arrived in front of the flying tiger. Go! As the voice faded, an even stronger gust of wind appeared. The wind howled and many ancient trees were uprooted. It was like a super terrifying sandstorm, forcing all the flying tigers to retreat. Wu Ruishan, I hope that when I see you in the future, you won't be so weak. The floating mist cultivators in different words echoed in the sky. When the storm dissipated, this place was already empty. The flying tiger was gone, and so was the floating mist cultivator. At the same time, Su Mingyao, who had been restrained before, was also gone. Damn it! Where is she? Wu Ruishan roared unwillingly. His pig face was so conspicuous under the sun. As for Wang Junwei, He had already found an excuse to escape. He took Wang Shan and Lu Bo with him, and the big man also took the opportunity to retreat. The storm of trials had come to an end. However, even though the three forces had prepared meticulously, especially the martial sect, who had sent out an ancestral master, they did not obtain anything. Furthermore, the geniuses that they had sent out were all killed. However, Miao Kong had received the inheritance, which was a blessing. Wu Ruishan's expression softened. In the crowd, Lin Shui left with the group. She didn't completely relax until she walked out of the dark forest. No one knew that she had received the inheritance. In the future, because of Lin Shui's appearance, a Lin family would rise in Zhongli City. In the forest, Zichun coughed up blood. His injuries worsened. Behind him, the two flying tigers were approaching. Kid, continue to run. Let's see who can save you this time. Leave your life before you leave. The two flying tigers sneered and continued to chase. Idiot, how can I leave if I leave my life behind? Come at me if you can. Zichun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and accelerated. Kid, this is not the way. If you continue to run like this, you will definitely be caught. Run deeper into the forest. Amo's anxious voice sounded in his mind. I want to, but this is a ruin left behind by the Boundless sect, and there are still some formations and restrictions inside. Changes have occurred in the past 10,000 years, so there's no chance of survival if we go in. Also, this is the only exit I know of, Zichun said helplessly. What? Restrictions and formations? On the Taiji diagram, a light flashed and Amo's figure appeared. It was an illusory figure without a physical body. Yeah, it's very dangerous. Even the flying tigers have to be careful. Zichun nodded. That's great. Let's go in quickly. Amo was surprised. You're crazy. You will definitely die if you go in. Zichun's expression changed. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Hurry up and go, or you will die sooner or later. Amo urged. Fine, I'll do it. Zichun gritted his teeth and left the safe path, charging into the forest. Kid, you're crazy. You would rather kill yourself than leave the inheritance behind. The two flying tigers' expressions changed. They sped up and charged at Zichun. Chapter 219. Oh no, chase after him. Seeing Zichun being swallowed by the array, the two Zyko's expressions changed drastically. They turned into streams of light and rushed in. Ripples appeared like a wall of light. The moment the two Zykos touched it, they disappeared. This was an incomplete origin formation. Zichun stepped in, and a murderous aura filled the air. Amo floated around Zichun, his eyes like lightning as he looked around. This is the 9 palaces array from back then. It's already incomplete. 2 on the left, 1 on the right. Amo looked ahead and said in a deep voice, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Right at this moment, rays of light lit up one after another, like numerous sharp blades, whistling towards Zichun. Don't move. You've already triggered the array. This is just an illusion. Amo was very confident. As the sword beams approached, Zichun felt a dangerous aura. Without any hesitation, he activated his perfect body. Golden light covered his body, and at the same time, an ancient weapon appeared in his hand. It turned into a beam of silver light and swept in all directions. Don't move, Amo warned. Clang, clang. Zichun attacked repeatedly, his spear trembling constantly. In an instant, hundreds of blades dissipated, but there were still more than 10 blades that rushed towards Zichun. Poof, poof. More than 10 blades shattered one after another, and the golden light around Zichun dissipated. At the same time, the last 2 blades slashed at Zichun's body. Under his perfect body, 2 bloody marks appeared. How can this be? Amo was in disbelief when he saw the bloody marks on Zichun's body. 10,000 years have passed. The array here has either been destroyed or mutated, Zichun said in a deep voice as he looked around. 3 on the right, 6 on the left. Amo looked around again, his eyes flashing. After a moment, he said again. Zichun stepped forward. This time, more than 10 blades appeared and were easily dispersed by him. 2 on the left, 5 on the right. Amo commanded. Zichen exclaimed as a bloody mark appeared on his arm. This was a formation that had undergone a change, and there were many changes that even Amo could not see. Zichen was like a half-blind man, and under Amo's lead, he stumbled forward. Boom! A powerful aura came from behind him, and then Zichen heard the sound of an energy explosion. Oh no, they're catching up. Zichen's face changed. It's okay. We're almost out. After repeated experiments, Amo was more and more confident. 3 steps forward, 1 step back, 1 step to the left, and then continue forward. Under Zichen's feet, a light flashed as he followed Amo's instructions and moved quickly. When he took the last step, he felt his eyes light up and everything became clear again. We're really out. Looking around at the dense forest and smelling the damp air, Zichen was very excited. Don't be so happy. Let's go. The 2 of them will be out soon, Amo said. They can break the array too. Zichen was shocked. Amo said, this is a mutated array. Of course, they can't break it. But with 2 flight masters working together, they can definitely break it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go. Zichen's feet flashed as he rushed forward. Boom. They hadn't walked far when they heard a loud explosion behind them. Horrifying energy scattered in all directions. The array was broken by a great force, and 2 people appeared in the air. Little brat, let's see where you can run to. After breaking the formation and seeing the fleeing Zichen, the 2 of them continued to pursue him. Swoosh. However, in the next moment, the Zichen in their eyes disappeared. It was obvious that they had accidentally stepped on another formation. Damn it, let's chase. The 2 had no choice but to continue. Under Amo's lead, Zichen passed through many arrays. There were many ancient arrays here, and it was easy to step into one if you were not careful. If you were to run in a straight line like Zichen, it would be hard not to fall into one. 2 on the left, 1 on the right. Amo commanded. Boom! A burst of flames appeared and exploded in front of Zichen. Boundless heat waves instantly drowned Zichen. Moments later, the flames dissipated. Zichen's perfect body was covered in purple and black patches. Clearly, he had been badly burned. Elder Amo, can I do it? Zichen asked pitifully. Quite a bit of his hair had been burned off. Almost. This is a fire array. It's extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, a perfect body wouldn't be able to withstand it. The fact that you're still alive only proves that my guidance was correct, Amo said without any embarrassment. Just as Zichen escaped the array, there was the sound of the array shattering behind him. It was once again broken by the 2 flight masters. 2 wretched figures appeared. Their clothes were almost tattered, and there were large areas of burns on their bodies. When one of them appeared, his hair was still on fire, but it was extinguished by an energy. Zichen will kill you. Die, punk. The 2 of them were furious. In the array formation, they had clearly suffered quite a number of fire attacks and were in a sorry state. Unfortunately, the 2 of them didn't have the chance to fight Zichen head-on. In the next moment, Zichen's figure vanished. Moments later, the 2 appeared in midair. A thin layer of ice crystals appeared on their clothes. Their eyes, eyebrows, and hair were snow-white. Their lips were purple, and they were quite cold. Previously, it was fire, and now it was ice. The 2 of them really felt the extreme feeling of ice and fire. Zichen, we're irreconcilable with you. The 2 of them roared indignantly. Zichen was running. Although Amo was an expert, Zichen didn't have it easy either. Thankfully, he had a perfect body and a mysterious heart. Otherwise, Amo's half-baked means of cracking the array would have long killed Zichen. Another 2 to 5. Amo was very confident. Elder Amo, are you sure? Zichen felt apprehensive. Every time Amo was so confident, Zichen would suffer the most terrifying attack every time he was at his most confident. Don't worry. I'm very confident all the way here. Under Amo's confident expression, Zichen took a step forward. Ripples appeared and flickered, but there was no danger. How is it? Do you believe me now? I've completely grasped the mutated array formation here. Amo was very confident. Voila! But in the next moment, a flood fell from the sky. Caught off guard, Zichen was lifted up. Amo's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed that it was impossible. That's impossible. My deduction can't be wrong. Amo widened his eyes and said loudly. Biffed. Zichun wiped his face and spat out the water in his mouth. He shivered and said, Elder Amo, why is it impossible? Yeah, you're actually fine. It looks like this step was right. Seeing that Zichun was fine and just a little cold, Amo heaved a sigh of relief. That's still right. Zichun felt very cold and began to shiver. Even his perfect body could not withstand it. It was obvious that the water was not ordinary. This is the frigid water formation, and the water that appears in it is extremely frigid. Once activated, even a true Essence Realm warrior would die without a doubt, let alone a mere Khanate Realm warrior like you. The fact that you're still alive proves that my deduction is correct. It's just that 10,000 years have passed, and the formation has mutated. There's no way to break it, so it can only turn the frigid water into normal water, Amo explained. That was indeed the case. When the two of them arrived, the freezing water appeared in the formation. Even though the two of them were flying in the air, they almost lost half of their lives here. Zichun, I'll kill you. When the two of them appeared, they became weak and powerless. When they appeared again, the two no longer had the strength to speak. Breaking the array by force consumed a lot of energy, and the arrays they encountered were getting stronger and stronger. Even though they were flying, their lives were in danger. Amo's array-breaking technique was getting more and more skilled. After breaking 3 arrays, he was completely out of flying. Phew. Zichun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had gotten rid of the biggest threat. The arrays here were interconnected, and even demonic beasts rarely came here. Other than that, Zichun also saw stalks of spiritual herbs. If it was in the past, Zichun would not have dared to have any ideas about spiritual herbs. But now, with Amo, a half-baked array-breaking master, Zichun dared to go all out. There's a 2,000-year-old spiritual herb over there. Let's go. Zichun went forward. Amo floated beside him, guiding the way. There's a 3,000-year-old spiritual herb. Zichun pointed at a radiant spiritual herb in the distance. An hour later, Zichun's body was on fire and his hair was smoking. He broke through an array and arrived in front of the spiritual herb. This is the flame grass. It's 3,000-year-old, Amo explained. Other than his attainments in array breaking, Amo also had some understanding of medicinal herbs. Along the way, he explained it to Zichun. Every now and then, Zichun would stop and walk. During this period of time, he would refine one spirit herb after another, and his strength would slowly increase. This is too terrifying. Refining 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs every day only increases my strength by a little. Is this the rhythm of going bankrupt? Zichun wanted to cry but had no tears. Every time his strength increased, his combat strength would also increase. However, the consumption left Zichun speechless. What do you think? This is a perfect body. Even in the Infinity Sect, it's an extremely important existence. It needs the entire sect to nurture it. In the early stages, it only consumes some spiritual herbs, but in the later stages, it consumes a lot of primordial stones. Ordinary sects can't afford to nurture it, Amo said. Doesn't that mean that if I don't have any resources in the future, it'll be very miserable? Zichun's face was bitter. That's right. If you don't get more resources, your cultivation speed will be the speed of a tortoise. Oh no, it'll be the speed of a snail. So work hard. Snatch all the resources you can. Don't let any spiritual herbs go. Amo laughed loudly as Zichun's bitter face looked at him. From then on, Zichun seemed to have become a locust. Wherever he passed, not a single blade of grass was left. He had really achieved the goal of plucking feathers from geese. From 100-year-old spiritual herbs to 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, Zichun swept through almost all of them. Finally, when he couldn't see any spiritual herbs in sight, Zichun completely gave up. However, at this time, he had already reached the periphery of the ruins. A few days later, Zichun left the ruins. Zichun breathed uncomfortably. The air that entered his nose was dry and refreshing, and it was not as humid as before. I'm finally out. Zichun was so excited that he wanted to shout. It was really a narrow escape. Zichun, so your name is Zichun. I finally waited for you. Now it's time to return my things. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from behind Zichun. P.S. There will be 6 updates today. The extra one is 4 madman roaming the world. In addition to being grateful, I want to say one more thing. Under the situation where I don't have any chapters in stock, 5 updates a day is really the limit. Not counting the time to write, there's also the time to think. I swear on my previous book that I don't have any chapters in stock, so I can only add 1 more. 6 updates a day is really impossible. 5 updates is already the limit. I read very slowly. I read word by word. It's even more so when I correct the wrong words. However, I can't be sure that there are no mistakes in this book. I won't complain. I can only say that under normal circumstances, I rest at around 12 and wake up at around 6 in the morning to write. It's just 5 updates, but it's not as simple as 15,000 words. It takes a lot of energy. I have to change and write, and I have to think over and over again. If you're a friend of mine who's a mystic, you should be able to tell that I've improved. In the past, I wrote with my head down. Now, I've learned to think. I write every day, and I don't dare to have anything happen. If something happens, I'll stop. Chapter 220. Several months had passed since the trip to the ruins. The surviving Xiantian realm cultivators returned one after another. Everything about the ruins had also spread in Songli City. The sect from 10,000 years ago was called the Wuji sect, and that trial ground was for the core disciples. Those who could pass were all monsters. Less than 1,000 people returned from 10,000. The death rate of more than 90% shocked the world. Among them, the genius of the Qin family, Qin Feng, and the members of the Qin family were all killed. No one survived. The genius of the battle martial ancestor, Ling Yun, the future successor of the battle martial ancestor, was killed in the trial ground. The fact that the major forces all brought forbidden weapons made everyone exclaim. This was truly a big deal. All the major powers have obtained the forbidden artifacts. In that case, who obtained the inheritance? Did a fierce battle take place? In the taverns, there were cultivators asking this question. They were concerned about who got the inheritance in the end. We did see a dragon, but we didn't see a tiger. There were a few monkeys, though. A lucky cultivator who returned sighed. What do you mean? Did a true dragon appear and suppress the geniuses of the major forces? Of course. Zichun alone suppressed several great powers, his face not turning red and his breath not panting. He killed hundreds of people, barehandedly received a forbidden artifact, killed a genius of the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion, used the ancient weapon to kill Wu Xiong, intimidated many powers, and took away the strongest inheritance. The name of Zichun was destined to shine brightly. The major forces entered the trial ground with forbidden weapons, but they were not the main characters. They were all side characters. Zichun rose. He killed more than 200 people alone. Blood flowed like a river, and no one dared to make a move. Wu Xiong offered 10,000 vitality stones, but no one moved. In the tavern, a cultivator described the scene that day. All the cultivators gasped. After a fierce battle, Wu Xiong thought that Zichun had expended a lot of energy, so he took action himself. He thought that it would be a fierce battle, but who knew that after a few moves, Wu Xiong would be defeated. He was repeatedly humiliated by Zichun. Wu Xiong was forced to use the forbidden weapon. At that time, the sky changed color and the clouds moved. Who could compete with the forbidden weapon? But Zichun caught the forbidden weapon with his bare hands. He was so powerful and terrifying that everyone was shocked. A cultivator vividly described the battle that day. Lu Bo of Yunxia City was about to die on the spot. The major forces were eyeing him covetously and could attack at any time. But at that moment, Lu Bo made the first gamble in his life. He threw the ancient weapon to Zichun and won the gamble. To save his life, he got the inheritance. What do you mean? How did he get the inheritance? That's not the end. Listen to me slowly. The genius of Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion was very powerful. He severely injured Lu Bo, who had the ancient weapon, with one blow. But in the hands of Zichun, he was beaten into ashes. On the path of body refinement, Zichun was unimpeded. He killed Wu Xiong on the spot and beat Wang Shan like a grandson. Li Hua and Zhang He were so scared that they almost peed their pants. In the end, he got the strongest inheritance and helped his friends get the inheritance. The name Zichun was destined to spread throughout Zhongli City, Yunxia City, and Snowfall City. Everyone knew about it. A monster had risen. The faces of the Qin clan's people turned deathly pale, especially the Great Elder. Qianzi was actually Zichun, and he had already grown to such an extent. He was a true monstrous genius. In just 2 years, he has grown to this level. What about the future? The Great Elder did not dare to think about Zichen's future, but he could see the future of the Chun family. He really said that. Li Hao stood by the window and looked at the beautiful scenery outside, but he was obviously absent-minded. Yes, Zichun was very arrogant. He even said that your attitude was very bad that day. Li Hua stood on the other side and recounted what happened in the training ground. I can kill a mere Xiantian realm expert. This kind of clown is nothing to be afraid of. Li Hao was very conceited. Damn it. Damn it. Find him. I must find him. I want to tear him apart. A roar came from the martial ancestor. As the discoverer of the training ground, the martial ancestor's loss was too great. Almost all the Xiantian realm experts were killed, a forbidden weapon was lost, Wu Xiong was killed, and the token of the training ground was lost. If Miao Kong did not bring back an inheritance, the martial ancestor would be in an even more awkward situation. Even so, the martial ancestor had become the laughingstock of the world. His disciples were not as good as him, and even the ancestral masters were beaten into a pig's face. The martial ancestor did not give up chasing Zichun. When the news spread, Zichun finally walked out of the ruins. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, someone had already recognized him. So you are Zichun. I have been looking for you for a long time. Now, you should return what belongs to me. A cold voice sounded from behind Zichun. Swoosh. Amo felt something was wrong and turned into a light and entered the Taiji diagram. Zichun turned around and saw a monk wearing a kasaya. He was bald and had a big belly. He was walking towards them. Evil good monk. Zichun's expression did not change, but he was shocked. The monk was able to escape from a group of flight fighters that day, so he was naturally strong. He thought that the monk had run far away, but he did not expect to meet him here. What is the meaning of this? Zichun looked at the monk and smiled. The monk took away his raging flame sword and left a page of the heavenly book. After that, Zichun cheated the monk of a few hundred primordial stones, so he had a deep impression of the monk. Perhaps because he did not suffer any losses, Zichun did not hate the monk. You are Zichun, right? Stop pretending. I know it is you. The monk stepped forward. A faint golden light appeared around him, and he looked solemn. Master, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I am not Zichun. Zichun smiled faintly and saluted the monk, saying, Master, I have something to do, so I will not delay your search. Goodbye. As soon as he finished, Zichun turned and left. Stop, boy. Don't think that I can't recognize you just because you changed your appearance. You must be Zichun, the one who took my firmament palm. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The monk shouted, and his body emitted golden light. He had already caught up with him. Great teacher, you're being considerate. I don't know what you're talking about. Zichun let out a strange cry and turned to leave. Golden light flickered around his body as the 9 flashes of lightning appeared. Swoosh. The monk was also very fast, and he followed closely behind. It is you. It must be you, boy. You almost killed me in Zhongli City that day. Today, I will make you pay with your life, and all your inheritance will be mine. Monk, you're a monk, yet you've actually done such underhanded things. I'm really ashamed of you. That day, you cheated and tricked me into giving you the Raging Inferno sword. Serves you right, you greedy bastard. Since things had come to this point, Zichun might as well admit it. It is really you, boy. Let's see where you can run to this time. The monk was furious, and the golden light around him shone even brighter. You greedy and stingy monk. I cheated you of a few hundred primordial stones that day. Just thinking about how you cheated me of my raging flame sword makes me angry. Zichun was not slow either. He was now at the late stage of the Xiantian realm, and his genuine qi was strong, so his speed was very fast. Boy, I can give you your broken sword, but you have to give me the supreme secret codex. The monk was angry, and his heart was very uncomfortable. Although he was in the wrong in this matter, he did not get any benefits. Instead, he suffered a big loss. Now that he was being scolded, he was so angry that he cried out, "It's too late, stupid monk. I am in a bad mood today, and I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Goodbye." As soon as his voice fell, Zichen's speed increased again. 9 flashes of lightning was the fastest speed in the world, and it was not just empty words. At this moment, Zichen's speed was much faster than the monk's. In the blink of an eye, he had left the monk far behind. What kind of footwork is this? How can it be so fast? Tyrant was extremely surprised. One had to know that he had countless cultivation techniques in Buddhism. Among them, the extreme speed footwork was the most famous. No one could surpass the 8 steps overtaking cicada. However, he had never expected to see someone who was faster than him today. Boy, I don't believe that your footwork can be faster than 8 steps overtaking cicada. A golden light flashed in the monk's eyes. He took a step forward and was already hundreds of meters away. It was as if the ground had shrunk into an inch, and he chased after Zichun. How is this possible? Zichun had run far away, but before he could catch his breath, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. The monk had turned into a golden light and was chasing after him. This monk is so fast. Zichun was very surprised and sped up again. Both of them turned into golden light and chased after each other, causing the air to vibrate and produce a sharp, whistling sound. The sound traveled a few miles and reached the ears of several people who were flying in the air. Whether it was the martial ancestors people or the people from the Tsang and Li families, none of them had given up on searching for Zichun. They all had people guarding the periphery of the ruins. At this moment, when they heard the sound of something breaking through the air, they flew over one after another. Oh no, there are people who are flying in the air. This damn monk. Zichen's face changed drastically when he saw the figures flying over from the horizon. Haha, Zichun, let's see how you can escape today. Zichun, you killed Wu Xiong. Today, you will be buried with him. Hand over the inheritance, and I will leave you with an intact corpse. One by one, the people in the air laughed and approached with boundless killing intent. They had recognized Zichun. Behind them, the monk was not to be outdone and chased after Zichun. Ma. Suddenly, the monk opened his mouth and uttered the 6-syllable mantra. This was a kind of supreme power with a mysterious feeling. It rushed towards Zichun and shook his heart. In a trance, Zichun seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He saw endless azure demons. At the same time, a huge abyss appeared and seemed to be sucking his soul. Buzz. At this moment, Zichen's heart trembled. A ripple of energy spread out from his heart and blocked the 6-syllable mantra's power. Zichen instantly woke up, but at this moment, he heard a sharp sound of something breaking through the air. The monk was very close to him and was already behind him. Damn monk, you have plotted against me time and time again. Today, I will kill you. Zichen was furious. With a move of his mind, a blood-red spear appeared. Chapter 221. The blood-red spear was less than the size of a palm. It was shrouded in blood-red light and emitted a terrifying aura. It was a forbidden weapon and was extremely powerful. The monk chased after him desperately. Zichen had no choice but to use the forbidden weapon. Forbidden weapon. Seeing the forbidden weapon, the monk was stunned. However, he didn't care. The forbidden weapon couldn't unleash its full power in the hands of an innate expert. Ma. However, the monk didn't let his guard down. He opened his mouth and let out a low roar. The 6 runes mantra appeared again. It was a supreme power that directly affected one's heart and produced all kinds of negative emotions. However, Zichen's heart was guarded by Lei Yuan. Ripples appeared and blocked the power of the mantra. He was still conscious and didn't lose his mind at all. How is this possible? The monk's body was shrouded in golden light. He looked solemn. Seeing that Zichun was fine, His face changed slightly. At this moment, he felt a dangerous aura approaching. Buzz. Under his will, the blood-red spear flew into the sky. A terrifying killing intent poured down like a tide. The palm-sized blood-red spear became 3 feet long. It was shrouded in a terrifying aura. It turned into a blood-red light and rushed towards the monk. With a flash of blood-red light, the spear arrived in front of the monk. It was as fast as lightning. No, how is this possible? The monk's face changed. He didn't expect Zichun to be able to unleash the power of the forbidden weapon. Such a terrifying attack was extremely terrifying. Bang, bang. The monk's face changed. Golden light shrouded his fingers. Golden sword fingers appeared and blocked the blood-red spear. However, the spear was unstoppable. All the sword fingers were pierced through. They couldn't stop it at all. Umitba. The monk put his palms together and looked solemn. The golden light around him shone brightly again. He chanted the name of Buddha. The next moment, a golden bell appeared on the surface of his body. All sorts of markings appeared on the golden bell, forming an indescribable pattern. The most conspicuous one was a bald monk sitting cross-legged with a dignified appearance. Clang. The blood-red spear shot over and pierced the bell. A crisp sound was heard. The sound of the bell was crisp and pleasant. It spread out for miles. Clang, clang. Under his will, the blood-colored spear kept flashing like a bolt of blood-colored lightning. It rushed toward the golden bell and emitted a ringing sound. Caw-caw. The blood-red spear was sharp and swift. In the blink of an eye, it flickered more than a dozen times. The golden bell let out a series of chimes. After more than a dozen attacks, cracks appeared on the bell, and the various runes on it dimmed significantly. Not good, Monk exclaimed in his heart. However, at this moment, the blood-red spear rushed over once again. Bang! A blood light flashed and a spear appeared. It stabbed into the bell and cracks spread like a spider web. In the end, the bell exploded and was pierced through by the forbidden weapon. At the same time, the spear turned into a blood light and stabbed towards the monk's heart. Pooh! A red light flashed and blood splattered everywhere. The spear pierced through the monk's shoulder with extreme speed, leaving a bloody hole. At the critical moment, the monk twisted his body and avoided the sure kill attack. Damn it! How can this be? He's only an innate. Monk held his shoulder and looked at the blood flowing out from his fingers in disbelief. The forbidden weapon in the hands of an innate was like a knife in the hands of a baby. It couldn't unleash its power at all. However, everything that happened in front of him was beyond his imagination. After one attack, cracks appeared on the blood-red spear. Finally, it used up all its energy and exploded. He didn't die. Seeing that only Tyrant's shoulder was pierced through, Zichen's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This was too inconceivable. He felt that the forbidden weapon he controlled could even severely injure Yu Fei. If Tyrant received this attack, even if he didn't die, he would be on the verge of death. This monk is too strong. Even the forbidden weapon can't kill him. Is he still human? Zichun ran away. This monk was too strong. That's a Buddhist divine body protection technique. Its defense is amazing. It's said that when it's cultivated to the highest level, it can defend against all attacks. You should be proud of yourself for being able to use a forbidden weapon to break it and injure him, Armo said. Buddhist divine body protection technique? That's very famous. Of course, it's very famous. It's almost the same as the 6-syllable mantra. How does it compare to the yin-yang art? The Buddhist divine body protection technique is the best defense in the world. As for the 6-syllable mantra, its power is comparable to the yin-yang art. However, you only need to comprehend it. It's not like the yin-yang art, which requires you to find a way to survive in a dead end, Amo explained. Zichun was unwilling to accept this. They were both powerful, but why did he have to risk his life while the monk only needed to comprehend it? That monk is very extraordinary. He actually has the 6-syllable mantra. This thing was lost 10,000 years ago. Also, the Vajra protective technique was incomplete at that time. I wonder if the monk used the complete version. Armo sighed. Zichun was running for his life. In the distance, Yukong was closing in. His speed was fast, and the sound of clothes breaking through the air was getting closer. "Stop right there," one of them shouted in the air. Boom! The sky shook, and a huge palm print appeared out of nowhere. It was surrounded by black light and emitted a terrifying aura. It suddenly fell from the sky, aiming for Zichen's head. Yukong made his move, launching an attack from afar. "Damn it!" Zichen cursed. His body flashed and turned into a golden light, dodging the attack. Boom! The earth trembled, and boundless energy exploded. A huge palm print appeared on the ground, splashing up endless smoke and dust. "Kid, don't run." Above his head, Yukong attacked. Below him, the monk was chasing desperately. Golden light flickered around his body, and the wound on his shoulder showed signs of healing. "Here he comes again. Why doesn't this damn monk die from excessive blood loss?" At this moment, Zichen hated this monk to the core. He shouted at the sky, "Why are you guys catching me? This damn monk stole the Li family's supreme secret technique. It's much more precious than the inheritance. Why don't you guys catch him instead of me?" Zichen was very dissatisfied. He shouted at the sky, "That's just a trial ground. He only got a true energy realm cultivation method. Why are you guys chasing me instead of the real supreme secret technique? Is there something wrong with your brains?" Zichen said, trying his best to provoke them. Then, he quickly fled. Being able to reach this realm, none of them were fools. They had a clear target, which was Zichen. Especially the martial ancestors' people, there was a great hatred between the two sides. Among the several Yukong cultivators, 2 of them were stunned and slowed down. These 2 were from the Li family. They knew how precious the supreme secret technique was. After a moment of hesitation, they looked at each other and nodded. They made up their minds and rushed toward the monk. "Zichen, don't try to win a battle of words here. No one will believe you. You'd better surrender obediently. You want to slander me, the good and evil monk? Is my character something you can slander?" The monk laughed, not caring at all. "Bah, you damn monk. Where did your character come from?" Zichen was not to be outdone. He turned into a golden light. "My character is out there. I don't have any supreme secret technique that you're talking about." Before Tyrant could finish his sentence, he felt a dangerous aura coming at him. His expression changed and his footwork flashed. In an instant, he was already dozens of meters away. Pung! A loud sound exploded where the monk was just standing. A huge wave of energy rolled and a deep pit appeared. "You!" The monk's expression changed. He did not expect that there would be a fool who would fall for it. "Cut the crap. Good and evil monk, hand over the supreme secret technique." The 2 of them flew to the left and right of the monk, flanking him. "Are you guys crazy? Did your heads get squeezed by a door? How could you believe that kid's words? If I had the secret technique, I would have run long ago." The monk looked at the 2 of them as if he was looking at idiots. "Who doesn't know that you're a greedy monk? You got the secret technique, and now you want my inheritance? You're just like a snake trying to swallow an elephant." Zichen shouted from afar, "You're courting death." The monk was furious. But at this moment, the 2 of them flew up and stopped the monk. "I say, have you guys been kicked in the head by a donkey? How could you believe such nonsense?" "Humph, monk, cut the crap. That day in Songli City, I caught you personally. Moreover, you're already an important wanted target of the Li family." One of them spoke. "Wanted? What do you take the Li family for? Wanted? Why don't you catch me?" The monk looked at the 2 of them cautiously. "You can catch me too." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 2 of them as they rushed towards the monk. Boom! A huge wave of energy rolled. Facing the pursuit of the 2 of them, the monk was naturally no match for them. He kept dodging. Ma. At the same time, the 6-syllable mantra appeared. While the 2 of them were distracted, the monk turned and ran. "Zichen, just you wait. One day, you'll come begging me." The 2 of them wanted to snatch Zichen's inheritance, but it was obviously unrealistic. The monk turned and left decisively. He didn't tell them that the supreme secret codex was in Zichen's hands. Firstly, no one would believe him. Secondly, and most importantly, the monk still wanted to get the supreme secret codex. He just needed a chance to meet Zichen alone. Swoosh! The monk turned into a golden light and fled in the opposite direction. The two of them flew up absent-mindedly. Are you guys stupid? They're chasing after the monk, but you guys are chasing after me? Am I really more important than the Supreme Secret Codex? Zichun cursed as he fled. Are you guys idiots? You don't want the Supreme Secret Codex, but you want my inheritance. It's just a true energy realm cultivation method. You guys can't use it. Don't be so naive to think that I've got a Supreme Secret Codex. One of you, go after the monk. Just as Zichun was yelling, a few of them flew out and chased after the monk. It was better to believe it than not. The attitude of the Leaf family in the sky was the best evidence. Haha, let's go. Chapter 222. Orchid Town was a small town at the border. Although it was called a town, it was as big as a city, but it could not be compared to the 7 great cities. The town was surrounded by high walls. The security and property of the town were managed by a few small factions. Hey, have you guys heard? Zichun escaped from the ruins. I've heard about it, but he was caught by the Yu clan again. I don't know if he's alive or not. Latest news, Zichun was targeted by the Yu clan in Desert Town. After a fierce battle, we don't know if he's alive or not. News about Zichun was still being spread everywhere. The spiritual martial sect is just a small sect. It has always been unknown. I never thought that it would actually nurture a monster like Zichun. It's fine if it doesn't say anything, but it's amazing with a single brilliant feat. Yeah, it's said that Zichun's combat strength is terrifying. He's definitely a monster. The fact that a group of Yu clan members failed to kill him is proof enough. It was a small pub with 7 or 8 tables, but it was full of cultivators drinking and chatting. It was very lively. It had been 2 months since Zichun was hunted down. Everyone was concerned about Zichun's survival. The Tsang family, the Li family, the martial ancestor, and even the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion had all sent their Yu clan members to kill Zichun without caring about the rules. It's a pity that the Nimbus martial ancestor has been destroyed. Zichun has become a person without roots. He's now a rogue cultivator, and no one will care about him. That's right. All the major powers have their own matters to deal with, and the older generation can't interfere. But in Zichun's case, the major powers are turning a blind eye to this rule. He could have relied on the martial ancestor, but Zichun offended the martial ancestor and killed Wu Xiong, stealing his inheritance. What a pity. A rogue cultivator offending several major factions. He'll never have a peaceful day. Some people shook their heads and sighed. No one was optimistic about a powerless freak. Zichun has precious treasures and inheritances on him. Even grandmasters would be tempted by these things. It's understandable that some of the major forces would attack him without any hesitation. That's right. It's said that the destruction of the Nimbus martial ancestor was due to a treasure. Furthermore, some people say that the treasure is with Zichun. The reason why Zichun is being hunted down is because of his greed for the treasure. If he hands it over to the martial ancestor, he will naturally be protected. That's right. This kid is truly greedy. It's only natural that he's being hunted down. There were also people who objected, believing that all of this was caused by Zichun. A young cultivator of the true energy realm was sitting by the window of the tavern. There were 2 dishes and a pot of wine. He was silently drinking and listening to the bustle. He never spoke, just listened quietly. Hee. The young cultivator let out a faint laugh and suddenly drank the wine in the cup. A spicy taste blossomed in his throat, causing him to choke. Haha, little guy, don't drink if you can't drink. Drinking at such a young age. You'd better learn something better. Someone next to him mocked. The young cultivator didn't speak. He looked out of the window. It had been 2 months since he left the ruins, and he had been hunted down for 2 months. He had narrowly escaped death several times. He had brushed shoulders with the Grim Reaper several times. He was seriously injured again and again. In these 2 months, the Grim Reaper was always by his side. If it wasn't for the mysterious heart and Elder Hiroshi's help, he would have been dead long ago. They must have followed the clues to the north. The young cultivator was naturally Zichun, who had changed his appearance. After leaving the clues to the north, he had been heading south. In the blink of an eye, he He had run nearly 1,000 miles and arrived at this remote town. He changed his appearance, concealed his aura, and recovered from his injuries. From there, he cultivated for a period of time and prepared to break through to the true energy realm. The 2 months of being hunted was almost unbearable to look back on. Even though he had successfully gotten rid of the pursuers, Zichun still had lingering fears. Furthermore, his hatred toward the other factions grew even stronger, especially toward the martial ancestor sect, which was a new and old grudge. Roar. An ear-piercing sound disturbed Zichun's absent-mindedness. A huge monster appeared in the sky. It was a rock. Legend had it that it was the descendant of the Great Rock. It could travel thousands of miles in a day. When it spread its wings, it could cover the sky and cast a large shadow. This was only a slightly prosperous town, but the rock was also a rare creature here. It attracted a lot of attention. Look, it's a rock. That's a flying spirit beast. It's priceless. Only some big forces can have it. The residents of the town looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "Roar." In the sky, there was more than one rock. Then, there was another sharp and ear-piercing cry. The sound of wings flapping sounded, rolling up gusts of wind. The sky darkened and 3 rocks appeared in the sky. They flapped their wings and swept across the sky. Rocks. 3 of them appeared at once. What a big deal. Looking at the direction, they should be going to the Zhao family. Did the Zhao family go to Tsangli City to buy 3 rocks? Many cultivators in the tavern were envious. Rocks were flying spirit beasts and were the favorite of those below the Jinyu realm. The appearance of the Peng bird caused a sensation in this small town. Everyone was discussing and guessing where the Peng bird came from. Boom. As soon as the cry in the sky disappeared, the earth began to tremble again. Dark figures appeared on the street. These were some tall horses. They were a head taller than ordinary horses. Their bodies were covered in fine scales, and they were extraordinarily handsome. Black scale horse is also a kind of beast. There are more than a dozen of them. What's going on? First there were rocks, then there were black scale horses. More than a dozen black scale horses went straight to Little Orchid Town. The earth trembled under the horses' hooves. They are also going to the Zhao family, and they are all unfamiliar. They can't be the beasts bought by the Zhao family. Since they are not the beasts bought by the Zhao family, why are these people in Little Orchid Town? Zichun was also a little surprised when he heard the whispers. He also had a mount that he stole from the King Mountain. It was a black scale horse king, but unfortunately, he lost it in the trial ground. In the next 2 days, the quiet Little Orchid Town suddenly became lively. Many cultivators gathered here, including Khanate and true essence cultivators. Cultivators could be seen everywhere on the street. At the same time, a piece of news about the 1,000-year ice lotus also quietly spread. The 1,000-year ice lotus attracted so many true essence cultivators? Zichun didn't believe the news at all. In the past few days, he went to various taverns to inquire about the 1,000-year ice lotus. That place used to be a mountain range. It was a land of ice and snow, but somehow it melted and a large ice lake appeared. There are water monsters in the lake. Someone found an ice lotus at the bottom of the lake. It is said to be 5,000 years old. This was the most complete piece of news Zichun had heard in the past few days. He was shocked at the time. A 5,000-year spirit herb was an amazing thing. It was rich in heaven and earth spirit chi. Even if it was directly swallowed, it could increase a cultivator's strength. No wonder there are so many true essence cultivators here. They are obviously after the ice lotus. Zichun exclaimed, "A 5,000-year ice lotus contains rich spirit chi. Once you absorb and refine it, you will definitely be able to break through to the true essence realm." With a flash of light, a Mo's figure appeared. It was originally a solid figure, but now it was very blurry, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. While escaping, Mo had used all her strength and consumed a lot of her strength. Zichun used a lot of spirit herbs to save Mo's life. That true essence pill is a bullshit thing. You can't use it. True essence is an extremely important realm. In the past, all the cultivators in the everlasting sect broke through naturally after their strength reached a certain point. What kind of true elemental Dan is this? It's simply a shortcut. During the escape, Zichen's strength increased again, reaching the peak of the Xiantian realm. If he used the true essence pill, he would have broken through long ago. However, Amo insisted, so Zichen did not use it. Young Master Li, Young Master Cong, Young Master Wu, please come in. This is the tavern I was talking about. Although it is small, there are a few dishes that are very authentic. It is very famous in our little orchid town. A voice came from outside the tavern, followed by a few people walking in. The leader was a young man in purple. After glancing at the tavern full of customers, he frowned and shouted, "Scram!" The tavern was not big, only 7 or 8 tables. At the moment, it was full. The person who came was very domineering. Without saying a word, he told everyone to scram. Everyone's expression changed. Someone slapped the table and stood up. "Who do you think you are?" But before he finished speaking, his mouth was covered by someone next to him. Then, he smiled apologetically at the young man and said, "Young Master Zhao, sorry, we will scram now." After that, he glanced at his friend and said unhappily, "Open your eyes. This is the young master of the Zhao family." After saying that, he hurriedly left with his friends. The Zhao family was the tyrant of Little Orchid Town. They were also the biggest tyrant. They easily chased away all the innate experts present. As for the others, they left with their tails between their legs. Zichun sat by the window. He was too lazy to care about such a spoiled brat. But when he saw the person next to the young man, he was stunned. With a loud shout, all the customers ran away. The young master of the Zhao family was very domineering, but he bowed his head and smiled apologetically at the people behind him. One of them was not old, but his eyes were on the top of his head. He did not even glance at the people around him. The other person was dressed in white. He had a faint smile on his face, looking very cultured and elegant. There were 6 or 7 people in the group. Zichen only knew these 2 people. He could not help but be stunned. Li Hua, Song He, these 2 prodigal sons. He did not kill them back then because he did not want to fall out with the Cong and Li families. He did not expect these 2 to be so shameless. That day outside the training ground, they repeatedly spoke and caused trouble for him. While he was stunned, a piece of yuan stone shard arced through the air and smashed on the table where Zichen was sitting. The table shook, and the wine in the cups spilled out. "Go, tie up our mounts," a middle-aged man said coldly. He was very arrogant, and did not even look at Zichen. "Be careful, don't get eaten by the beasts." Someone laughed strangely, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He was only in the true Qi realm. Chapter 223. As they sat down, one of them saw that Zichen hadn't moved and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Kid, why aren't you moving? Don't tell me you think the money is too little? Kid, we just want you to tie up a beast and walk a few steps." Another young man looked at Zichun and shouted. These were the rich kids of Little Orchid Town. "Humph, I've seen a lot of trash like him. He just wants more yuan stones because we're so generous." Li Hua glanced at Zichun with disdain. He didn't even bother to deal with a puny true Qi realm cultivator. "If you think 1 yuan stone fragment is too little, then give me 1 yuan stone. There's no need to waste your breath on this kind of person." Song He smiled faintly and didn't even look at Zichun. "That's right. There's no need to lower yourself to his level. Here's the yuan stone." A young man who looked somewhat similar to Wu Xiong suddenly made a move, and a white light shot towards Zichen's face. This light was formed by a yuan stone. It was very fast. Although it didn't have any killing intent, if it really landed on a true Qi realm cultivator's face, it would at least cut off a piece of flesh. The white light landed on Zichen's hand. It was a yuan stone. Then, Zichen stood up and walked away. The fact that Wu Xing had caught the yuan stones so easily made everyone's expression change. Even though Wu Xing did not use his yuan qi, it was still not something that a mere Zhenqi realm cultivator could block. He does have some skills. I wonder how long he's been practicing this move. Someone sneered. Other than the young master of Zhao family, there were also some rich kids from other families. They weren't strong, and their eyesight wasn't good either. "Come, young Master Li, young Master Cong, young Master Wu, let's drink." The young master of Zhao family raised his wine cup. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook as if there was an earthquake. The tavern shook, and the tables shook. The wine in the cup spilled out. Hiss. The beast roared like a riot, causing the tavern to shake. Crazy. This beast is crazy. The beast is crazy. Outside the tavern, a panicked voice could be heard. Haha, it must be that brat who went to lead the mutated beast. What an idiot. He's only in the true energy realm. Does he really think that mutated beasts are mounts? You want to take advantage of me? You deserve to die. At the wine table, some people sneered, their expressions filled with disdain. Rumble. The great earth was still trembling, as if 10,000 horses were galloping, releasing rumbling sounds. They were uniformly moving, and the distance between them was growing greater and greater. Something's wrong. Hearing the tremors, Wu Xing frowned. He had a bad feeling. This exotic beast's footwork is very orderly. It doesn't look like it's in a panic at all. Not good. He took our exotic beast away. Song He suddenly stood up, his expression becoming very ugly. There's something wrong with that kid. Li Hua was no longer calm. Damn it, in my little orchid town, you dare to have ideas about the young masters? You're simply courting death. Even if I have to turn the entire town upside down, I will find this guy who ate the guts of a leopard. The other hedonistic young masters all stood up in fury. After that, he didn't even pay for the food and wine. He turned around and walked out. Sure enough, there was no one outside. The kid and his exotic beast had all disappeared. Screech. A short flute appeared in Wu Xing's hand. He put it in his mouth and blew it, producing a sharp sound. This was the flute's sound, calling for the rocks. It was rapid and sonorous. Screech. After a while, the rocks cried in the sky. There were 3 of them, flapping their wings and stirring up gusts of wind, causing a commotion. On the back of the rocks, there were a few true energy realm experts brought by Wu Xinglihua, and the others had also gathered their men during this time. After knowing the whole story, they were all filled with killing intent. When the rocks arrived, they all jumped up and flew towards the back of the rocks. Let's go. With a loud shout, the rocks flapped their wings and flew away. Boundless killing intent swept across Little Orchid Town. These are the 3 major forces: the Tsang family, the Li family, and the martial ancestor. These are the 3 major forces. What the hell happened? Other than the 3 major forces, there are also the young masters of Little Orchid Town. Who are they trying to kill? Why did they send so many experts? Weren't they in the tavern just now? Why did they leave angrily as soon as the tavern was cleared? Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction where the rocks disappeared. A young man in the true energy realm ran away with the young master's exotic beasts. They should be chasing after him now. A cultivator who had left the tavern late said, "What? There's actually someone so daring as to swindle these great powers? Hurry up and tell us what happened." After that, under the questioning of the crowd, the cultivator explained the whole story without missing a single detail. A mere true energy realm cultivator dares to scheme against the young masters. How brave. Unfortunately, the rocks are too fast. He can't escape. Bah, true energy realm cultivator? Do you really think that a true energy realm cultivator can take away all the exotic beasts? A true energy realm cultivator can make the 3 major forces send out so many true energy realm experts? Yeah, that person is definitely not in the true energy realm. If you know, then why are you still talking? Let's go. We won't be able to watch the show if we're late. With a whoosh, a group of cultivators rushed out of Little Orchid Town. They all gathered their chi and moved as fast as they could. Among these people, there were many true energy realm cultivators. They were all here for the Ice Lotus. They were strong and fast. They chased after the rock's footsteps and quickly approached. After a while, they saw the rocks in an open space dozens of miles away from Little Orchid Town. Rocks circled high up in the sky, and there were cultivators among them, emitting overwhelming killing intent. Below them, an ordinary-looking young man was sitting on a large rock. In front of the rock, there was a large bonfire burning fiercely, and above the bonfire were mutated beasts that had their intestines cut open and their skins skinned, and then put on the bonfire. The young man sat on the big rock calmly and flipped the barbecued meat from time to time. At a glance, there were 5 exotic beasts on the bonfire. There was another one that was lying motionless beside the rock in fear. The people who came to watch the show were completely dumbfounded. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? That guy is actually barbecuing exotic beasts. Oh my God, such exotic beasts are being barbecued. And he's not afraid of these big forces at all. This is a fierce person. He's barbecuing exotic beasts in front of the big forces. This is too fierce. The people who came one after another were shocked when they saw this scene. At this moment, the young man picked up a big brush beside him and brushed the exotic beast's body. Immediately, the exotic beast's body was covered in a layer of oil and had a golden color. The young man put down the brush and couldn't help but shake his head. What a pity. I just started barbecuing them. They're too big. It'll take a long time to cook them. He didn't deliberately suppress his voice. Many people heard it and felt dizzy. They felt that this person was very fierce. Li Hua, Wu Xing, and Song He stood on the back of the rocks and stared at the young man below. Their eyes flashed. No one knew what they were thinking. Kid, who are you? Who gave you the guts to come to Little Orchid Town and behave atrociously? How dare you snatch our exotic beasts? Are you looking for death? Finally, someone on the back of the rocks couldn't stand it anymore. Figures flashed and flew to the ground, surrounding Zichen. As the host, the young master of the Zhao family felt embarrassed and stepped forward to question Lin Fan. Kid, do you know where this is? This is Little Orchid Town. You're not giving us any face by behaving atrociously here. How dare you barbecued our young master's exotic beasts? Do you not want your head anymore? The other 2 young men yelled out too. The 3 of them were from the biggest families in Little Orchid Town. They were also considered as good-for-nothings. 1, 2, 3, 3, that's enough. Zichen glanced at the 3 of them and nodded. He seemed to be very satisfied. Then, his body flashed and rushed towards the 3 of them. What are you doing? Seeing this guy nod his head and rush towards the 3 of them, the latter's face changed and quickly retreated. Since he dared to barbecue the exotic beasts of the Tsong and Li families, he was naturally not an ordinary person. The 3 good-for-nothings didn't dare to be careless. However, the young man was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the 3 of them. Then, he easily knocked them down and carried them back as if they were chickens. Kid, put down our young master. A Khanate full-cycle cultivator shouted. He was a guard of the Zhao family. With a gloomy face, he rushed towards Zichen. Clang! A cold light flashed, and a rainbow light shot out of the sheath and rushed towards Zichen. Bang! Zichen didn't even look back. He threw a punch, and in an instant, the sword light exploded. The Khanate full-cycle cultivator vomited blood and was sent flying. He injured a Khanate full-cycle cultivator with 1 blow. Stop! Put down our young master. Stop! 2 loud shouts sounded. 2 more Khanate full-cycle cultivators attacked. They were very sharp and powerful, and they threw out a terrifying blow. Bang! Bang! Zichen attacked again. With 2 simple punches, the 2 Khanate full-cycle cultivators vomited blood and were sent flying. This is just a warning. If you dare to come forward again, I'll kill you without mercy. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly as he spoke. How terrifying. He injured 3 Khanate full-cycle cultivators so easily. He's at least in the true energy realm. This is too terrifying. Such a person actually came to Little Orchid Town. What is he going to do? Pong! Under everyone's shocked gaze, Zichen carried the 3 of them to the side of a big rock and threw them on the ground. What are you doing? Come and save me. Come and save me. Don't come over. They were just good-for-nothings and weren't strong. After being defeated by Zichen in 1 blow, they were terrified and showed their ugly side. Swoosh! A sharp sword light suddenly appeared with boundless killing intent and pierced towards the back of Zichen's head. This was a Khanate full-cycle cultivator who was tailing Zichen. He thought that his movement was very light and Zichen didn't notice, so he attacked unexpectedly. Die! Zichen turned around with killing intent surging in his eyes. Light flashed on his 2 fingers, and he instantly grabbed the sword hilt. What? The Khanate full-cycle cultivator was shocked. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull his sword out. However, at this moment, a fist light appeared in front of his eyes and bloomed instantly. Boom! With a loud sound, the Khanate full-cycle cultivator was sent flying. This blow was no longer a serious injury, but a death. Killing a Khanate full-cycle cultivator in one blow was clean and fast, shocking everyone. I'll give you a chance to live. After killing a Khanate full-cycle cultivator, Zichun turned around and stared at the three good-for-nothings as if nothing had happened. Chapter 224. Bah, kid, don't overestimate yourself. This is Little Orchid Town, the world of our three families. If you dare to touch us, you will die without a complete corpse. The young master of Zhao family was very tough. He was the one who called for help before. Obviously, he was the backbone of the group. The other two were moving closer to him, their eyes filled with fear. Tough, huh? Very good. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly as a sneer appeared on his face. He grabbed the young master of Zhao family. Go to hell. The young master of Zhao family had been accumulating power. Now that he was grabbed by Zichun, he thought that he had seized the perfect opportunity to attack. Zichun was exposed. A cold light flashed, and a sharp blade appeared, stabbing towards Zichun's heart. Go to hell. The two were very close to each other. In less than a breath, they could launch dozens of attacks. This was a sure kill attack. The young master of Zhao family was full of confidence. Slap. However, before the sharp blade could reach Zichun's heart, the young master of Zhao family felt his whole body shake. A strong force came from his face. The power that he had just accumulated was instantly scattered, and his whole body spun 3 times. Puff. A burning pain came from his cheek. The young master of Zhao family was dizzy. His mouth was full of blood foam, and 2 big white teeth were spat out along with the blood foam. I will give you a chance to live. Zichun glanced at young Master Zhao, who was dizzy from the slap and could not distinguish between things. You dare to kill me? The Zhao family will not let you go. Half of his face was swollen, but the young master of Zhao family was still very tough. Very good. I hope you can hold on. Zichun nodded. His eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed. Slap. With a backhand, he slapped young Master Zhao again. He used a lot of strength. Young Master Zhao stood on the spot and spun around 5 times. Red blood involuntarily spurted out, drawing a bloody circle. His cheeks were completely swollen. Kid, you dare to attack my young master? You are courting death. Go to hell. The young master of Zhao family had also brought a lot of people over. Seeing that his young master was almost killed, he roared and rushed over. A streak of dazzling sword chi appeared. It tore through the air and slashed towards Zichun's face with extreme speed. Swoosh! A saber light fell from the sky like a waterfall. It was extremely powerful and carried a huge pressure. The 2 Xiantian full-circle experts attacked with terrifying killing intent. Bang! Bang! Zichun attacked again with 2 simple and direct punches. Cracking sounds could be heard as the sabers and swords shattered. At the same time, the 2 great circle experts were sent flying by Zichun. Simple, direct, and violent. Hiss. Gasps could be heard all around. Even Tsang He and the others had grave expressions on their faces. I'll give you a chance to live. Zichun looked at young Master Zhao. Haha, kid, don't scare me. Kill me if you can. Let's see if you can leave this place alive. The young master of the Zhao clan laughed heartily, his eyes filled with disdain and ridicule. Even now, he was still unyielding, believing that Zichun wouldn't dare to kill him. Slap. Zichun raised his hand and slapped the young master of the Zhao clan again. The young master of the Zhao clan was spinning in circles. Zichun's godly skill, the invincible face-slapping technique, was already quite famous and could be considered one of the best skills. Of course, he couldn't use it to its fullest at this moment. Otherwise, people would recognize it. Slap. Slap. Another 2 slaps were delivered without any skill. The young master of the Zhao clan spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and lost half of his teeth. He was dizzy and couldn't recognize anything. Gurgle. 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 The young master of the Zhao clan couldn't speak clearly. He wanted to say something, but all he spat out was blood. Zichun lost his patience. He glanced at the young master of the Zhao clan and said, "I'll give you one last chance to live." His cold eyes were filled with merciless light. Gurgle. The young master of the Zhao clan wanted to say something, but his mouth was full of blood and he couldn't say anything. "Fine. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Zichun raised his hand again, and the light in his palm flickered. Plop. The young master of the Zhao clan couldn't speak clearly. He knelt on the ground. His swollen face was filled with fear. At this moment, he finally understood that Lin Fan wasn't just scaring him. He really wanted to kill him. This was a real thug. He wasn't like those people who only knew how to pretend. From Lin Fan's eyes, the young master of the Zhao clan saw killing intent. Real killing intent. Gurgle. The young master of the Zhao clan was terrified. He knelt on the ground and spat out blood. Although he couldn't speak, it sounded like he was begging for mercy. "What about you guys?" Zichun glanced at the other two. His eyes were cold. "Spare me. Spare me." The two of them were just playboys. They were ignorant and weak. They liked to bully the weak. At this moment, even the young master of the Zhao clan was beaten, let alone them. The two of them also knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. They didn't care about the looks of disdain around them. "All right then, I'll spare your lives. Now go and barbecue the meat for me. If it's burnt, I'll regret it." Zichun said coldly. The three of them were dumbfounded. "But we don't know how to barbecue." The two who could talk had a bitter look on their faces. They had thought of all kinds of ways to survive, such as paying vitality stones. This kind of thing had happened before. The three of them had offended someone they shouldn't have offended, and their clans had to pay a lot of vitality stones. But the three of them never thought that Lin Fan would only let them barbecue. But this was even harder than paying vitality stones. The three of them were playboys who only knew how to eat, drink, and play. How could they know how to barbecue? Even if it was just barbecue, they didn't know much. "If you don't know how to barbecue, will you die?" Zichun looked at the three of them. No. The three of them shook their heads like rattles. Their eyes were full of fear. They turned and crawled toward the bonfire. They hadn't barbecued for a long time. One side of the meat was almost burnt. They rushed to the bonfire. Based on their memory of how their subordinates barbecued meat, the three of them carefully rolled the meat. The cultivators who came from Little Orchid Town to see a big battle were completely dumbfounded. They were all tongue-tied and couldn't say a word. "What's going on? I didn't see it wrong, did I?" He killed 3 perfected stage cultivators, beat up young Master Zhao, and threatened the 3 young masters to barbecue meat for him. Oh my God, is he crazy? Under everyone's gaze, the 3 young masters rolled the meat with their lousy skills. They were even more careful than when they served their grandfathers. "If it burns, I'll kill you," Zichun said coldly, which made the 3 of them even more frightened. "Young master, turn it slowly and evenly." In the distance, the 3 men's subordinates were whispering to each other and didn't dare to move forward. They were only Khanate stage cultivators. Now that the true essence of the 3 forces hadn't been used, they didn't dare to move either. At this moment, they could only wait and see. Not only were the 3 profligate sons being barbecued in front of so many people, he even humiliated them. This caused Li Hua and the other 2's faces to turn ugly. However, they did not say anything, but instead glanced at Zichun, waiting to see what tricks he was up to. "Now that the food is settled, it's your turn." Zichun nodded in satisfaction as he watched the 3 carefully grilling the meat. After receiving some pointers, they had become much more proficient in their cooking. Then, he turned his gaze to the people from the 3 major powers. At this moment, they had more than a dozen people with them. All of them were in the true essence realm and had true essence around them. Their strength was around the 1st or 2nd level. There were 9 heavens of veritable essence realm. Each step was like ascending to heaven. There was a huge difference between each heavens. It had been a few months since the trip to the ruins. Song He and Li Hua had also taken true essence pills and broken through to the true essence realm. "Kid, what do you mean by this? You killed our beasts and beat up the 3 young masters. We haven't settled the score with you yet. and you're the first to speak." The three leaders didn't speak, but one of the true Essence Realm experts spoke. "The beasts are almost cooked. I wonder how you plan to settle the score." Zichen glanced at the crowd. In the distance, everyone held their breath. They could see that this was a sign that he was going to challenge the three forces. A great battle was about to take place. "Very well. Cut off your limbs and kneel down to admit your mistakes. Maybe our young master will forgive you." The one who spoke was a first Sky True Essence Realm expert from the Li family. Slap yourself 100 times. Then cut off your limbs and kneel down to beg for mercy. The Tsong family said, "Slap yourself until your teeth fall out. Slap yourself until your face is swollen, just like the young master of the Zhao family. Then cut off your limbs." This was what the martial ancestors said. Their faces were full of ridicule. Zichun was strong, but they had more people. "Hee, you guys are good at scheming." Zichen's eyes were full of ridicule. He smiled and said, "What if I don't agree? Are you guys willing to slap yourselves? Or are you guys willing to slap your young master's face?" "Kid, you're courting death. How dare you insult our young master? Go to hell." These words enraged the three factions. With three loud shouts, three First Firmament Jian Essence Realm experts charged at Zichen. Zichen's previous words were to provoke them, but they also wanted to join forces to kill Zichen. After all, someone who could easily kill three Peak True Essence Realm experts was definitely not someone a First Sky True Essence Realm expert could deal with. The three of them turned into three streaks of light and rushed towards Zichen, displaying their fierce killing intent. Three battle skills were displayed, aiming straight for Zichen's vital points. "Good timing," Zichen sneered. His eyes were full of killing intent. He moved his feet and appeared in front of a true Essence Realm expert like a bolt of lightning. Then, he punched out. This was a punch that had fused with the Green Peak seal. It contained a terrifying power, like a mountain. The true Essence Realm expert felt like he had entered a quagmire. His movements became sluggish. Pong! The fused punch landed on the opponent's chest. With a loud explosion, the latter's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. His chest had suffered a powerful blow, and it had caved in. His life force had already dissipated when he was sent flying. A First Sky True Essence Realm expert had died in one blow. Boom! Zichen punched out again. A bright fist light appeared and rushed towards the saber light. The saber light was shattered, and a true Essence Realm expert was sent flying. Boom! Chapter 225. Boom! Zichen's punch was like a heavy hammer, hitting the heart of the martial ancestor. Another First Sky of True Essence expert fell to the ground, his vitality dissipating. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, two people had been killed. Such strength shocked everyone. The True Essence expert from the martial ancestor's face changed dramatically, fear appearing in his eyes. He turned around and retreated quickly. However, he was not as fast as the 9 lightning strikes. A golden light flashed by. Zichen was like a golden bolt of lightning as he swept past the Wu Zong True Essence expert. Gulp! A terrified head fell to the ground and rolled far away. As for the headless corpse that was spurting out blood, it ran a few meters forward before falling down stiffly. 3 attacks had killed 3 true Energy Realm experts. This kind of battle prowess made everyone gasp in fear, and the sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. The onlookers were even more horrified. They had thought that they would see a fierce battle, but they had never imagined that they would only see a massacre. Behind Zichen, the 3 debauches who were barbecuing meat were almost scared to death. Their hands trembled, and they almost broke the barbecue rack. "Oh my God, this is a madman, a demon." Seeing the 3 dead true essence experts, the young master of the Zhao family couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, he would be a fool if he still couldn't tell that this ordinary-looking young man was here for the 3 major forces. "I thought that he was here to rob us. Oh my God, I never thought that he was here to kill us. If only I had been a bit more aggressive." The young master of the Zhao family didn't dare to think further. He glanced at his 2 friends and saw that they were even worse than him. They were so scared that they almost peed in their pants. He felt somewhat relieved. So this is the power of the three major powers. Is this all they amount to? After easily killing three first sky of true essence experts, Zichen glanced at the three leaders and sneered, "Who the hell are you?" The three of them were no longer calm. Li Hua frowned and asked, "I'm the one who's going to kill you," Zichen said coldly. In the past few months, the three forces had almost forced him to his death. That life of running for his life was unbearable. Zichen hated the three factions to the core and swore that he would take revenge. Since he had coincidentally encountered them today, his revenge would begin today. "Brother, I wonder if you've misunderstood. What grudge do we have with you?" Sanghe stepped forward and asked gently, "Brother, you'd better put away that act of yours. It's disgusting." Zichen swept a glance at Sanghe, his eyes flashing with disdain. "Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you behave so atrociously here? See if I don't kill you." Wu Xing shouted loudly. This was his first time representing his sect, so he naturally couldn't embarrass himself. In the past, it had always been Wu Xiong, not him. Fortunately, Wu Xiong was dead. He was killed by a guy called Zichen. "Which side are you on?" Zichen swept a glance at Wu Xing. "Bastard. How dare you speak to our young master Wu Xing like that?" A true energy boundary expert shouted from the side. However, after Zichen's display of strength, they were much more cautious. They only dared to shout from afar, but didn't dare to step forward. "Wu Xing," Zichen frowned and asked, "Who is that Wu Xiong to you?" "Wu Xiong is my elder brother," Wu Xing said proudly. Wu Xing was indeed his elder brother, but not by blood. However, Wu Xing's rise was largely due to Wu Xiong's contributions. Hence, he subconsciously spoke. "Very well, I'll send you on your way today." Zichen nodded, expressing his agreement. Then, he turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Wu Xing. "Oh my god, he's crazy. He actually dares to attack the martial ancestors' experts alone. Damn, he's too fierce. He wants to fight just like that. This is the martial ancestor, the famous martial ancestor." All the onlookers were speechless. This young man was too fierce. He dashed forward as soon as he finished speaking. "Kill, Zichen. Show your strength." Back in the day, the geniuses of our Wuji sect all fought against those above their level. Moreover, the more they fought, the braver they became. Imo shouted from the Taiji diagram, "Geniuses grow in battles." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen felt the blood in his body boiling. Geniuses grow in battles. Since that's the case, let's fight. Swoosh. Lightning flashed, representing the fastest speed in the world. Zichen turned into a ray of light and rushed into the martial ancestors group. Buzz. Blood chi surged in his body, providing Zichen with endless energy. He clenched his fists and attacked fiercely. Dong. With a loud sound, the world trembled. Zichen strode forward and rushed to the front of a martial ancestor's true essence powerhouse. He punched like two hammers, and the true essence powerhouse's life force was shattered. "Kill, kill, kill this arrogant guy." The rest of the martial ancestors' experts shouted and rushed towards Zichen. They didn't believe that one person could be stronger than a group of people. Slap. Zichen's figure flashed to arrive before a true essence expert. Then he raised his hand and struck out with a slap that was swift and resounding. This was the guy who had suggested that Zichen beat his teeth out. Slap. Xiao Chun flipped his hand and struck again. The speed of the 9 lightning fleeting lightning was inconceivably fast. Uffed. The cultivator coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His mouth was full of teeth, and he kept spitting out blood. "Didn't you ask me to beat your teeth out?" Zichen shouted coldly as he exerted more strength in his hand. Popping sounds rang out one after another like a cheerful rhythm that was filled with a sense of rhythm. This was the rhythm of violence evolving into art. Zichen was careless and once again displayed it. Slap. He didn't use his strength until he reacted. He slapped the true essence realm cultivator away. The latter flew up and fell to the ground, never to get up again. He was slapped to death. Oh my god. Who the hell is he? Is he Wang Shan of the Red Cloud City? It is said that this person loves to knock out people's teeth. That's right. Everyone was tongue-tied and their minds were shaken. This young man was young, but his strength was a mess. He rushed into the group of true essence realm cultivators as if he was in an unstoppable state. Bang! Another person was hit by Zichon. His body suddenly retreated, and his organs shook. He spat out blood, but he didn't die. Second sky of true essence. Zichen's eyes flashed with surprise. Indeed, the difference in strength between the true essence realm and the true essence realm was huge. He could kill a true essence first sky warrior with a single punch, but he could not kill a second sky warrior. Clang. While Zichun was lost in thought, a gigantic blade light chopped down on Zichen's back. He had imagined that the young man's skin would be lacerated, or that the blade light would cut him in two, but that didn't happen. That powerful attack hadn't broken his defense. What? The expression of the quintessence expert who had struck out changed drastically. He was overwhelmed with shock. He had never seen such a powerful physique before. Dong. Zichen turned around and punched out. Heaven and earth shook as the long saber shattered. The cultivator fell to the ground. Puff. 2 fingers formed a sword, and a sharp sword chi appeared, piercing the forehead of a true essence realm cultivator. A bloody hole appeared, and blood gushed out. The latter's body fell to the ground. Zichen's attacks were extremely sharp. He dodged left and right, and another true essence realm cultivator was pierced by the sword chi. In a short moment, 8 true essence realm cultivators had fallen to the ground, and 2 second sky true essence realm cultivators were seriously injured. Go die. Zichen glanced at the last 2 and flashed forward. Rumble. At this moment, the sky shook, and a huge palm print appeared. It emitted a terrifying chi and pressed down on Zichen's head. Shattering palm. This move again. Zichen raised his head, and endless hatred appeared in his eyes. In the past 2 months, this move had made him suffer. He hated this move, and hated the person who used it. Dong. Zichen clenched his fists and rushed towards the palm print. With a boom, the palm print exploded. Young master, leave quickly. Young master, leave quickly. The 2 true essence realm cultivators shouted. They had already seen that this mysterious young man was very powerful, and they couldn't kill him, unless a 3rd or 4th sky true essence realm cultivator came. Shua. Wu Xing's face paled. The young man's power was too terrifying. Up until now, he hadn't seen him use true essence. He had only used true chi. Obviously, he was still hiding his strength. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the sky. At the same time, a sharp and sonorous flute sound was heard. It was calling for the rocks. The rocks were circling in the air. When they heard the flute music, they swooped down and flapped their wings continuously, creating gusts of wind. The battle below had frightened these Xiantian rocks, and they did not dare to descend too much. Shua. However, even in the sky, it wasn't safe at all. A dazzling golden light appeared, bringing with it a burning hot chi. Puff. The golden light flashed, and blood rained down. The rocks in the sky were split in half, and the 2 halves of their bodies fell from the sky. Splash. Blood fell like a rain of blood, dyeing the ground red. Ong. The other 2 rocks saw this and let out a mournful cry. They turned around and left. Slash. Zichun leaped into the air and roared. In the next moment, an extremely cold golden light appeared. It was like a sharp blade that could split the heavens as it charged towards one of the rocks. Puff. The speed of the blade was far faster than the rocks. With a light sound, the rocks in the sky were split in half, and their bodies fell from the sky. Today, I'll treat everyone to roast rocks. You guys, if you don't want your young master to die, then roast the rocks. Blood rained down on Zichen's body. The latter was like a demon that had just been sent out from hell. Go quickly. Go quickly. Hearing this, the 3 foppish lords' hearts trembled. They hurriedly shouted at their subordinates. This young master wanted to kill Wu Xing. If he wasn't crazy, then he must be crazy. They couldn't afford to offend him at this moment. The monstrous killing intent covered the sky. It was unbearable for everyone, and they all retreated. However, at this moment, Zichen attacked again. The last rocks let out an unwilling and desperate cry. Its huge body fell from the sky. Its head was pierced through by the sword Qi. Dead. All 3 rocks are dead. I'm afraid Wu Xing is finished. Chapter 226. With the 3 rocks dead, Wu Xing had lost his means of escape. He kept retreating, trying to escape from the ground. Wu Xing, where do you think you're going? Zichen shouted. He stepped on the 9 thunders and chased after Wu Xing. Swoosh. A silhouette appeared with a terrifying killing intent and rushed towards Zichen. It was one of the 2 second sky of true elemental realm warriors who had blocked Zichen's path. Get lost. Zichen shouted. Golden light flickered around his body, making him look like a golden armored god of war. He slammed his fist into his opponent's body, and with a loud bang, the latter was sent flying while coughing up blood. He was knocked back, but he was not dead. The vitality of a second sky of true essence warrior was much higher than that of a first sky. Whoosh! A huge sword slashed down towards Zichen's head. Another person had attacked. At that moment, there were only 2 strong cultivators left from Wu Xing's group. Dong! Zichen punched out, shattering the sword blade. At the same time, he rushed towards the second sky of True Yuan. Both of his fists were clenched tightly, as if they were heavy hammers. The dazzling golden light made people unable to open their eyes. Boom! When the fist landed, it exploded with a loud bang. A dazzling golden light exploded, and the second sky of True Essence Expert was sent flying like a cannonball. This time, Zichen had used his full strength and destroyed the second sky of True Essence Expert in one blow. This is too terrifying. This is simply a massacre. So far, he's only used the power of a Xiantian warrior. If a Xiantian warrior can do this, could he be another monster? In the midst of the crowd's discussion, Zichen killed the last second Firmament True Essence Master. At this moment, the 10 warriors that Wu Xing had brought were all dead. Even the 3 rocks had been plucked and cleaned, ready to be roasted. You guys, if you don't want to die, then roast them well. If the roasted meat is not edible, then I'll eat you, Zichen said coldly. Yes, of course. The 3 rich kids nodded like chickens eating rice. Their expressions were respectful, and there was not a trace of dissatisfaction. They did not care about being yelled at like dogs. Zichen turned around and gave the order. Then, he chased after Wu Xing. The crowd was speechless. What kind of person was this? Did he kill or eat? Was he really stupid? Or did he not put the martial ancestor in his eyes at all? Li Hua, Song He, save me. I'll thank you. Wu Xing did not run away, but rushed towards Li Hua and Song He. This young man had extreme speed. He could not escape. He could only ask the 2 for help, because he knew that they had forbidden weapons. A forbidden weapon was like a taboo. Once it was used, the world would change color. No one could stop it. Oh, you know you can run. His face and body were covered in blood. Zichen grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. He looked very sinister as he walked towards Li Hua step by step. Corpses were lying on the ground with blood gushing out. What should we do? Zichen walked over with a faint smile. Li Hua felt a lot of pressure. He looked at Song He. Song He frowned. He could not see through this young man's background, and he could not figure out his goal. Just the martial ancestor, and there were 3 forces. Of course, in Song He's mind, there was a high possibility that the young man's goal was only the martial ancestor. No one in the world was stupid enough to provoke 3 forces. Moreover, the martial ancestor was used to being arrogant and domineering. If it's Zichen, then there's a possibility that he could provoke 3 forces at the same time. Song He thought. But he quickly ruled out this possibility. Zichen was in the north and was being surrounded. It was impossible for him to suddenly come to the south. Although this young man had been displaying Xiantian Jin Qi, Song He had already sensed his will. Therefore, he believed that the young man was hiding his true strength. You 2, you must save me. The martial ancestor will definitely thank you in the future, Wu Xing pleaded. Even if he was a genius, he did not think that he could kill the young man. Moreover, he had fought with the young man before, and the young man had easily resolved his attack. This kind of person would have been a piece of trash in the Wuji sect in the past. How dare he call himself a genius and a monster? Where did that come from? A genius is a genius. Monster sounds so unpleasant. Amo expressed his dissatisfaction. According to him, if Wu Xing could be called a genius, then the old everlasting sect was full of geniuses. Kill. As Zichen walked over, Song He also felt the pressure. As a member of a large family, he naturally couldn't lose face for his family. Losing his composure once was enough. If he lost his composure in front of everyone again, the face of a large power would be lost. Ants can kill an elephant. No matter how strong he is, he can't kill so many people, Song He said coldly. Good. Kill. Li Hua nodded. Around him, a group of true essence experts had already rushed out. Thank you. Wu Xing was very grateful. The two of them chose to attack at this moment. On one hand, they wanted to help Wu Xing, but on the other hand, they cared more about the face of their family. In the trial ground, the two of them were already in a sorry state. At this moment, they naturally could not lose face again. Moreover, both of them had forbidden weapons. If it was a life-and-death battle, they naturally would not be afraid of this strange young man. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under Li Hua and Song He's cold shout, a group of true essence experts rushed towards Zichen. Although they were not death warriors, at this moment, they were not afraid of death. Because if they did not listen to the two's order, they would die sooner or later. Moreover, there were many people at this moment, so there was still a chance for survival. Boom. Facing more than 10 people, Zichen also felt the pressure. He did not hide his strength anymore. Golden light surged around his body, and his blood chi surged. Half of the sky was dyed golden. Puff. A punch was thrown out, bringing along a large golden light. A true essence expert's chest caved in, and his internal organs were shattered. He fell to the ground and died. Boom. The punch was like a beating drum, causing the world to shake. The fist was like a golden hammer falling down, and another person fell into a pool of blood. Clang! A sword swept out, blocking Zichen's killing blow. Then, several sharp swords pierced towards Zichen. However, under the perfect body, the number of people who could break through Zichen's defense could be counted with 5 fingers. Pung! A punch was thrown out, and the soldiers were destroyed. Zichen's body was shining with golden light. His attacks were cold and ruthless, but his eyes were very calm. In his eyes, there was only killing. Green peak cut. A huge sword swept out, and with a sharp attack, a true essence expert's head was chopped off. Facing a group of Zhen Yuan masters, Zichen seemed to have entered an unstoppable zone. He swept through a large area, and wherever he passed, corpses would fall. This was a massacre, and numbers were not enough to solve the problem, because many people were unable to break through Zichen's defense. Green peak cut. Zichen shouted in his heart. His hand formed a seal, and a golden blade appeared. It was like a divine weapon, cutting through everything. Zichen's strength had broken through to the Khanate full circle. His combat strength had increased again, and the lightning true chi in his body was extremely rich. At the same time, the perfect body made Zichen even more terrifying. Each of his attacks was incomparably powerful. They were all the killing techniques of the large sections. Ordinary true energy realm cultivators would not be able to block them at all. Boom! The world shook, and a huge palm print fell. It was the destruction palm. Wu Xing had attacked again. Boom! Zichen swung his fist and hit the destruction palm, causing the world to tremble. Then, the palm print was shattered. Die! Flames appeared around Li Hua's body, and a true essence aura spread out. He slapped at Zichen. The golden light around Zichen's body was even more intense. His eyes were also golden. He also slapped forward, and the golden palm print collided with the red palm print. Boom! The collision caused a violent tremor. Boundless energy raged. Cracks appeared on the ground, and endless smoke and dust splashed. Suddenly, a sharp blade appeared silently. It pierced through the smoke and dust and went straight for Zichen's throat. It was very sharp. This was an attack from a second firmament true essence expert. Before the blade arrived, there was a chill. Extreme yang. Surrounded by smoke and dust, Zichen simply closed his eyes. His mind spread out like tentacles. He formed a seal with his hand and struck out with extreme yang. Boom! Surging golden light surged out with a blazing feeling. It was like the ultimate energy in the world, and it hit the incoming sword light. Crack! As the golden light rushed past, cracks appeared on the blade of the sword, spreading out like a spider web. Finally, with a pung sound, the sword shattered into pieces. Boom! After shattering the sharp blade, the golden light rushed to the second firmament expert and slammed into his body. With a loud bang, the second firmament expert's body scattered like a blade. Swoosh! A gust of wind blew away the smoke and dust in the sky. Everyone's vision was clear again. Then, they saw some broken flesh scattered around. Moreover, there were 2 corpses lying at Zichen's feet. The smell of barbecued meat filled the air, but what made people feel cold was that this place was hell on earth. Corpses were everywhere. There were only less than 10 true Essence Realm experts left. They stood around Zichun, and although they had the advantage in numbers, their eyes were filled with fear. Song He, Wu Xing, and Li Hua were fighting side by side. They were all on guard. Too terrifying. When did such a powerful existence appear in the world? Killing a second firmament true essence expert like killing a chicken. This battle strength is heaven-defying. Monster. He's definitely a monster. Amidst the exclamations, another round of battle began. This time, it was not the 3 forces that attacked, but the strange youth. He took the initiative to attack. Bang! Blood splashed everywhere. A true Essence Realm expert fell to the ground. Another massacre continued. Dong! The world rumbled like a hammer. Large amounts of golden light scattered and pierced through a person's body like a sharp blade. Song He, Li Hua, and Wu Xing had already rushed forward, but they could not change the situation. Qi. 2 fingers formed a sword, and a sword qi shot out from between his fingers, piercing through a true essence expert's forehead. At this point, all true essence was destroyed. Dozens of corpses were lying on the ground. Blood almost formed a river. Boom! Wu Xing flew over and was sent flying by Zichen's punch. He vomited blood. Swoosh! The sky was filled with flames, and Zichen was enveloped by Li Hua. Li Hua had made his move, but in the next moment, a surge of energy surged out from Zichen's body and dispersed the flames in the sky. Dong! Song He's aura surged like a giant. He attacked Zichen fiercely, causing the world to shake. Zichen's battle strength was unparalleled. He displayed his perfect body, and his power was unparalleled. Song He was directly sent flying. Chapter 227. Zichen's body was covered in blood, and corpses were laid out beside him. His entire being was like a killing machine. His battle prowess was unparalleled, and he was able to kill dozens of true energy boundary warriors. It could not be called killing, but more like a massacre. The onlookers in the distance gasped. They had already thought of Zichen as a ferocious person. This was not just a matter of combat strength. There were many people with powerful combat strength in this world, and the number of experts was not small. However, there was only one person who dared to make a move against 3 forces at the same time and kill them without any scruples. The 3 rich lords were so frightened that they couldn't even roast the meat properly. Fortunately, their subordinates had rushed over and replaced them. Roast the meat well. Be careful. The 3 of them ordered. They were afraid that something would go wrong, so they stood on the side and watched. The subordinates stood beside the fire and roasted the meat, but they were still drenched in cold sweat. They couldn't feel the slightest bit of warmth. True Energy Realm experts were killed one after another. It was too terrifying, too bloody, too violent, and of course, too ferocious. Moreover, this person's battle strength was unparalleled. The 3 young lords couldn't even defeat him. Dong! Zichen took a step forward, and the ground shook. He rushed towards the 3 of them with killing intent in his eyes. They were people he had to kill. Song He, Li Hua, Wu Xing. None of them could escape. Boom! Zichen's battle strength was unparalleled. Golden light filled the sky as he threw out a powerful attack. The 3 of them were pushed back, and Wu Xing coughed out a mouthful of blood. I said, even now, you still don't want to use your trump cards. Wu Xing shouted unhappily. He thought that these 2 were really stingy. They were about to die, but they still didn't want to use their forbidden weapons. It was understandable that they didn't use their forbidden weapons when their subordinates died, but what was the point of hiding them when they were about to die? This was the first time he represented the martial ancestor. He didn't give out any forbidden weapons because they were too precious. Not every direct descendant could have one. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, the three of them were pushed back again. Damn it, I'm going to kill him. Li Hua was an impatient person. At this moment, he was forced to retreat repeatedly, and he felt his face burning. His brain heated up, and he couldn't care about anything else. With a flip of his hand, a palm-sized bell appeared. It emanated a bronze glow, and there were cracks all over its body. A terrifying aura emanated from the bell. Humph! Li Hua coldly snorted. He viciously glanced at Sanghe, who still remained calm and composed, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, after which he raised the bell in his hand. This is a forbidden artifact. Heavens! Li Hua actually took out a forbidden artifact. This is a battle to the death. Once a forbidden artifact appears, who can contend against it? I actually saw a forbidden artifact. In the distance, the onlookers cried out in alarm. The bell was emitting a terrifying aura that made people's hearts palpitate. This was a forbidden weapon. The moment it appeared, it caused a commotion. However, at this moment, facing the unparalleled combat power of the young man, only a forbidden weapon could suppress him. Die! Li Hua glanced at Zichun and gritted his teeth. With a thought, the forbidden artifact flew into the air and emitted a brilliant light. He was going to deal a devastating blow. Buzz! The bell trembled slightly, and a terrifying aura emanated from it. Everyone held their breaths as they stared fixedly at the bell. They wanted to see the true might of a forbidden weapon. As for who would live and who would die, they didn't care. They just wanted to see an exciting battle. Then, they would have something to brag about when they drink in the future. As soon as the forbidden artifact appeared, a terrifying aura surged. Sanghe and Wu Xing quickly retreated, fearing that they would be affected by the forbidden artifact. A forbidden artifact? Seeing the bell in Li Hua's hand again, Zichen's eyes lit up. This was a forbidden artifact. Even if it could only be used once, it was still a forbidden artifact that could injure an existence like evil good monk. Moreover, Zichen urgently needed such a thing as a trump card. Go to hell! Li Hua roared. He activated his thought again, wanting to fully display the power of the forbidden artifact. Li Hua's strength had broken through, and his cultivation had gained the will. When Li Hua used the forbidden artifact again, its power had increased exponentially. I don't think so. The blazing light in Zichen's eyes grew brighter and brighter. At the same time, he flipped his hand and a fist-sized stone appeared. The stone emitted a faint golden light as Zichen held it in his hand. Could it be a forbidden artifact too? No, that's a diamond. Why is he taking out a diamond? Everyone noticed Zichen's strange behavior and exclaimed in surprise, That's a diamond, you're. Seeing the familiar diamond, Li Hua's expression changed. The forbidden artifact also slowed down as he exclaimed, Buzz. However, at this moment, the diamond shone brightly, emitting a dazzling golden light as it flew forward. True Energy Realm warriors had cultivated their will and could control spirit weapons, killing people without leaving a trace. Although Zichen did not have a spirit weapon, he could refine a spirit weapon from a diamond. It was even the main material of a master-level weapon, comparable to a treasure among treasures. Zichen could completely control it with his will. Of course, this was what Amo said. Zichen didn't know it all. Under his thought, the diamond emitted a dazzling light and turned into a golden lightning bolt, rushing towards the bell. The diamond was very fast, and Li Hua's reaction was a little slower. You're courting death. Li Hua shouted and activated the bell again, but it was too late. The diamond had already reached Li Hua's head and smashed towards the bell. Dang! The diamond hit the bell, causing a loud sound. Sound waves spread out, shaking Li Hua's mind. Even the thought that had just been sent out was shaken. Li Hua's expression changed. He wanted to control the forbidden artifact to attack, but his thought was shaken, and he couldn't guide the destructive aura in it. Dang! Dang! At the same time, The diamond turned into lightning and fell on the bell again, causing a loud sound. Li Hua shouted. His thoughts swarmed out again, rushing towards the forbidden artifact. This was a battle of wills. Zichen almost died when he was in the late Xiantian realm. Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang had mutated, and he was lucky to obtain a thought. It was a mutated thought, and it was much stronger than an ordinary first sky of true essence. Moreover, his strength had broken through to the great perfection realm, and his thought had become even stronger. At this moment, controlling the diamond was very easy. He commanded the diamond to attack the bell again and again, shaking Li Hua's thought so that the latter couldn't activate the forbidden artifact normally. Dang, dang, dang. The diamond kept hitting the bell, causing a series of sounds. The bell on Li Hua's head was knocked back bit by bit. Finally, with a bang, it broke away from Li Hua's thought and flew into the distance. Furthermore, Li Hua's will had been injured by Diamond's final strike through the attack bell. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Li Hua's face turned pale. His thought was injured. You're Zichun. After the bell was knocked away, Li Hua was still in shock. He finally said the following words. Zichun. He's Zichun. Li Hua's exclamation caused an uproar in the crowd. Who was Zichun? He was a fierce person who had brought about miracles. When he was in the true energy realm, he had killed a true energy realm martial artist. Not only did he not die, but his strength had also increased. In the trial ground, he had caught a forbidden artifact with his bare hands, causing several major forces to lose face. In the end, he had obtained the strongest inheritance. Now, he was still being chased. However, wasn't Zichen's escape route to the north? How did he end up here? Swoosh. After repelling the bell, the diamond turned into a ray of light and returned. Zichen laughed and put away the diamond. His bones crackled as he returned to his original appearance. It was Zichun. It's really you. Li Hua's face changed dramatically. In the distance, Songhe's face was incomparably pale. As for Wu Xing, although he hadn't seen Zichen before, his brother had been killed by Zichun. He had even caught a forbidden weapon with his bare hands. This made his face incomparably ugly. Who else could it be? Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. In this world, other than me, who else can hate shameless families like you? You. Li Hua retreated with fear in his eyes. Zichen's battle strength was too terrifying. Even if he was only in the peak Xiantian realm, he was still no match for him. Today, I will kill you and pay the price for what you have done. Zichen's eyes flashed with killing intent as he rushed towards Li Hua. That day, Li Hua and Songhe were arrogant and annoying. No, Li Hua exclaimed. He had already seen how powerful Zichun was. If he had known that this young man was Zichun, he would not have participated in the battle and would have immediately fled. Of course, he might have activated the forbidden artifact to attack. Swoosh. In Zichen's hand, an ancient weapon appeared. It was a long spear, shining with silver light. It was the ancient weapon he had obtained in the trial ground. Zichun stabbed at Li Hua with the ancient weapon in his hand. Boundless killing intent surged. Bang! With a loud sound, Li Hua was sent flying. A light shield appeared around his body, blocking the attack for him. It's this tortoise shell again. The source of the light shield was Li Hua's jade pendant. He had seen it before in the trial ground. Bang! Zichun turned into a flash of lightning and attacked again. The tip of the spear pointed at Li Hua's chest, and the latter was sent flying again. At the same time, the jade pendant in front of Li Hua's chest shattered. Songhe, save me! Li Hua cried for help as he was sent flying. It's too late to ask for help now. Zichen's body turned into a flash of lightning and appeared in front of Li Hua once again. This time, he used his full strength. His silver spear emitted a golden light. At this moment, he had become one with his spear. Zichen unleashed an unparalleled attack. Bang! The golden spear fell. This time, it did not send Li Hua flying. Instead, it shattered the light shield. At the same time, the sharp spear pierced towards Li Hua's heart. Puff! With a flash of golden light, the spear pierced through Li Hua's chest. Li Hua's face was filled with shock and fear. Ugh! Li Hua grabbed the spear with both hands. However, he still could not believe that the spear would stab him. He was the young master of the Li clan. His elder brother was Li Hao, a true monstrous genius. Although he wasn't a monstrous genius, he was still a genius. His future was limitless. However, he had never thought that everything would come to an end today. Chapter 228. No. The long spear pierced through Li Hua's body. The latter let out a final roar of unwillingness before his death. His voice was mournful and filled with the desire to live. But it was too late. His vitality was fading away. The ancient weapon entered his heart and came out from his back, piercing through his heart. There was dead silence all around. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared in horror at the young man who had appeared out of nowhere, who was filled with a legendary aura. Swoosh! Zichun raised the long spear and lifted Li Hui up. The latter's eyes were completely dazed. He's dead. He's really dead. Li Hua from the Li family died just like that. Zichun is really fierce. He killed Li Hua just like that. The shocked crowd did not know what to say at this moment. They all felt that their throats were dry and could not say a word. In the distance, several true energy boundary experts had already rushed to the side of the forbidden artifact. However, when they saw the Li fire being ignited, they all froze on the spot, not daring to move at all. As for the forbidden weapon that they were jealous of before, it was extremely dazzling at this moment. It was like a red-hot iron that could not be looked at directly. The three foppish young masters were so scared that they almost peed in their pants. Li Hua, the young master of the Li family, was killed just like that. It was like killing a chicken. It was clean and neat. The three of them swallowed their saliva with difficulty and then looked at each other. They saw a touch of relief and fear. If they felt a little embarrassed before, then all of their faces were gone after seeing Li Hua being lifted up in the air by the long spear. Only relief lingered in their hearts. Suddenly, the young master of the Zhao family found a golden barbecue that had not been turned for a long time. His face suddenly changed, and he screamed like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Are you King looking for death? Hurry up and barbecue the meat. The young master of the Zhao family shouted, and then reached out his hand. He did not care about the dancing flames and just started to turn the meat. Oh. The guard reacted. It turned out that he was scared out of his wits. Zichun, how dare you kill the young master of the Li family? You've completely offended the Li clan by killing Li Hua. From today onwards, there will be no place for you to hide in this entire world. Wu Xing and Song He both shouted. However, their complexions were deathly pale. It was obvious that they were greatly frightened. The Li family has always been at odds with me, Zichun said calmly. Suddenly, a golden light emerged from the silver spear, passing through the spear and into Li Hua's body. Pong! Li Hua's body instantly exploded into pieces. His corpse was nowhere to be seen. Ding! At the same time, a red ring fell from the sky and was caught by Zichun. Spatial spirit ring. This could be considered a precious treasure. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zichun killed and robbed. He took the spatial spirit ring, then glanced at the two. Of course, you and I will not rest until one of us is dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichun turned into a blur and rushed towards Wu Xing. His whole body was bathed in blood. He looked like a demon that hadn't run into the world. He bared his sharp fangs at Wu Xing. Zichun, don't mess around. You only have a grudge with Wu Xing. You've already killed him. This is the first time we've met. There's no grudge between us. Wu Xing shouted and retreated. Wrong. I have a grudge with every martial ancestor. I swear that I will destroy your martial ancestor. Zichun held his spear and approached with lightning speed. Saying that he would destroy the martial ancestor was simply a shameless boast. If it was before, there would naturally be people who would laugh at him. However, at this moment, after seeing Zichun's monstrous battle strength and hearing such words, everyone felt an endless chill in their hearts. Boom! In order to survive, Wu Xing unleashed his full power. It could be said that each attack was stronger than the last. At this moment, the martial ancestor's powerful battle skills were fully displayed by him. Although he couldn't suppress Zichun, he could delay his own death. Zichun held his long spear and destroyed Wu Xing's attacks one after another. The latter kept retreating while Zichun kept advancing. "Sanghe, save me!" Wu Xing screamed. He was terrified. At this moment, Sanghe's expression kept changing. He was hesitating, not knowing whether to run or attack. Pooh! Right at this moment, a bloody light flashed. Wu Xing dodged the spear light's killing blow, but his arm was chopped off. Blood splashed everywhere as his remaining arm fell down. Sanghe, save me!" Wu Xing screamed for help as he kept retreating. Sanghe was still hesitating, but he took out a forbidden item. Waves of horrifying aura spread out. "Save me, Sanghe!" Wu Xing screamed and turned around to run towards Sanghe. He needed to borrow the power of the forbidden item first. Pooh! The spear light swept out again. Blood splashed as Wu Xing lost another arm. "Save me!" With both arms chopped off, Wu Xing almost fainted. He had lost too much blood, and his cries for help became weak. Pung! Right at this moment, a golden light flashed under Wu Xing's body. Both his legs were chopped off. Wu Xing's forelimbs were chopped off. It was a fate worse than death. Pooh! The spear light swept out and pierced through Wu Xing's heart. Wu Xing was dead. Everything happened so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Wu Xing's forelimbs were chopped off. No one could even react. Especially Sanghe. He didn't expect Wu Xing to die so quickly. Go to hell. With both of them dead, Sanghe was the only one left. He didn't hesitate anymore. His eyes flashed coldly. The folding fan in his hand flew up into the air. His mind penetrated through his body and moved towards the folding fan. With the previous example, Sanghe naturally didn't dare to be careless. He quickly activated the forbidden item. Zichun couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Wong! The folding fan trembled, emitting a horrifying aura. Then, it shone brightly and fanned towards Zichun. Boom! The sound of wind and thunder resounded. An unparalleled gust of wind swept up and whistled. A horrifying aura rushed towards Zichun. The forbidden item's attack was extremely powerful. Who could compete with it? At this moment, the forbidden item was a true forbidden item. Its power was several times stronger than when it was at the innate stage. Boom! The sound of wind and thunder swept across the sky. The terrifying attack rushed towards Zichun. It was determined to kill him. Zichun's eyes were unprecedentedly serious. He held the spear in his left hand and the diamond in his right. He was ready to block the forbidden item's attack. On the diamond, golden light shone like a dazzling sun, emitting boundless golden light. On the ancient weapon, silver light danced, forming a silver circle, like a silver shield, blocking in front of Zichun. Boom! The forbidden item's attack arrived in an instant. There was a loud explosion. Victory or defeat would be decided at this moment. On the ground, a huge crack spread and extended to everyone's feet. The entire ground sank by more than 3 meters. Endless smoke and dust floated. The horrifying energy completely swallowed Zichun. At this moment, everyone stopped. Those who were barbecuing stopped. Those who were fighting for the forbidden item also stopped. Everyone was looking at the center of the battlefield, where the smoke and dust swept across. They wanted to see if Zichun could create another legend and block the forbidden item's attack. The surging energy was raging. No one dared to step forward. They could only wait for the energy to dissipate and the dust to settle. Whoosh! Just as the energy dissipated, a gust of wind blew away the smoke and dust in the sky. In the battlefield, a deep pit with a radius of several meters was revealed. Deep pit. Everyone was stunned. They could only see the deep pit, but no one. They didn't know if Zichun was dead or alive. Pung! At this moment, the forbidden item above Sanghe's head shattered and consumed all its energy. Everyone was shocked. Some who were about to go up to the pit to investigate even stopped involuntarily. Pung! However, just as everyone stopped, another loud sound was heard. This time, it came from the direction of the deep pit. A figure flew out quickly. It was Zichun. At this moment, his tattered clothes were covered in blood. No one knew if it was his own or someone else's. A pair of black and bright eyes were emitting endless murderous intent. The diamond had disappeared. Only the long spear in his hand was emitting cold light. Songhe, today is the day you die, Zichun said coldly. He was full of energy. What? He's still alive? He's at the middle stage. He's not injured. Everyone's expression changed. They were extremely shocked. He was just an inborn expert. Did he block the forbidden item's attack again? This was too terrifying. He didn't die after taking a blow from the forbidden item. As everyone looked over, the experts who were snatching the forbidden item felt a chill in their hearts. At this moment, they didn't dare to expect anything. They abandoned the forbidden item and turned to leave. They were afraid that Zichun would kill them in the next moment. This is impossible. Songhe's expression changed. He exclaimed and turned to run. Swoosh! But how could his speed be compared to Zichun's? In the blink of an eye, Zichun was in front of Songhe. Pong! The spear light swept across and Songhe was directly pushed back. A light shield appeared around him, blocking the sure kill attack. Golden light flickered. Zichun arrived in front of Songhe and raised his palm. Pa! The palm fell with a loud sound. The entire light shield trembled. On the palm, golden light flickered. It contained unparalleled energy and fell again. Pong! The light shield shook even more violently. The energy in it was quickly depleted. Zichun attacked as fast as lightning. Every strike was full of energy. In the loud sound, the light shield finally exhausted all its energy. With a bang, it exploded. Songhe appeared in front of Zichun. Zichun, I'm from the Tsang family. If you kill me, you will completely offend the Tsang family. Songhe was terrified. His voice began to tremble. Pa! Zichun didn't speak. He raised his palm and fell again, slapping Songhe's face. The sound was crisp and clear, spreading throughout the audience. Songhe was actually slapped. Am I seeing things? The young master of the Tsang family is being slapped in the face by Zichun. In front of so many people. Is he slapping the Tsang family's face? Before, there was a light shield, so the crowd didn't feel anything. But now, the crisp and clear sound rang. Everyone clearly felt that this was a slap in the face. This was no longer a slap in the face, but a slap in the face of the Tsang family. Because at this moment, Songhe was already a dead man. A dead man had no face. Pa! The slap fell. Songhe spat out a mouthful of blood and a white tooth. Pa! The second slap fell. Another mouthful of blood accompanied by 2 white teeth. Zichun showed his skills to the world again. He wanted to warn the Tsang family through the mouths of the people. Or perhaps it was purely to humiliate the Tsang family. Chapter 229. The invincible face-slapping art was a move that Zichun had comprehended himself. Although it did not have a world-destroying aura, nor did it have the power to move mountains and rivers, it was still a kind of art. Slap, slap. The sound was crisp and resounding, and there was a rhythm within. This was an art that evolved completely from violence and was close to perfection. Even if the crowd was frightened at this moment, knowing that this person was a murderous demon, they could not help but admire the scene before them. It was a true art. Zichun was probably the only one in the world who could create such a rhythm with a simple slap to the face. If one were to ask what secret there was, the answer would be none. Everything depended on comprehension. Slap. Amidst the crisp sound, Songhe spat out the same amount of blood. As for the teeth, the number increased bit by bit until the last tooth was spat out. All right, I'll send you on your way, Zichun said indifferently. Then, his palm fell again, and an even louder sound rang out. It was like the last note of the melody, and it stopped abruptly. Slap. A crisp and even somewhat sharp sound rang out, forming the last stroke of the melody. Songhe was directly slapped to death. At the same time, Zichun was also warning Tsang family, showing off his power. Li Hua from Li family had his heart pierced through, and his body shattered with a long spear. Martial ancestor Wu Xing had his 4 limbs chopped off, and the last spear pierced through his heart, dying a violent death. Songhe from Tsang family had his teeth knocked out, and his face turned into a pig's head. In the end, he was whipped to death. The 3 died in different ways, but they were all extremely miserable. Geniuses from the 3 big powers, Huh. Fortunately, there are older generation figures here. Otherwise, I would have killed so many of these trash that my hands would go numb. Looking at the three corpses, Zichun said coldly. His voice spread out, shocking everyone. He was declaring war on the young generation of the three big powers through their mouths. No wonder the older generation figures made their moves so many times. So, the young generation is all trash. Zichun bent down and took away Song He's spatial spirit ring with an extremely disdainful expression. Everyone was dumbfounded and incomparably shocked. This was a challenge to all the young people of the three forces, including the monstrous geniuses. One had to know that the three forces all had monstrous geniuses. Motherf asterisk Kerr. What a poor bastard. What a martial ancestor. He doesn't even have a single spatial spirit ring. After failing to find a space spirit ring on Wu Xing, Zichun cursed. His voice made everyone speechless again. This is too ferocious. Zichun turned around, looked at the three silk pants and asked, "Is the meat ready?" "It's done. It's done." The three of them nodded and bowed with smiles on their faces. It was as if they had seen their own grandfather and treated Zichun as if he was their grandfather. "All right, since it's done, let's cut it open and give a piece to everyone here. My hands are sore from all the fighting. I'm sure they've had a hard time watching." Zichun smiled faintly and waved his hand. He didn't care at all and didn't realize what kind of big deal he had provoked. This is a slap to the faces of the three forces. It's over. There will be endless days of being hunted down in the future. It's not worth it to face the encirclement of all the geniuses just for a moment of pleasure. Some people shook their heads and sighed. In their opinion, Zichun was too impulsive today. Only Zichun himself knew that this was his only way out. Zichun smiled faintly as if nothing had happened. He walked up and took away Li Hua's forbidden item. It was a bell that could still be used once. Just now, many people had fought over it, and there were still two corpses on the ground. However, after Zichun killed Li Hua with his absolute power, all the rogue cultivators retreated and no longer dared to have any thoughts about the forbidden item. After putting away the forbidden item, Zichun walked to the bonfire and tore off a large piece of meat. He then ate it with big mouthfuls, not caring about the bleeding wounds on his body. After that, the three debauches distributed the barbecued meat to the people present while trembling with fear. Too ferocious. Ferocious beyond belief. The aroma of the barbecued meat filled the air, but there was an even stronger smell of blood. It was already good enough that no one vomited. How could they still eat? Only Zichun ate heartily. This is a strange beast. It's very nutritious. It'll be a loss if you don't eat it. Zichun waved the golden beast leg in his hand, indicating that everyone should start eating. Everyone was speechless. They thought that he was really heartless. After that, he took out a pot of wine and ate the meat in big mouthfuls and drank small mouthfuls because Zichun couldn't hold his liquor. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Zichun stood up. Everyone was looking at him, and no one left. "Everyone, since you've eaten my food, help me do something." Everyone looked at him, waiting for Zichun to speak. "Everyone, spread the news of what happened today. Don't leave out a single word. Also, tell me a few words. Those who want to kill me, Zichun, if they have the ability, send out the younger generation. If there is one, I'll kill one. If there is a pair, I'll kill a pair. I won't refuse anyone. Of course, if you don't want Face and treat Face as a butt, you can also send people from the older generation. Sect Master Yukong can come with his butt. I will also accept it. If I luckily don't die, then in the future, I will definitely vividly publicize the buttocks of you big forces." Zichun's words were very vulgar, but the reason was very simple. If they send out the younger generation, I'll accompany them. If they send Yukong to kill me, then the big sect's face will be their butt. It was a simple principle that was easy to understand. As soon as he finished speaking, while everyone was still in a daze, Zichun walked off into the distance. He couldn't stay here any longer. Songli City, Li family. "Bastard, Zichun, I'll kill you." When Li Hao heard the cause of his brother's death, he smashed countless tables. The house was in a mess, and many precious jade objects were shattered. "I'll kill you, you damn thing," Li Hao roared. This monstrous existence was thoroughly enraged. He really said that. After everything in the room was smashed, Li Hao took a deep breath and looked coldly at the servant standing outside the door. The news said that Ziqian said that the younger generation of the big sects can come. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill a pair. Come. The servant replied respectfully. Fine, fine, fine. I only asked you if that's what he said. I didn't ask you to repeat it. Li Hao's suppressed anger was ignited again. Previously, he was smashing things, but now, he wanted to kill. Yes, yes. The servant was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and replied in horror. Get lost. Li Hao breathed heavily and glanced at the servant. The latter felt as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly retreated. He was afraid that he would be killed by Li Hao if he was a step slower. Ziqian, you little thing. How dare you challenge my Li family with a mere Xiantian realm? I'll kill you. I'll kill you personally. Li Hao gritted his teeth, his heart burning with anger. He had never put Ziqian in his eyes, but this time, Ziqian had slapped the Li family's face hard. He had slapped Li Hao's face. However, a dignified voice sounded, and a middle-aged man in purple clothes walked over. He was the Li family's patriarch, Li Hao and Li Hua's father. Father. Li Hao's mood was not good. I've heard about Hua Er's matter. This time, the experts in the north are returning. Some of them have already gone south. This time, they will definitely kill Ziqian. The Li family's patriarch said, Father, I want to do this myself. I want to avenge my brother personally. I must kill Ziqian with my own hands. Li Hao's eyes emitted an endless cold light. Nonsense. Ziqian's matter is of great importance. It involves several precious treasures. How can you let your emotions affect your decisions? The Li family's patriarch glared at him and said, This time, I'm here to tell you not to be impulsive. This matter will be handled by the experts in the family. Everything is for the family. For the sake of these groundless treasures, are we going to disregard our Li family's face? Are we going to let the world laugh at our Li family? So what if they kill Ziqian? Our Li family will still be another laughingstock. Li Hao shouted, his emotions somewhat out of control. You don't understand. If we get the inheritance and the treasures in Ziqian's hands, our Li family will become stronger. Maybe we will become the Wuji sect 10,000 years ago. At that time, no one will dare to laugh at us. The Li family's patriarch patted Li Hao's shoulder. When will that happen? Thousands of years later. Do we have to rely on Ziqian to become stronger? Do we have to ask the elders to do it? Ziqian is just a puny Xiantian expert. I can kill him. The shame of the family doesn't need to be washed away by experts. I can do it. If I'm not wrong, the Tsang family and the martial ancestor will definitely send out monsters this time. Is our Li family going to become a laughingstock? Even if the elders kill Ziqian in the end, it still won't bring glory to the family. It will only bring shame and ridicule. Li Hao's voice was very loud. He said word by word, therefore, the shame of the Li family this time can only be washed away with Ziqian's blood. The Li family's patriarch hesitated and fell into deep thought. After a while, he sighed and said, Fine, be careful. Go get a forbidden weapon. No need. Using a forbidden weapon to kill him is still a disgrace. Li Hao waved his hand arrogantly. On that day, the Li family announced that Li Hao would fight Ziqian. Li Hao was the Li family's monster. His battle strength was unparalleled. When he was in the early Xiantian realm, he had already killed the late Xiantian realm genius of the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion. After that, he had been undefeated. Even when he fought with the evil good monk, there was no clear winner. Ziqian, wait for me to kill you. On the day he received the news, Li Hao walked out of the family, accompanied by several true energy boundary guards. Li Hao's appearance made the hesitant Tsang family and the martial ancestor make up their minds. On that day, the two forces made a strong statement. Ziqian, I, Tsangming, will kill you. A tall young man walked out of the Tsang family. It was the Tsang family's monster, Tsangming. He was a monster nurtured by the Tsang family. He was comparable to Li Hao. Although he had not fought with the evil good monk, they were not far from each other. The monstrous genius of the martial arts sect had also appeared on that day. He had appeared in a domineering and high-profile manner and had declared that he would kill Zichun. The three forces have sent out their monsters. They are going to kill Zichun completely. Zichun is finished. Without Yukong to hunt him down, and now with the monsters, his chances of survival are slim. The appearance of the three monsters shook the world. Many cultivators were ready to watch this battle. Moreover, the three monsters' goal was clear. They were all going south, as if they knew Zichun's whereabouts. This kid made such a big commotion to prevent Yukong from attacking. Does he have the confidence to deal with Li Hao and the others? A bald man appeared in the forest. Chapter 230. In just one day, Zichun had killed dozens of true essence experts and 3 geniuses from the 3 forces. At the same time, he had challenged all the younger generation in the world. This had caused a huge commotion. Zichun's reputation had undoubtedly reached a peak. Whether it was big cities, small towns, streets, or alleys, wherever there were cultivators, they were all talking about Zichun. It had been many years since someone had challenged the major forces. Zichun's appearance had also attracted the attention of many major forces. Everyone was filled with anticipation as to whether a monster would rise by stepping on the shoulders of the 3 forces, or would he fall after a flash in the pan. Many cultivators were paying attention to Zichun, especially after the appearance of the monstrous geniuses from the 3 forces. People were filled with wild and fanciful thoughts. A fierce battle was about to begin. Hundreds of miles away from Little Orchid Town, in a cave in the mountains, Zichun was sitting cross-legged. During the fierce battle that day, he was not completely unscathed. Although Imo had neutralized most of the attack, a small part of the energy had still injured him, but he had been holding on. After leaving behind some harsh words, Zichun left to find a safe place to heal. Sitting cross-legged in the cave, Zichun's body flashed with golden light as his injuries slowly healed. It's a pity that although my strength has improved in this battle, I did not break through the last step. After a few days, his injuries had healed. Zichun shook his head and sighed. It's a huge transformation to go from Xiantian to true essence. Only by breaking through to true essence can you be considered to have truly entered the door. You have the perfect body, so it's normal for it to be difficult for you to break through. Imo explained. After his injuries had healed, Zichun walked out of the cave and changed his appearance. He entered Little Orchid Town and heard the harsh words of the major forces. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This was originally a conspiracy. Although it put him in a dangerous situation, it was still better than being chased by Zhongtian all day long. Against all the monsters in the world, Zichun could rely on his extreme speed to have a 30% chance of survival. However, against Zhongtian, if he was lucky, he would definitely die. This was Imo's suggestion when Zichun saw Li Hua and the others again, using the faces of the major powers to threaten them, forcing them to send out the younger generation. Even if they were monstrous geniuses, they would not let Yukong take action again. Although we've succeeded, these great powers are obviously very sinister. It's possible that some of their experts will make a move in the dark. We have to be careful. Imo reminded. Understood. Old Imo, I will be careful. Now let's go find the Ice Lotus. Only by obtaining the Ice Lotus can we quickly break through to the true energy boundary. To the south of Little Orchid Town was a land of nearly 1,000 miles. Originally, there was a massive ice valley with endless mountain ranges and snow that never melted. But in the last 3 years, for some unknown reason, this place had undergone a change. The mountain ranges had disappeared and the snow had melted away, forming a massive ice lake. The ice lake was several miles long and had a very large surface area. Many of the ferocious beasts from before had disappeared, but there were a few more water monsters in the ice lake. This was the place where the 5,000-year-old ice lotus was found. It was said that the ice lotus was underground, but until now, no one had been able to successfully enter the underground. The monster at the bottom of the lake was truly terrifying. Many cultivators appeared in the surroundings. Most of them were at the Khanate realm. They were all wandering around the ice lake, but did not dare to enter the depths. Some of the true energy experts were eager to try, but when they saw that the cultivators who had entered before did not return, They were all frightened and stopped moving forward. The monster at the bottom of the lake was like a small snake that kept swimming. It was only 2 meters long, but it was very strong. It was slippery like a loach in the water, making it difficult for people to attack. What is that? Eels? No, it doesn't look like one. It's more like a mutated monster. Everyone thought of many ways, but they could not lure the monster out. The lake was the territory of the monster, and there were many of them. Only the true experts could go deep. This monster is not very strong, but it can spit out lightning. After it hits someone in the water, their movements will become slow and numb. It's like a lightning eel. It's very difficult to deal with. Someone stood in the distance and saw the monster attack from afar. No one made a move. Everyone was wandering around. They had tried everything, but they could not enter the bottom of the lake. Roar! Suddenly, a high-pitched bird cry rang out. The sound of wings flapping could be heard from the horizon. The wind howled as a huge pung bird flew over from the horizon. There was a golden crown on the rock's head. It was a rock king, and it was emitting a terrifying aura as it flew over from the sky. There were a few people standing on the rock's back. The leader was a young man, and his body was shining. He was very handsome and extraordinary. That's Li Hao from the Li family. Oh my God, the 3 forces came out because of Zichun. I didn't expect them to come here. Could it be that Zichun is here? Everyone looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "Roar!" The Rock King let out a shrill cry, and the ear-piercing sound made people's eardrums hurt. It flapped its wings and swept up a gust of wind as it flew down. The cultivators' faces changed, and they all moved aside. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Figures flashed, and the people of the Li family jumped down from the Rock King's back. Li Hao glanced at the crowd, then turned his head and walked towards the ice lake with 4 of his subordinates. What is he going to do? Is he going to take these 4 people to the bottom of the lake to get the ice lotus? The crowd exclaimed, but they didn't dare to step forward. Li Hao's aura was too strong, and when he glanced at the crowd, they felt a chill in their hearts. Ice lotus? Since my brother died because of it, then I'll bury you with him, and then Zichun, Li Hao said coldly. It was a pity that Li Hua died without a complete corpse, and it was impossible to even bury him. Li Hao, you want a 5,000-year-old ice lotus to be buried with you. At this moment, a deep voice sounded. The crowd dispersed, and a strong young man walked out. He was wearing a green robe, and he had a huge black blade on his back. His aura surged, and the huge pressure made the people in his way change their expressions and move aside. Behind the strong young man, there were a few cultivators. Their auras surged, and it was obvious that the weakest of them was at the 3rd sky of true essence. Song Ming, you're here too, Li Hao said indifferently without turning his head. Since he became a cultivator, no one knew that he had to fight with Song Ming every year. However, Li Hao had never won in all these years, and of course, he had never lost either. His blade was terrifying, but Li Hao wasn't weak either. Song Ming, he's Song Ming, the genius of the Tsang family. It's said that he's an exception. He doesn't cultivate the secret arts of the Tsang family, but rather, he cultivates blade techniques. Amid the exclamations and discussions, Song Ming walked forward. The huge black saber on his back gave off a heavy feeling of oppression. Li Hao, you're not slow. Song Ming strode forward, and the huge blade on his back was so heavy that it caused the ground to tremble. The two stood by the lake, staring at the water. Occasionally, 1 or 2 water monsters would swim across the lake. It's just a water monster, not worth mentioning. Song Ming raised his eyelids in disdain. Behind him, the crowd was speechless. One had to know that the water monster had devoured dozens of lives, and all of them were in the true energy realm. It was more than what Zichun had killed that day, but this genius said it was not worth mentioning. This place used to be an ice valley, and it hasn't melted for hundreds of years. Now, it's turned into an ice lake, and water monsters appeared. There's something wrong. Another young man walked out of the crowd and walked towards the lake. Behind him, there were only 4 true energy realm experts. Wu Yuan, you're here too. Song Ming turned around and glanced at the newcomer. It was a young man, about 21 or 22 years old, wearing a luxurious robe. Seeing that he dared to approach the two geniuses, he was naturally not ordinary. Wu Yuan, the genius of the martial ancestor, had stepped into the true energy realm before he was 20 years old. He was now 23 years old and had made great progress in the true energy realm in the past few years. The three of them stood in a three-legged formation, looking at the lake. I'm taking the ice lotus in the lake. Wu Yuan glanced at the water monster and said indifferently, Why? Li Hao didn't even raise his head. Because one of my martial ancestors' geniuses died. Wu Yuan retracted his gaze from the lake and looked at Li Hao. One of my younger brothers died. I'm taking both the ice lotus and Zichen's lives. Li Hao squinted his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You too. Have you forgotten about me? Song Meng's aura became more stable, and the broadsword on his back started to vibrate. The three of them were all geniuses with unparalleled combat strength. They had never had a clear winner, and now that they met, it was inevitable that they would fight. As for Zichun, the three of them didn't care at all. A mere Xiantian brat was nothing to them. Are the three of them going to fight? Oh my God, the three geniuses are going to fight. This is going to be a real battle between giants. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they were looking forward to the battle between the geniuses. The three of them stood in three different directions, and the experts behind them retreated. A surge of battle intent was rising, and it was a sign that they were going to fight. The three geniuses were very conceited. They didn't care about Zichun and the water monster at all. Even the ice lotus of 5,000 years didn't seem to be able to move them. They just wanted to get back their faces. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Jump in and snatch it if you can. It belongs to whoever gets it first. What's the point of competing outside? Suddenly, a sneer came from the crowd. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar and looked around. They didn't know who was so bold as to taunt the three geniuses. Everyone turned around and looked at the source of the sound. They only saw a confused young cultivator who was only in the early stage of the Xiantian realm, being stared at by everyone. The young cultivator looked frightened and aggrieved. The three geniuses didn't say anything, but their aura stopped rising. Go in and snatch it if you can. The ice lotus belongs to whoever gets it first. It's so boring to compete here. The voice in the dark sounded again, but it came from the left and the right, making it impossible to identify the person. Who is that? He's so bold to taunt the geniuses. Could it be Zichun? I feel that the voice is similar to Zichen's. A cultivator said and looked around, but he didn't see anyone suspicious. That makes sense. If you want the ice lotus, then fight for it with your own strength. It belongs to whoever gets it first. Li Hao frowned and finally said, Okay, agreed. That's fair. The other two nodded. As soon as they finished speaking, the three of them jumped into the ice lake without hesitation. P.S. I'm about to break down. This chapter took me at least 6 hours to write. I'm stuck. Chapter 231. The three geniuses were very decisive. They did not investigate who was instigating the fight and jumped into the ice lake. Whoosh! In the ice lake, the water started to boil, creating waves and splashes. Occasionally, there would be blood splashing. Apparently, some monsters in the lake were killed. Wong! The surface of the lake trembled as a huge blade appeared. It jumped a few meters out of the lake and landed with a boom, creating a huge wave. Obviously, Song Meng had made his move. Following the huge wave, the other two geniuses also made their moves. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take a look. Seeing the huge wave, everyone was stunned and did not move forward. However, at this moment, the voice in the dark sounded again. I'm familiar with this voice. It sounds like Zichen's voice. I heard it last time. It sounds familiar too. Could it be that Zichun is already here? Someone recognized Zichen's voice and cried out in surprise. They looked around but found nothing. Let's go and take a look. However, there were also people who were worried about the ice lotus and walked forward. Whoosh! Many cultivators moved and rushed to the lake. Get lost! A loud shout suddenly sounded. The four true energy boundary experts of the Li family stood in a row, their auras surging around them. This is the Tsang family's territory. Get lost. The Tsang family expert's aura surged and blocked the group of people. You dare to come to the martial ancestor's territory? Are you courting death? The martial ancestor expert was not to be outdone. The three forces blocked all the cultivators in front. Why? This is the ice lake. It's not your territory. This is everyone's territory. Why are you taking it for yourselves? Everyone questioned. The ice lake was a few miles wide. There were only 12 true energy boundary experts, so it was impossible to stop them. However, everyone wanted to watch the battle and did not want to go elsewhere. That's right. Do you think the three of you are very powerful? Weren't you all beaten up like dogs before and lost all face? The voice in the dark sounded again. Sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes east, sometimes west, drifting erratically. This is Zichen's voice, I'm sure of it. It's definitely Zichon. I'm 100% sure. I've seen him before. Exclamations came from the crowd. This time, they were definitely Zichon. Who is it? Come out. You're just a coward who doesn't dare to show your face. You dare to be so arrogant here? Show yourself if you have the ability. See if I don't kill you. Zichun, get the hell out here. The three forces yelled. They were all warriors at the third or fourth sky of True Yuan. Although their battle prowess could not be compared to the monstrous geniuses, they were still quite powerful. They thought that killing Zichun would be a piece of cake. Humph, you bunch of trash. You think you're worthy of me taking action? Those who die at my hands are either geniuses or monsters. You guys better scram to the side. The voice in the dark was very arrogant, but it confirmed everyone's guess. It really is Zichun. The three freaks are all looking for him. Who would have thought that he would dare to come here? Zichen's guts are really big. The true Yuan warriors of the three forces heard this and said, Zichun, show yourself if you have the ability. I'll kill you on the spot. There were hundreds of people here, and it was impossible to find a single person. Rumble. At this moment, the waves in the ice lake were even more terrifying. Obviously, there was still a fierce battle going on. Everyone approached and looked at the lake. Unfortunately, they could not see anything except for the waves. There was only blood in the lake and the occasional rolling corpse of a water monster. You bunch of idiots. Hurry up and get into the water. There can't be only one ice lotus in the water. There might be other treasures, or even more ice lotuses. Why are you all standing there like idiots? Have you all been struck by lightning? A bunch of cowards. If you don't go in, you won't even be able to drink the soup. The voice in the dark sounded again. This time, it was mocking the crowd. Motherf *****, is Zichun a dog? He'll bite whoever he wants. I didn't know Zichun was so despicable. He's so annoying. Pooh. Someone like him is a monster. He's so talkative. How can someone like him be compared to the three freaks? Some cultivators cursed. They turned their heads and looked around, but they did not see anyone suspicious. The voice came from the left and right, making it impossible for them to accurately hear it. Motherf ****, this damn monk. Zichen hid in the crowd. He had already cursed the monk dozens of times. He did not even let go of the Buddhist sect, from the Buddha to the sweeping monks. He cursed the monks' relatives dozens of times. Which temple burned the wrong incense? How could such a freak come out? Is he still a monk? He's even more shameless than AF *** King shameless scoundrel. Zichun clenched his teeth in anger. This time, the three forces had sent out all their monstrous geniuses, and they had brought along many true energy realm warriors. If it weren't for the ice lotus, he would have run away long ago, hiding as far away as possible. But this damned monk kept imitating his voice. He could not wait to cause public outrage. Zichen had been here for a long time and found the place very familiar. After looking around, he realized that this was the place where he survived Zhao Can's plot. It was just that there used to be mountains everywhere, and there used to be snow ginseng growing here. But now, it had become a huge ice lake that was hundreds of miles wide. Zichun saw the monk and knew where he was hiding, but he did not dare to criticize him. The monk was doing this to lure him out. Are you guys stupid? Hurry up and rush forward. The monk was imitating Zichen's voice. At this moment, he deliberately disguised himself. He wore a hat and hid his bulging belly. He hid in the crowd and used his sound skill to transmit his voice. Motherf asterisk Kerr, monk, you're courting death. Zichun gritted his teeth, but he heard the monk scolding him. But the monk was enjoying it. Hey, friend, look at what that guy is doing. I see his mouth moving. Zichun poked a cultivator next to him and pointed in the monk's direction. Okay. The man was dissatisfied at first and cursed, but after hearing Zichun's words, he looked at the monk. He did not see anything at first glance. The man did not speak and just looked up at the lake. He was about to ask the person next to him, but he realized that there was no one. Where is he? Is it an illusion? The man was stunned and then subconsciously glanced at the monk. At this moment, the voice in the dark sounded again. Are you guys idiots? If you don't enter the lake, you won't get anything. The monk was still talking and his mouth was moving. It's you. You're talking. You're Zichun. The cultivator exclaimed and pointed at the monk. In the distance, Zichun was laughing coldly. Everyone turned and looked in the direction the cultivator was pointing at. They saw the monk. However, the monk's appearance was worlds apart from Zichun's. Hearing the exclamation, the monk turned and looked at the person, but his eyes were filled with confusion. Are you talking about me? The monk pointed at himself in confusion. In an instant, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Then, disappointment appeared in his eyes. He realized that the person was not Zichun. That's right, it's you. Your mouth was moving just now. You were talking. The cultivator pointed at the monk seriously. Little brother, you've got the wrong person. My mouth was moving just now, but I was scolding Zichun. How can you say that I'm Zichun? Besides, I've seen Zichun before. He's worlds apart from me. The monk did not panic and said calmly, Humph, everyone knows that Zichun can change his appearance. You might have changed your appearance. The cultivator did not let him off. Little brother, you've really got the wrong person. The monk smiled. The others at the side also looked at the monk, but they were not sure if it was Zichun. That's right. I have a witness. Someone just told me that you're not normal. Seeing that the monk did not admit it, the cultivator said again, Oh, I wonder who said that. The monk's eyes lit up as he looked around. He disappeared in an instant, the cultivator said. Then, he looked around and did not find the person who had spoken just now. Little brother, you've been deceived. How can I be Zichun? It's very likely that the person just now was Zichun. A strong aura surged around the monk. It was the aura of the true energy realm, and it was at the second sky of true energy. Second sky of true energy. Exclamations came from all around. The cultivator's face changed. He hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I've got the wrong person. After saying that, he retreated. He was only at the Khanate realm, but the monk was at the true energy realm. Moreover, Zichun's strength was only at the late stage of the Khanate realm. Even if he had a breakthrough recently, he definitely could not reach the second sky of true energy. Therefore, the guy in front of him was definitely not Zichun. It doesn't matter. I think you also think that Zichun is too hateful. He's indeed despicable to hide in the dark and clamor. The monk waved his hand and smiled indifferently. However, he pointed the spearhead at Zichun again. That's right. It's all Zichun. A scoundrel hiding in the dark. It was just a misunderstanding. The others also started to criticize Zichun. You bunch of idiots. Why did you ask me to come out? Now is the time to go in and snatch the ice lotus. At this moment, another voice sounded. It was Zichun again. Shameless, damn monk. Zichun's lungs were about to explode. This monk was really shameless. He turned around and slandered him again. This time, no one doubted the monk. Everyone looked around, but they all avoided the monk. Zichun, come out. What's the point of sneaking around? Come out if you can. Everyone looked around in dissatisfaction. Everyone, although Zichun is despicable, what he said doesn't seem to be unreasonable. The appearance of this ice lake is very strange. There might be something else in it other than the ice lotus, the monk said again. Everyone turned around and looked at the monk. If there's an ice lotus here, there must be a second one. Now that the young masters have attracted the attention of the experts among the water monsters, I think it's not unreasonable to enter the water now. As soon as the monk finished speaking, he swept his consciousness towards the cultivators near the lake. Boom! The cultivator was pushed into the water before he could react. Ah, so impatient. The monk was stunned. He swept his consciousness again, and more people fell into the water. Yeah, now that the three geniuses are fighting fiercely, they definitely can't care about the ice lotus. This is an opportunity. Everyone's eyes lit up, especially when they heard the splashing sounds. Some people couldn't wait and turned into a ray of light and rushed into the ice lake. Charge! At the same time, more figures flew past and rushed into the ice lake. Get lost, get lost. The Zhenyuan cultivators of the major powers all moved, wanting to stop these people. However, at that moment, a dazzling golden light appeared and rushed towards the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. After being hit by the golden light, they lost their balance and fell into the ice lake. As the golden light appeared, 12 true essence experts fell in one after another. No one stopped them, and the rest jumped in one after another. This monk is indeed sinister. He used such a small trick and dragged everyone into the water. Seeing the cultivators jumping into the ice lake, Zichun was speechless. However, at this moment, the monk looked around as if he was looking for someone who hadn't jumped in yet. Oh no! Zichun's expression changed. P.S. Please subscribe. Now that I think about it, there's a lot of danger now. I can't guarantee my ranking and I might be killed at any time. Once I'm killed, I'll suffer a great loss. I want to guarantee my ranking. At the critical moment, even if it's a single or a complete one, it can change my ranking. The difference in prize money between 5 and 6 is a few hundred. It's 5 now, but 6 could overtake it at any time. My ranking is in danger. Chapter 232. One cultivator after another scrambled to jump into the ice lake. However, the monk remained calm and unhurried. He looked around to see if anyone had any intention of jumping in, and that person was naturally Zichun. The three monsters in the lake each had the strength to kill him. The monk was certain that Zichun wouldn't dare enter. This monk is so sinister. He knows that I won't enter, so he's tricking everyone into entering. He's looking for me. Zichun's expression changed drastically. However, at that moment, the monk turned his head and saw Zichun. Oh no, I've been discovered. Realizing that something was amiss, Zichun pretended to be in a hurry to find treasures and jumped into the ice lake. Humph, kid. You're still too inexperienced to play with me. In a few seconds, there was no one left. Due to his hesitation, Zichun was definitely the last to jump in. A faint smile appeared on the monk's lips as he strode forward, walked to the spot where Zichun had entered the water, and jumped in as well. Plop. The moment Zichun entered the water, he felt a bone-piercing chill. Even though he had a perfect body, he still felt cold. It's so cold. Zichun couldn't help but shiver. It's really cold. This darn monk. Just you wait. One day, I'll beat you into a pulp. Zichun cursed angrily, hating the monk to the core. His original plan was to hide outside and find an excellent opportunity to launch a sneak attack when the monsters were exhausted. He had a forbidden artifact that even monsters had to retreat once he used it. However, all his plans had been foiled by the darn monk. Helpless, he could only enter the water. Furthermore, Zichun wasn't sure if the monk had discovered him. After Zichun entered the water, he quickly dived to the bottom. Since he had entered, he naturally had to snatch the ice lotus. Although the chances were slim, he had to take the risk. The lake water trembled, and the speed of the current suddenly increased. As he looked over, Zichun's expression changed. There were more than a dozen water monsters flying towards him. The water monsters were about 2 meters long and looked like small snakes. They moved very quickly in the water. When they were about to reach Zichun, they opened their mouths and revealed 2 rows of sharp teeth. Swish, swish. With a flash of light, a short dagger appeared in Zichun's hand. As it danced, cold light flashed continuously, and the water monsters were cut in half one after another. The lake water was bone-piercing, bringing with it a huge resistance. It was inconvenient to use a long spear, so he could only use a short dagger. The resistance was very small, and he could use it flexibly. In the blink of an eye, Zichan had killed more than a dozen water monsters. His dagger danced in the air, but there were still a few water monsters that rushed in front of him and bit him. Zichan's body was tougher than steel, and several of the water monsters' fangs were snapped off by Zichan's bite. Swoosh! With a flash of the dagger, the water monster was cut down. In a short time, Zichan was attacked 7 or 8 times by the water monsters. Although he was not injured, his clothes were tattered and stuck tightly to his body. On the other hand, the lake water was already blood-red. The weak cultivators had already been cut into pieces by the water monsters. This monk is really a nuisance. Zichan cursed and dived again. No one knew where the ice lotus was, but it should be underground. Zichan could only search for it slowly. Suddenly, the lake water trembled, and a thick bolt of lightning surged and spread in the water, passing through the water and landing on the cultivators. As the lightning surged, Zichan felt his body go numb. His body trembled, but he did not feel numb. Instead, he felt comfortable. The lightning was of the same origin as the true qi in his body. After being hit by the lightning, Zichan did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he was in high spirits. The lightning was also absorbed by his body. This made him somewhat overjoyed. Looking around, the cultivators who were hit by the lightning were all trembling. Their hair stood on end in the water, and their speed was greatly reduced. Their reactions were also very slow. Then, they were torn apart and devoured by the water monsters. The scene was extremely bloody. How terrifying. If the water monsters have such means, wouldn't they be invincible in this ice lake? Zichan was extremely shocked. In the blink of an eye, he saw more than a dozen cultivators die and were eaten by the water monsters. There were more water monsters coming from afar. The smell of blood stimulated them. Almost all the water monsters within a few miles were attracted. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count. Zichan's expression changed drastically. There were simply too many water monsters. At a glance, there were too many to count. Every one of them opened their mouths, revealing 2 rows of cold and sharp teeth. Even though Zichan was not afraid of these water monsters, at this moment, he still felt his hair stand on end. Countless water monsters rushed over and rushed towards the hundreds of human cultivators. At the same time, they opened their mouths and lightning flashed out in all directions. The current surged and everyone's movements were restricted. Many of the protective light shields that the cultivators put up were also shattered by the lightning and devoured by the endless current. It was a completely terrifying scene. After the countless water monsters spat out a bolt of lightning, they all pounced on the cultivators at the moment when they lost control of their bodies. What followed was a series of screams. On the surface of the lake, there were huge waves that were dozens of meters high. Blood instantly dyed the lake red. Most of the cultivators had died under the lake. As the lake surged, broken limbs and minced meat flashed past. The originally clear lake water was completely dyed red with blood and became extremely murky. This is too terrifying. Zichan's scalp went numb and his hair stood on end. He was completely frightened because he was immune to the lightning here. When the electricity hit his body, he felt warm. Not only did he not feel any discomfort, but he was also full of energy, as if he had eaten some kind of tonic. Even so, there were still 70 to 80 water monsters around Zichan. Each of them was biting and tearing at Zichan. Although many of them were killed, there were too many of them and it was impossible to kill them all. With a slight vibration, more water monsters came and shot out lightning to attack Zichan directly. However, it was useless. Once the lightning energy reached his body, it was absorbed by Zichan. His body was warm and full of energy. Swoosh! The sharp blade flashed and a large number of water monsters died. However, it was impossible to kill all of them. There were still many water monsters coming forward. Damn it! Zichan cursed. In just a short while, he had killed at least hundreds of water monsters. However, the number of water monsters increased instead. He was tired of killing and simply stopped killing. Zichan put up a protective light shield. The true qi in his body surged and a golden lightning shield appeared. The golden light was dazzling and protected Zichan in the middle. At the same time, it blocked the many water monsters outside. After that, Zichun continued diving. However, there were water monsters everywhere. He could not see anything else with his eyes. He could only use his mind to check. Screams could be heard from time to time. Some of the cultivators' protective light shields were broken, and they were eaten by the water monsters. The scene was bloody. Coming in without reaching the true energy realm is simply courting death. However, that monk is also harmful. Zichun thought to himself. As he continued diving, there were more and more screams in his ears. One cultivator after another had their light shields broken by the water monsters. As far as the eye could see, the lake water had turned blood red. Suddenly, Zichun frowned. That's not right. Why isn't my protective light shield making any sound? Zichun frowned. When the water monsters attacked the protective light shield of others, there would be a loud sound and their sharp teeth would constantly bite the light shield. However, there was no sound on his side. Moreover, there were more and more water monsters gathering. His vision was filled with water monsters. Only his mind could penetrate his body. Through his will, Zichun discovered a scene that shocked him to the core. There were no less than thousands of water monsters gathered around him. However, they did not attack. Instead, they surrounded him as if they were protecting him, playing, or resting. Some even closed their eyes and leaned their bodies against the light shield to take a nap. What's going on? Zichun was shocked and puzzled. Amo's body flashed and appeared in the light shield. However, he was dumbfounded when he saw everything. He could not give a reasonable explanation. Then, in a flash, he entered the Taiji diagram again. Screams kept ringing in his ears, reminding Zichun that the water monsters were ferocious. However, the water monsters around him did not attack. These water monsters were crazy before. However, ever since the light shield appeared, they have not calmed down. Obviously, it's because of the light shield. No, it's because of the lightning vital energy. Zichun frowned. During this time, he had stopped diving. However, all the water monsters outside the light shield were swimming around, forcing Zichun to dive deeper. Could it be? Zichun's eyes lit up. Could it be because of the mysterious heart? Back then, Zhaokan plotted against Zichun. He stabbed Zichun's heart with a sharp blade and kicked him from the mountain peak into the canyon. By chance, he obtained the mysterious lightning yuan and came back from the dead. At that time, the lightning yuan was frozen nearby. Naturally, there was an ice lake below. However, these water monsters could attack with lightning. Obviously, it was because of the energy in the lightning yuan that caused the mutation. This time, Zichun came and used the same energy. The water monsters felt a familiar aura, so they did not riot and attack Zichun. This was Zichun's guess, and it wasn't too far from the truth. Back then, when the mysterious Lei Yuan had landed here, it had emitted a dense lightning energy. Moreover, this energy was filled with the aura of life. Then, this place had been sealed in ice, and these creatures had continued to live. More and more water monsters came from all directions, surrounding Zichun. Then, they brought Zichun deeper. Where is he? The monk's body was shining with golden light. He had already noticed Zichun. However, he did not attack immediately. Instead, he waited for Zichun to snatch the ice lotus. One had to admit that this monk was extremely greedy. Not only did he want the secret manual, he also wanted the ice lotus. Chapter 233. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but emptiness. There were no traces of humans at all, only broken limbs floating in the air. As he spread his consciousness, there were no other living creatures other than the water monsters. Furthermore, there was a huge ball formed by 10,000 water monsters in the distance. The monk did not dare to approach it rashly. Could he have been eaten by the water monsters? But his body is very strong. These water monsters can't break through his defense at all. The monk frowned in disbelief. After fighting with Zichun a few times, he knew how strong Zichun was. Suddenly, he looked at the giant meatball-like water monster. His face was filled with disbelief as he said in surprise, "Don't tell me he's surrounded by water monsters." Although it was a bold idea, it seemed to be the only reasonable explanation at the moment. Hence, The monk braced himself and followed him. Boom! As the water monsters went deeper, Zichan felt a strong energy fluctuation. The water at the bottom of the lake was surging violently. The huge ball formed by the 10,000 water monsters felt like it was about to be blown away. Loud shouts were heard as the surging energy kept rolling. These are the three monsters. Zichan's heart skipped a beat. As he spread his consciousness, he saw more water monsters. They were densely packed and were bigger in size. One of them was 10 meters long and looked like a small dragon. Its body was surging with a terrifying aura. It was at the bottom of the lake and was as fast as lightning. It kept shuttling and stirring up huge waves, restraining the three monsters in a fierce battle. 3 against 1. Zichan was shocked. Although Zichan had not seen the combat power of the three monsters, they were obviously not weak since they could fight the monk to a draw. However, it was 3 against 1 at the moment. Not only was the 10-meter-long water monster not defeated by the joint attack of the three freaks, it even had the upper hand. Around it, there were water monsters that were close to 5 meters long. They kept attacking the cultivators who followed them. Among them were the true energy realm experts brought by the three monsters. They were the first to enter the lake and sneaked into the ground before a large number of water monsters appeared. There were many water monsters at the bottom of the lake, and there were even stronger ones in the depths. Even the true energy realm experts had a hard time resisting them. Here, long sabers and swords brought a lot of resistance, affecting one's speed. Only short swords could reduce the resistance. A thick bolt of lightning shot out from the water monster's mouth, passing through the water and landing on a Zhan Yuan powerhouse. The latter's hair stood on end, and his body went numb. His sensitivity immediately decreased. Following that, the water monster rushed forward with a 5-meter-long head, charging towards the true essence powerhouse. During this period of time, the true energy boundary powerhouses surged their true energy and killed dozens of water monsters, but even more water monsters came. Bang! The quintessence light shield shattered, and the quintessence expert was exposed outside. Hundreds of water monsters swarmed over like a ball of meat, continuously surging forward. It only took a few breaths of time. When the meatball fell apart, it was completely empty. Not even the bones of the true energy boundary expert were left behind. In terms of true strength, the water monsters were naturally not a match for a true essence powerhouse. But at the bottom of the lake, there was the restriction of thunder and lightning, as well as the advantage of numbers. This was the home field of the other party, so one powerhouse after another was exhausted to death. At this moment, it was impossible for them to run even if they wanted to. Once they ran, more water monsters would swarm over, as if they had practiced the art of group fighting. Once they formed a meatball, everything would be over. Zichan saw everything with his mind, and his face turned pale. The meatball just now only had a few hundred water monsters, but now he was surrounded by 10,000 water monsters. Once they attacked, even if Zichan had the perfect body, there would be nothing left of him. The three monstrous geniuses were very strong, and they were still full of energy. The resistance in the water was great, but the black saber in Zhang Ming's hand was as flexible as an arm. Every slash was accompanied by a saber light, and wherever it passed, all the water monsters would be split in half. Moreover, the quintessence light shield around him had an offensive ability, and all the water monsters that tried to get close to him were killed. Wong. After unleashing that slash, hundreds of water monsters charged towards Zhang Ming, firing out bolts of lightning at him. Next, a high number of water monsters surrounded Zhang Ming, forming a meatball around him. But then, Zhang He's body emitted 10,000 rays of light, and each ray of light was like a sharp blade, piercing through the water monsters' bodies, and the latter fell into the depths of the lake. Li Hao's body emitted a red light, which seemed to be a kind of flame, but it was suppressed at the bottom of the lake. Although it was not as strong as Zhang Ming, it was still difficult for the water monsters to get close to him. Pong! The lake water trembled. Wu Yuan could still use the shattering palm in the water, and a terrifying palm print appeared, instantly creating a vacuum in the middle of the lake. Then, the palm print fell, killing countless water monsters. The three's attack was very sharp, but it was not to kill the ordinary water monsters, but to kill that big guy. It was 10 meters long, like a small dragon, and had a small horn on its forehead. It was very fast, and the thunder and lightning it shot was very threatening. Previously, it had even swallowed a true Yuan third Sky Warrior in one gulp. The big water monster was very slippery, and its speed was very fast. It was like a flash of lightning, wandering between the attacks. Sometimes, it would shoot out a dangerous thunder, and sometimes, it would use its body to launch a powerful attack. Pong! After dodging Wu Yuan's attack, the big water monster swung its tail, hitting Wu Yuan's chest. With a loud explosion, Wu Yuan was directly pushed back. Damn it! If we were up there, I could kill you alone. Wu Yuan was anxious, and once again flashed up. At the same time, the other two monstrous geniuses were also affected. Although it was not enough to kill them, it was still a loss of face. Go to hell. Song Ming snorted coldly, and his eyes flashed with murderous light. He had completely gone crazy. The sharp blade light appeared again, more than 10 meters long, and slashed towards the big water monster from above. The water flow was separated, and the saber light slashed down at an extremely fast speed. The latter was very slippery, and could sense the location of the saber light from the water flow. He dodged in an instant, but at that moment, something strange happened. The thick saber light suddenly turned into 2, then 4, and finally 8. 8 miniature blade lights slashed the water apart and fell at an extremely fast speed. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere as the big water monster tried its best to dodge. However, 2 blade lights still landed on its body, and 2 huge wounds appeared. Wu Yuan and Li Hao did not want to be outdone, and also launched a powerful attack. Instantly, the big water monster let out a miserable cry, and more wounds appeared on its body. Woo! The big water monster let out a sharp cry, as if it was summoning its underlings. The water around them continued to surge, and more water monsters appeared, besieging the 3 monstrous geniuses. The strength of these 3 monstrous geniuses is indeed frightening. Zichun was shocked as he saw everything with his mind. To be honest, if he encountered this big water monster, there was only one way to go, and that was to run away. Not to mention getting injured, it would be a problem if he could even run away. He was only in the Khanate realm now, and there was no way he could compete with these monstrous geniuses. At this moment, Zichen knew the difference between them just by looking at the 3 monstrous geniuses fighting against the water monsters. I must become stronger. Zichen clenched his fists, full of desire for power. Following the call of the big water monster, more and more water monsters appeared, densely packed and endless. It seemed that this time, it had summoned all the water monsters within a few miles. However, not all of the water monsters responded to the summons. Some of the water monsters gathered around Zichun, causing the ball to grow even larger. Once again, the 10,000 water monsters became tens of thousands. It was a terrifying sight. Zichun felt his hair stand on end. With so many water monsters joining in, the remaining true energy realm experts who were still holding on were exhausted and gradually lost. These water monsters seemed to be endless. Finally, in the midst of screams, the water monsters turned into meatballs. When the meatballs dissipated, the cultivators would be killed. Monk followed behind the giant ball. He wasn't sure if Zichen was inside, but it was very likely. Therefore, he followed carefully. Along the way, he casually killed some water monsters that were left alone without any danger. However, after the big water monster was injured, it summoned its underlings, and water monsters came from all directions. Some of them noticed Monk and immediately swarmed towards him. Damn it! You guys could have just gone to find the ice lotus. Why did you have to be so arrogant and hurt them? What a bunch of idiots. Looking at the hundreds and even thousands of water monsters around him, Monk's scalp went numb. He didn't look like a monk at all. He opened his mouth and cursed. Then, he raised his protective light shield and attacked continuously. Bang! Bang! Loud sounds were heard. Monk was no longer merciful at this moment. He attacked decisively and killed many water monsters. It's that damn monk. That damn guy. Hearing the sound, Zichun scanned with his mind and found Monk. He was so angry that his teeth itched. But at this moment, he was surrounded by tens of thousands of water monsters. He couldn't give Monk a sneak attack. No, they are all fighting. I should take the opportunity to get the Ice Lotus. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. He felt that this was an opportunity. However, the group of water monsters did not move anymore. Buzz. Around Zichun, the golden light once again vibrated. After more than 10 vibrations, it finally attracted the attention of the water monsters. The water monsters once again moved, continuing to head deeper into the depths. Furthermore, Zichun was extremely cautious, using his will to search for any possible location where the Ice Lotus might be. Bang! After fighting for a long time, Monk felt that something was wrong. Then, he raised his light shield and stopped killing the water monsters. He let them form into a giant ball and sink. One big ball and one small ball. The two balls went deeper into the lake. While going down, Zichen's mind scanned every corner in search of the Ice Lotus. But to no avail. After about 10 meters, when he was close to the bottom of the lake, Zichun used his mind to find a cave. The cave was 2 meters wide and 10 meters deep. After the water monsters landed here, they stopped moving. They closed their eyes and seemed to be taking a nap. The golden light around Zichun flickered and vibrated, but the water monsters didn't move forward. It was as if there was a forbidden area in front of them. Unwilling to give up, Zichun could only use his mind to explore the cave. When his mind reached the depths of the cave, Zichun was stunned. In the depths of the cave, there was a half-meter-long piece of ice. In the middle of the ice, there was a lotus. It was vivid and sparkling. It was the Ice Lotus. It's here. Zichen's eyes lit up. He finally found the Ice Lotus. But before he could think of a way to get out of the encirclement, he saw a small ball falling from above and going straight to the cave. Chapter 234. Zichen hated the monk to begin with. At this moment, when he saw the Ice Lotus that he had painstakingly found being snatched by the monk, Zichen's hatred for the monk reached a monstrous level. This damn monk. If the monk was a piece of meat, Zichen would have eaten him alive. He would have even chewed on his bones and swallowed them without spitting them out. This King damn monk. Zichen was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. The monk's speed was very fast. Carrying the small ball, he used some unknown method to avoid the big water monster and the 3 monsters. Furthermore, when he landed, the golden light around his body trembled. All the water monsters were forced to retreat, but many of them were directly killed by the shock. Haha, the monk grinned and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Monk, stop it. Zichun could no longer care about hiding and directly sent out a message. Kid, wait till I get the Ice Lotus. I'll settle the score with you. The monk laughed and walked past Zichun. There were tens of thousands of water monsters around Zichun. However, they were all taking a nap. They didn't even react when the monk walked past them. Moreover, some of the water monsters that were pushed back just now were heading towards Zichun. Then, they closed their eyes and took a nap. Are these guys who haven't slept for hundreds of years? Zichun was speechless. But at this moment, he couldn't do anything to Zichun. Haha, you can continue hiding. The monk grinned. The Ice Lotus was inside the cave, and there was no danger at all. The 3 fools fought against the water monster while Zichun, the fool, was trapped in his own trap. No one fought with the monk for the Ice Lotus anymore. Getting the Ice Lotus was a surefire thing. Let's go, little fool. The monk was very excited and was about to enter the cave. Go to hell, monk. Zichun was furious. He roared and golden light surged around him. Then, a surge of energy surged out. It was like a cannonball had exploded. A huge amount of energy rushed out in all directions. The water surged and a shockwave appeared. Following that, a shockwave blasted away the tens of thousands of water monsters. Because he had used all his strength and the water monsters were all coiled up together, the moment they flew out, it looked like a huge bunch of them had landed on the monk's head. The water monsters were awakened by the huge impact. At the same time, Zichun removed the light shield around him and retracted all his energy. Buzz. Tens of thousands of water monsters went berserk at this moment. They went completely berserk as they danced around, baring their fangs as they charged towards Zichun and the monk. "Brat, you're crazy." Monk's face changed. These were tens of thousands of water monsters. If they were to attack, someone would definitely die. "Not only will you attract those 3 idiots, you will also kill me." The monk roared, and the golden light around him became even more intense. "I want to kill you." Zichun didn't care. He retracted his aura and charged towards the monk. Looking at his expression, it seemed like he wanted to perish together with him. Buzz. After the tens of thousands of water monsters lost the power of Zichun's lightning, they went berserk. They opened their mouths and a white light appeared. This was lightning. Every single water monster shot out a bolt of lightning. There were tens of thousands of them. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts appeared in this small area. If they were to explode, the power would be unimaginable. This was definitely going to kill someone. Monk's face changed completely. He opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. Ma. The 6-syllable mantra appeared once again. It was as if it had appeared in his heart, causing his heart to tremble. Zichun's heart felt as if it had suffered a heavy blow. However, he didn't lose his focus. The mysterious heart was still strong. As for those water monsters, even though they lost their focus, their lightning bolts didn't stop. They continued to charge forward. "Damn it, I used it wrong." Monk cursed. At this moment, he should have used the Buddhist sect's lion's roar. Roar. Monk mustered all his strength. He opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. It was like the roar of a divine lion. A huge shockwave surged out and spread in all directions. In the loud explosion, a quarter of the lightning bolts were dispersed by the roar. This was Monk's full-strength attack. It was indeed terrifying. However, 3/4 of the lightning bolts still exploded in this small area. Rumble. Boundless energy exploded. The aura of the lightning bolts surged. A terrifying aura rushed towards Zichun and Monk. In this aura, Monk could only feel destruction. However, Zichun could feel a familiar energy. He could absorb this energy completely. However, if the energy was too strong, it would bring about destruction. Thus, at this critical juncture, Zichun dodged and drilled into the cave. The lightning bolts were raging. It was like a lightning net that landed on Zichun's body. However, the latter didn't care. He didn't react at all. As if nothing had happened, he rushed straight into the cave. The monk was dumbfounded when he saw how Lin Fan was able to withstand the lightning without even putting up a protective light barrier. But soon after, more lightning energy exploded from his body. Rumble. The lightning bolts were violent. A huge wave that was hundreds of meters high was raised on the lake. Monk was even sent flying hundreds of meters away. Puff. He coughed up blood. Obviously, he was injured. "Zichun, you and I are irreconcilable enemies," Monk said in an unwilling voice. At this moment, Zichun had already rushed into the cave. He went deep into the cave and took away the ice. Even the ice lotus disappeared. Rumble. But then, with a loud sound, the entire cave shattered and began to collapse. Pieces of rolling stones appeared and crushed Zichun inside. Monk was seriously injured. Zichun was crushed by the rolling stones. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Roar. An angry roar was heard. The strange movement below had angered the big water monster. The latter summoned a group of small water monsters and rushed down quickly. It was only a few dozen meters. They arrived in the blink of an eye. "Monk, it's you. Evil good monk. You actually snuck into this place." The 3 monsters arrived in a flash as well. When they saw the monk, their faces turned extremely ugly. Don't misunderstand. Monk waved his hand. "Misunderstand? Evil good monk, you must have gotten the ice lotus for sneaking in. Hand it over." Song Meng took a step forward. The saber in his hand shone coldly. "Hand over the ice lotus. Otherwise, we will fight to the death," Li Hao said coldly. As for Wu Yuan, he locked his eyes on Zichun. "I didn't get the ice lotus. Zichun took it away." Monk felt wronged. He was seriously injured because of the ice lotus. "Nonsense. You are the only one here. Where did Zichun come from? You were the one who tried to sow discord." Li Hao looked at Monk. "Monk, don't try to deny it. hand over the ice lotus. Song Ming was aggressive. His saber was flickering. I really didn't take it. It's Zichun. He's here. Monk was about to say that Zichun was crushed by a huge rock and his life was uncertain. Woo. But before he could say anything, the cave collapsed. The giant water monster roared angrily. The sound wave interrupted Monk's words. It turned around and glared at Monk. Monk was selfish. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts exploded. They were so powerful that even he was injured. Zichun's thunderbolts were no weaker than his. Plus, he was greedy and only thought of snatching the ice lotus. He didn't even activate his protective light shield. Even if he had an extraordinary body, he would definitely die. Thinking of this possibility, Monk didn't say anything. After all, the dead wouldn't move. He could just run away and come back for the secret manual in the future. As soon as the giant water monster finished speaking, countless smaller water monsters moved. They rushed towards Monk. At the same time, the giant water monster also rushed towards Monk. Go to hell, you despicable Monk. Song Ming was enraged. He raised the long blade in his hand. A pitch-black blade radiance flashed. He was about to slash down. The three of them were sure that Monk had snatched the ice lotus. Then, Li Hao and Wu Yuan attacked too. Ma. Monk was prepared. He opened his mouth and the 6 syllables Sanskrit mantra appeared. Then, he turned into a ray of light and escaped upwards. He was very fast. Wu. The giant water monster recognized Monk as his enemy and chased after him. Then, the smaller water monsters swarmed towards him. Then, the 3 monsters turned into lightning. Humph! Seeing everyone chasing after him, Monk sneered. He had a plan in his mind. Pong! Suddenly, there was a huge tremor on the surface of the lake. Then, a golden figure appeared. Monk Evilgood was the first to run out. Zichun die. However, at this moment, a strong cultivator appeared in the void and raised his hand to strike out a palm. This was a Zephyr cultivator who had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw the golden light appear, he struck out with a fierce strike without thinking. Because Zichun's energy was golden. Me. Monk had the urge to curse. He couldn't believe that Yukong had mistaken him for someone else. He was going to take the attack for nothing. So, he turned around and rushed into the lake. Boom. The palm landed on the surface of the lake, creating huge waves that were hundreds of meters tall. Terrifying energy surged in the lake. Instantly, there were many floating corpses of the water monsters. It was martial ancestors Yukong. After the attack, he felt extremely embarrassed and hid in the void again. There were some cultivators who came late. They didn't dare to go down when they saw that the lake had turned red. They hid in the distance and watched. Seeing that Yukong had attacked the wrong person, they were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Seems like Yukong had mistaken him for someone else. Everyone was speechless. How could they encounter such a situation? The surface of the lake surged again, as if there was a fierce battle going on. Then, the golden light flashed again and the monk rushed out again. But this time, he was carrying a few water monsters with him. One of them even bit his butt and refused to let go. Swoosh! Yukong did not attack again. After Tyrant soared into the air, he flew toward the surface of the lake. Shortly after, his body turned into a golden light and sped off into the distance. Damn! Another one of the best. The monk had a bald head and he had a few water monsters on him. There was even one on his butt. He fled as if he was flying. The water monsters were still swaying nonstop. This scene made everyone speechless. That's evil good monk. Heavens, he actually came as well. Why does he look so pathetic? That monstrous monk. Bullsh asterisk evil monk. This is an evil monk, a scoundrel. He is good at swindling, and stealing. I wonder which temple he came from. Someone spoke. Obviously, he didn't like the monk very much. P.S. I worked so hard, but I didn't get a recommendation. I'm in a very bad mood. This is an indescribable feeling. Disappointment, loss, all kinds of negative emotions are surging up. Since he was in a bad mood, his efficiency would naturally be lower. He would save up 1 or 2 chapters to prevent any unexpected situations from happening. Please forgive me, please understand. Chapter 235. The appearance of the monk was already surprising enough. But soon, another three voices were heard. Li Hao, Zhang Ming, and Wu Yuan also rushed out and chased after Tyrant like shooting stars. That's Li Hao from the Li family. Oh my god, he's a monster. He's chasing after the monk too. Did the monk steal something? The crowd exclaimed. The crowd was in an uproar again. Who's that man with the blade? He's burly, and he's not any slower than Li Hao. Oh my god, that's Zhang Ming, the monster of the Zhang family. His blade skills have reached perfection. Someone exclaimed again. There's another one. Could he be a monster too? The three of them seem to be similar. Am I seeing things? That's Wu Yuan, the monster of the martial ancestor. Oh my god, the three monsters are chasing after the monk. The hundreds of cultivators who came earlier were tricked by the monk into jumping into the lake. None of them survived. Those who came later were excited to see the three monsters for the first time. Weren't the three monstrous geniuses chasing after Zichun? Why are they chasing after a monk now? The monsters of the three factions came out to kill Zichun and caused a huge uproar. But now, they were chasing after the monk, which confused the crowd. Who knows? Maybe the evil monk did something weird. Could it be that the monk stole the ice lotus? That's possible. The monk has a bad character. He's a swindler and has done all kinds of bad things. Now that he appeared from the bottom of the lake, he must have stolen the ice lotus. Just as the crowd was discussing, the surface of the lake surged again. Then, a giant creature appeared. It was 10 meters tall and had small horns on its head. It looked like a small dragon. As soon as it came out of the lake, it seemed to have sensed something. It raised its head and looked at the sky with fear in its eyes. Then, it turned back and let out an angry roar. Oh my god, that's a water monster. A water monster that's more than 10 meters tall. It should be the king of the water monsters. That's terrifying. Everyone's expression changed and they retreated again. Yukong, who was hiding in the dark, did not know what was going on. When he saw that his young master was actually chasing after the monk, each of them appeared from the dark and turned into a ray of light, charging towards the monk. A total of 6 Yuzongs disappeared from the sky, which once again caused a wave of astonishment. One had to know that they had been here for a long time, but they had never discovered any Yuzongs hiding in the dark. Just as everyone was feeling that the events that had happened today were truly inconceivable, another explosion sounded from the lake, following which a golden figure appeared. It was Zichun. At this moment, his clothes were in tatters, and there were many wounds all over his body. After rushing out of the lake, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The cave collapsed and huge rocks rolled down. Zichun was severely injured and even fainted. It was Atamo who woke him up and told him that they had already left to chase after the monk. Zichun cautiously avoided the enraged water monster and rushed out of the lake. With a sweep of his eyes, Zichun saw the water stains on the ground and immediately knew the direction that the monk had fled in. Monk, thank you. Grinning, Zichun aggravated his wounds once again. After snatching the ice lotus and letting the monk take the blame, he was elated. The intense pain made him grimace, and then he flew in the opposite direction. As for the monk's life or death, Zichun did not care at all. Since the evil monk was willing to take the blame, he definitely did not have good intentions. This was something that Zichun could guess. Who is that person? He looks familiar. I don't know, but he does look familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before, but I just can't remember where. The cultivators who had not left yet all asked curiously after seeing Zichun. He's Zichun. Oh my god, he's in there too. He's even at the bottom of the lake. But why did the 3 monsters abandon him and chase after the monk? Zichun. He's the Zichun who offended several major forces. The 3 monsters came out for him and threatened to kill him. That's Zichun. I've seen him before. He used an ancient weapon to kill Li Hua and killed Song He. Zichun heard the exclamations, but he did not stop. Instead, he sped up. He came out from the bottom of the lake and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He should be injured. Zichun has a precious treasure on him. Now that he's injured, he'll definitely die if he encounters someone from a major family. That's right. Zichen has a precious treasure that even the martial ancestor would be jealous of. He also has the strongest inheritance of the Wuji sect. He's a moving treasure trove. Some cultivators were discussing, then why aren't we chasing? What are we waiting for? A cultivator reacted and shouted, chasing after Zichen. Yes, Zichen is injured and his strength is less than 10%. Once we kill him, we'll definitely gain a lot. He's a moving treasure trove. He has something that even the major forces would be jealous of. Everyone reacted and greed grew in their hearts. After a shout, they quickly chased after Zichen. Kill. Don't let him escape. All this time, it had been the major forces chasing after Zichen. It was the first time that independent cultivators were chasing after him. They were all independent cultivators, a motley crew. Although they were weak, they seized the best opportunity, which was when Zichen was seriously injured. The sound of something breaking through the air kept coming from behind as one figure after another caught up. Among the independent cultivators, there was no lack of experts, including true energy boundary cultivators. Zichen was seriously injured. Even with the world's fastest speed, he was not very fast at the moment. Every time he breathed and moved, Zichen felt intense pain all over his body. Go to hell. The sound of something breaking through the air was getting closer and closer. Finally, a cultivator caught up. A first celestial layer cultivator shouted and smashed a heavy hammer in his hand at Zichen. The sharp whistling sound was extremely ear-piercing and carried a terrifying aura. If Zichen was at his peak, he would not be afraid of such a blow. However, he was seriously injured at the moment. Once he was hit, his injuries would worsen. A cold light flashed in his hand, and the ancient weapon appeared. It drew a silver light and directly pierced forward. Puff. The heavy hammer was instantly pierced through by the long spear like tofu. Then, a spear light shot out from the tip of the spear and pierced the cultivator's heart. A first celestial layer true energy expert was killed in one blow. Even though Zichen was seriously injured, he was still strong. Huff, huff. Zichen gasped for breath. The blow just now had affected his injuries. The wounds that were about to heal started to bleed again. He is already at the end of his rope. Let's attack with all our strength. Someone shouted and signaled for everyone to come forward. Clang. A red light flashed and a sharp blade appeared, stabbing towards Zichen's heart. The angle was sharp and the attack was decisive and ruthless. Swoosh. A bright light flashed and a thick blade light came from the distance with a terrifying aura. Clang. In Zichen's hand, the long spear was like a poisonous dragon. It touched the sharp blade, and with a crisp sound, the sharp blade broke. At the same time, the long spear swept and pierced the cultivator's body. Swoosh. Then, the long spear moved and the cultivator was instantly split in two by the blade light. At the same time, Zichen's long spear drew a silver light and pointed at the cultivator's throat. 2 more people died. The ancient weapon was very sharp. Wherever it passed, the soldiers were broken and people were killed. Almost no one could block Zichen's second attack. Puff. The silver light flashed like a poisonous dragon. A cultivator was hit between the eyebrows by the spear light. The materialized sharp light shot out from the back of his head, and he died a violent death. Swoosh. The long sword swept and fell from the sky like a sharp blade. A cultivator was split in two, and the scene was very bloody. His fierce battle strength shocked everyone. Even if he was seriously injured, Zichen still told everyone that he was an inviolable person. His eyes swept across the area, and his might spread out in all directions. Everyone was frightened and retreated backwards. Zichen had successfully intimidated everyone. The bloody corpses next to him were all killed in one blow. They were the foundation of deterrence. Ahem. Zichen coughed softly. His injuries worsened again. Even the mysterious heart couldn't recover in time. Zichen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned paler. He's already at the end of his rope. The opportunity is right in front of him. If he backs away now, he will be struck by lightning in the future. The inheritance treasure is right in front of him. If he doesn't, he will still be mediocre for the rest of his life. The bewitching voice sounded in the crowd again. I'm just a nobody. No one cares about me. If I kill Zichen today and get the inheritance, I will become famous. This is a chance. A Khanate cultivator appeared with a long blade in his hand and walked out of the crowd. This guy seemed to be a gambler. He dared to show up with a blade at the early stage of the Khanate level and bet his life. I'm also a nobody. Another person walked out. He looked ordinary and was stronger than the gambler. He was at the mid-stage of the Khanate level. I want to try to. Another person appeared. Zichen is seriously injured today. If you don't try, you will regret it for the rest of your life. If you win, you will be respected by the world. If you lose, you will only lose your life. 20 years later, you will be a hero again. The provocative voice sounded again. It was full of bewitching and tempting. Kill. A few more cultivators walked out. They all wanted to bet on Zichen for a lifetime of glory and wealth. Zichen didn't say anything. These people were either gamblers or had been blinded by greed. It was useless to explain. He could only use battle to speak. If he lived, he would be the winner. If he died, he would be eliminated. Kill. With a loud roar, the army formed by gamblers and greed once again charged towards Zichen, full of killing intent. Zichen stood with his spear. He didn't know how to use the spear, but he knew how to kill. He moved his spear like a poisonous snake, fierce and fast. Poof. One hit, one life. The gambler was the first to die. He was just an early-stage Khanate level cultivator. He didn't have the slightest chance of winning, but he still wanted to die. Bang! The spear shook like a dragon coming out of the sea, bringing a large silver light. 2 more people became dead souls under the spear. These people were crazy and fearless. At this moment, their brains were filled with blood, and they didn't know what death was. There were no living souls under the ancient weapon. They were all dead souls. Poof! The last person fell in front of the spear. At this moment, there were already more than a dozen corpses in front of Zichen. He stood with his spear, his eyes emotionless and his figure majestic. There were still many cultivators in front, and the bewitching person hadn't appeared yet. Chapter 236. Zichen stood tall with his spear in hand. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Beside him was a corpse lying on the ground in a miserable state. Blood splattered all over the ground. None of the souls survived under the ancient weapon. He was like a god of death, decisive and merciless. Everyone retreated with fear in their eyes. Cough, cough. But with a light cough, Zichen spat out blood. His face turned pale once again, and his endless deterrence disappeared in an instant. He can't take it anymore. He's like a lamp that has run out of oil. Again. The instigating voice once again sounded. However, this time around, before he could finish speaking, his voice came to an abrupt halt. A long spear had already pierced into the other party's mouth, instantly penetrating it. Come up yourself if you have the ability. Hiding behind the crowd and instigating is the behavior of a despicable person. Zichen said coldly. The long spear in his hand flashed and appeared in his hand. Fast. Too fast. Everyone was shocked. No one noticed when Zichen appeared in front of them. His speed was unbelievably fast. In the crowd, there was one person who was about to leave quietly, but Zichen stared at him coldly. In an instant, he felt a chill in his heart, as if he was in an ice cellar. You're even more despicable than a despicable person. I'll send you on your way. The silver light flashed again, and another instigator fell to the ground. Blood flowed out from his wound. Cough, cough. Zichen coughed out blood again, and his face turned even paler. But no one dared to have any evil thoughts, because everyone who had evil thoughts had already fallen into a pool of blood. Moreover, Zichen had been coughing blood since the beginning, but until now, he was still as fierce as ever. He never used a second attack to kill. Zichen, you can't let these people live. They'll expose your whereabouts. Everyone was scared out of their wits, and no one dared to have any ideas about Zichen. Under Zichen's cold gaze, they all retreated one by one, obviously intending to leave. However, at that moment, Amo spoke. Zichen stood with his spear and did not move. If you let them go, they will turn around and tell the big powers. When that happens, we will be hunted down again. Only by killing them can we prevent future troubles. Seeing that Zichun was indifferent, Imo became anxious. I only kill those who deserve to be killed. Zichun turned around and flew towards the distant forest. Childish, really childish. In the world of cultivators, it's either you die or I die. Everything is for profit. Everything is for profit. Do you understand? Imo said bitterly. I only know that I have to stick to my heart. Zichun said indifferently. Everything was for the sake of profit. He naturally knew this, and he had used his life to experience it. Everything was for profit, but Zichun couldn't do it. He killed people like flies, but he never killed the innocent. Everyone he killed deserved to die. He was cold and heartless, but he had a kind heart. It was laughable that a person who killed people like scything flax was a kind person, but that's what happened. Ferocious, this is too ferocious. He spat out blood while killing people. Under the ancient weapon, no one can survive. Monk fled all the way and spent a lot of effort to get rid of the pursuers. But before he reached the ice lake, he heard the cultivators discussing. Ancient weapon. Monk frowned. It seemed that Zichun had an ancient weapon. He is indeed ferocious. That is an existence comparable to a monster. Even if he is seriously injured, he still killed several true energy realm experts. Zichun is indeed Zichun. The two of them were discussing, shaking their heads and sighing. They didn't have the guts to gamble with their lives. What? What do you mean by Zichun? Could it be that Zichun is still alive? Monk suddenly appeared and asked coldly. He had a bad feeling in his heart. You are that evil monk. A cultivator saw Monk, and his expression changed. But he knew that he had said something wrong and quickly shut his mouth. Tell me, what is going on with the Zichun you were talking about? If it was in the past, Monk would have put his palms together and pretended to be righteous. He would have called them almsgivers and asked them about it. But ever since he met Zichun, Monk's life changed. He was always unlucky. Every time he met Zichun, he would be at a disadvantage. It was as if he had met his nemesis. At this moment, he stopped pretending. It was meaningless. It is Zichun. He started a massacre near the ice lake and killed many true energy realm experts. He is not dead yet. No, he is just seriously injured. His combat strength is still there. The cultivator was terrified. His eyes were filled with fear. He said whatever he knew. This monk was not a good person and was notorious. He didn't dare to lie. Ah, Zichun, you and I cannot exist under the same sky. The monk let out a thunderous roar. His roar was deafening. The two cultivators almost fainted from the roar. They quickly covered their ears and fled in panic. After roaring, Monk chased after Zichun. He was anxious and miscalculated again. Why did he use the word again? This was because the monk, who always took every possibility into account, had already miscalculated many times in front of Zichun. Monk turned into a golden light and chased after Zichun. Not long after they left, 3 figures appeared in the distance. They were the 3 great monsters. I knew this monk would not be honest, Li Hao said coldly. Then, he stopped the 2 cultivators. Encountering another 3 monstrous geniuses, the 2 cultivators were shocked. In just a few hours, the 2 of them had encountered 5 monstrous geniuses. The 2 of them answered honestly, telling him everything about Zichun and the questions that the monk had asked. That monk did not lie. The ice lotus must have been taken by Zichun. Songmeng said, but if Zichun took the ice lotus, why didn't we see him when we went down? Wu Yuan was confused. We did indeed see the monk alone. However, there were many rocks in the surroundings. I believe that a mountain collapsed underground and buried Zichun. The monk thought that Zichun was dead, so he lured us away. Li Hao analyzed after a moment of silence. That monk is indeed greedy and cunning. The other 2 were furious. If we knew Zichun was under the stone, we would have killed him no matter what. Now, we missed the chance. What happened next was simple. They chased after him. Zichun fled aimlessly. During this period, he kept swallowing pills and his injuries were slowly recovering. Zichun, Li Hao, will kill you. Li Hao stood on the back of the Rock King and shouted coldly. Zichun, Songmeng, will give you 10 moves. Come out if you can. I'll kill you with the 11th move. Song Ming held a huge saber in his hand and looked like a giant. Every step he took caused the world to tremble. Zichun, even if you run to the end of the world, I, Wu Yuan, will kill you. Martial Ancestor was not to be outdone. The appearance of the three forces was very strong. They chased after Zichun all the way. At the same time, Evil Good and Evil Good was also looking for an opportunity to sneak attack. Zichun's incident shocked the world. All the forces and cultivators were paying attention to Zichun. Did he escape alive, or was he killed on the spot? Latest news. Zichun just escaped from Nimbus Martial Ancestor's range and went south. Song Ming chased after him and slashed. All the cultivators in the world were paying attention to Zichun's incident. Zichun is injured, but he escaped successfully. Song Ming lost Zichun. The successful escape caused an uproar. Li Hao caught up with Zichun and unleashed a sky full of flames, burning an entire mountain. All the beasts and creatures on the mountain died. What about Zichun? He escaped injured. Oh my god, he escaped again. Is he a cockroach that can't be killed? News about Zichun spread in the major cities. Wu Yuan used Destruction Palm. Martial Ancestor used his battle techniques repeatedly. A plain was turned into a canyon. Zichun escaped again with serious injuries. However, Evil Good and Evil Good caught up with him. Damn it, that monk only knows how to sneak attack. He's not a good person. This was the news a few days ago. All the cultivators rushed to the location of the incident. The ground collapsed and a huge crack that was hundreds of meters long appeared. Boundless energy was still surging even after a few days. It was obvious that a huge battle had taken place. Zichun is so fierce. Even though he's seriously injured, he still fought fiercely with the monk and left behind such a miserable battlefield. By the time everyone arrived, Zichun and the monk had already disappeared. A few days later, there was another news. The monk was slightly injured. How can that be? Evil Good and Evil Good is so strong that even the monsters can't injure him. Zichun is already seriously injured. How could he injure the monk? On this day, the world was shocked. Everyone was in disbelief. Evil Good and Evil Good's combat strength was not weaker than the three monsters. Some people even guessed that the monk was stronger than the three monsters. Even though his character wasn't that great, there was nothing to be said about this monk's combat strength. Zichun used a forbidden weapon. Another day later, the reason for the monk's injury was announced. Once a forbidden weapon was used, who could fight against it? It was natural for the monk to be slightly injured. Zichun went all the way south, attracting the attention of everyone. During this period, there were a few more huge battles, and Zichun escaped successfully. The people of Assassin's Pavilion attacked with a sure-kill attack. That sword light is like the sun in the sky. It's so bright that people can't open their eyes. Someone saw this scene from afar and spread the news. Is Zichun dead or alive? I don't know. I only heard the assassins of Assassin's Pavilion roaring. Zichun escaped all the way. However, he was like a cockroach that could not be killed. Every time he met a monster, he would be injured. However, he would recover quickly. News. The three monsters surrounded Zichun at the Broken Mountain Canyon. It's said that the monk is hiding in the dark. When the news spread, the world sighed. It's over. A monster of a generation has fallen. It's a pity. Zichun's combat strength is unparalleled, but his cultivation realm is too low. Moreover, he's a rogue cultivator. He's definitely at a disadvantage against the monsters of the major factions. He's definitely going to die now that he's surrounded by the three factions. A monstrous genius had fallen in the end, and the major powers had won. The independent cultivators had once again lost the battle with the major powers. This was a result that had long been expected, but it was also very disappointing. He still hasn't created a miracle. He's just a rogue cultivator. Naturally, he can't go against the major factions. He's not heaven-defying after all. On this day, the world sighed. No one thought that Zichun could survive after being surrounded by the three factions. He had no backing, no power, and no influence. Zichun's death was an inevitable and necessary outcome. He was not like the monk. Although the monk was evil and had a bad reputation, he had a strong backing and no one was willing to provoke him. Even the major factions had to be polite to him. Unfortunately, Zichen was just a rogue cultivator and no one cared about him. Chapter 237. The three forces surrounded Zichen. Everyone thought that Zichen would definitely die, but the result was beyond their expectations. The latest news is that Zichen fought a fierce battle with the three evildoers. He was seriously injured, but he escaped successfully. As soon as the news came out, the world was shocked. First, they checked whether the news was true or false. A day later, it was confirmed that the brother of a friend of an itinerant cultivator's uncle, who was a servant of the Li family, gave the accurate news. Zichen was still alive. Oh my God, he's really alive. He didn't die in the face of the siege of the three forces. After a fierce battle, he escaped with serious injuries. Miracle. This is a miracle. Zichen is the creator of miracles. He's going to defy the heavens. Zichen escaped again, which shocked the world. All the itinerant cultivators were happy for Zichen. At this moment, Zichen represented all the powerless itinerant cultivators in the world and counterattacked the major forces. He created a magnificent feat and performed a miracle. Bullshit. What fierce battle. This thief is very slippery. He actually found the entrance to the underground water and escaped. The three forces felt wronged. There was no fierce battle at all. They just surrounded Zichen. Many people didn't even see Zichen's face before he escaped. But now the outside world was abuzz with the news that Zichen fought with the evildoers of the three forces. After the battle, the world shook and the sea dried up and the rocks crumbled. Although he was seriously injured, he escaped successfully. The three forces were in a difficult situation, but they couldn't speak of it. The high-profile comeback of the three evildoers actually made the itinerant cultivators in the world stand on Zichen's side. Various versions appeared. All of them were unfavorable to the three forces. Although none of them were true, everyone liked to hear about it. Sometimes, even they didn't believe what they said. It was pure imagination. However, the three forces became the object of imagination of the itinerant cultivators in the world, which was somewhat embarrassing. It's all because of this greedy monk. He's greedy and despicable. If it weren't for him, Zichen would have been dead. The tyrant was also plotting for Zichen's belongings and had been following him all the way. However, he was not on the same path as the other three forces. Naturally, there were some small conflicts between them. However, this conflict was fatal at the critical moment. Zichen's repeated attempts to escape had something to do with the monk. After the shocking battle in the canyon, Zichen seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, vanishing without a trace. No matter how hard the three forces and the assassins from the heavenly slaughter pavilion searched for him, they could not find a single clue. Lightning Dominion. It was rumored that the lightning region was formed after a corner of the mysterious lightning divine hall was shattered, and for the sake of this corner of the lightning region, a large sect was destroyed. And this large sect was the Boundless sect. After seeing the lightning territory and understanding its origins, Amo sighed endlessly. It was as if he had returned to 10,000 years ago, an era filled with war. What exactly is the Lightning Divine Palace? Zichen hid in the fourth level of the lightning region and asked. After escaping all the way to the south, Zichen finally hid in the lightning region. This was probably something that no one would have thought of. Furthermore, to the outside world, the lightning region was a dangerous place. Even those who came by flying would not dare to enter, but Zichen could enter unimpeded. This was the best place to hide. It is rumored to be the inheritance of a god. If someone could enter the depths, they would be able to obtain the inheritance of the Lightning Divine Hall. From then on, they would become immortal and indestructible, becoming the Lightning Divine Hall. Amo hid in the Taiji diagram. This was the lightning region, and lightning was a fatal threat to a soul like him. Could there really be immortal and indestructible gods in this world? Zichen was astonished. I don't know. In any case, I have never seen it before. Everything is just a legend. However, the Lightning Divine Hall truly exists. Every once in a while, it would appear. Then what about your old master? His battle strength was unparalleled. Could it be that he was not a god? Zichen asked. My old master's strength was unprecedented. However, there was still a certain gap between him and a god. Gods are known to be immortal and indestructible. Everything that is destroyed and killed is not a god. A true god is immortal and indestructible. Amo's voice was somewhat melancholic. Since he is immortal and indestructible, then why is there a god's inheritance? Where did the inheritance come from? What about the previous lightning god? Zichun was unwilling to accept this. Amo was startled. Clearly, he had never thought of this question. Everyone was blinded by the lightning divine hall. It was enough that there was an inheritance. Who would think about where the inheritance came from? After pondering for a moment, Amo said, I also do not know. Everything is just a rumor. I have never seen what the lightning divine hall looks like. Back then, when the sects attacked the lightning divine hall, I also do not know. What was the lightning divine hall? Practically no one could explain it clearly. In the entire Sky Martial continent, there was only one version that was passed down. That was that the lightning divine hall contained the lightning god's inheritance. Once one obtained it, they would be immortal and indestructible. However, countless years had passed, and no one had ever ascended the lightning divine hall. Lightning region's 4th level. With the spatial spirit ring, there was no need to worry about food and drink. Zichun simply went into seclusion here to recover from his injuries. Stalk after stalk of spirit herbs were swallowed by Zichan into his stomach, refining them to recover from his injuries. 7 days later, after refining all of the 1,000-year-old spirit herbs, Zichan's bones began to emit popping sounds, as if beans were being fried. His entire body was overflowing with golden light. His injuries had already completely healed. After a series of fierce battles and continuous fleeing, Zichen's strength had once again improved a little. He was now one step closer to the true energy boundary. Within abdomen, the golden Zhanqi was even denser. However, it was still far from enough to step into the true energy boundary. When others broke through to the true energy boundary, a single true energy pill was enough. However, Amo insisted on not letting Zichun use the true energy pill. Instead, he worked hard to raise his strength. Once the Zhanqi in his body reached a certain limit, it would naturally transform into true energy. What you cultivated before was the heavenly lightning body tempering art. If I'm not wrong, this cultivation technique's early stage is to temper the body. Only when you reach the true energy boundary is the true tempering of the body. Furthermore, you also cultivated a supreme secret technique. The combination of the two techniques allowed you to cultivate a perfect body. This is an extremely terrifying physique. It is said to be perfect, without any flaws. Perfect body cultivation is not easy to come by, and breaking through is even more difficult. When you break through to the true energy boundary, there might be some changes. Before you break through, you have to prepare in advance. Atamo hid within the Taiji diagram and warned. His words were not without reason. The heavenly lightning body tempering art had already completed the tempering of the body. Presumably, the next step would be the true tempering of the body. After recovering from his injuries, Zichun sat cross-legged for another 2 days to completely stabilize his state of mind. After making all the preparations, he took out the ice lotus. The ice lotus had been sealed in ice for 5,000 years. At this moment, it appeared, emitting a brilliant light. Every lotus petal was crystal clear and exquisite. It was like a perfect ice sculpture without any flaws. Ka-ka. As the golden Zhanqi was injected, cracks appeared on the solid ice. As the cracks spread, it finally exploded. The 5,000-year-old ice lotus appeared in Zichen's hand. The ice lotus was like a piece of solid ice. It was cold to the touch and crystal clear. It emitted a rich spiritual energy. As soon as it appeared from the solid ice, the spiritual energy began to dissipate. Even the air was cold. Zichun took a deep breath and prepared for the breakthrough. Pop, with a golden light in his hand, a lotus petal shattered and turned into a ball of rich, spiritual liquid. Zichun took a big breath and the spiritual liquid was pulled into a line of water and was sucked into Zichen's mouth. As the spiritual liquid entered his mouth, it was cool and very comfortable. As it entered his stomach, It turned into a cool energy and flowed into his meridians. Zichen's entire body was glowing with a golden light. The supreme secret technique, along with the heavenly thunder reshaping incantation, was constantly circulating. Before this energy entered the dantian, it was first absorbed by the body. The energy contained in a lotus petal was almost unimaginable. It took a full 2 days for it to be completely absorbed. The golden light around Zichen's body was even brighter. Pop, pop, another 2 lotus petals shattered, turning into spiritual liquid and entering Zichen's abdomen. An even denser spiritual energy surged towards his limbs and bones, and even into his body's bones. A 5,000-year-old spirit herb contained immense spiritual energy. Zichen absorbed it very carefully. However, the perfect body, which should have reached its limits, was like a huge desert under the rich spiritual liquid. No matter how much spiritual liquid was injected, it couldn't satisfy the desert. At this moment, Zichen realized the uniqueness of the perfect body. It was like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled at all. His strength didn't break through, but his perfect body was still growing. It hadn't reached a limit. Golden quintessential energy surged in abdomen. It was just a little short of perfection. Pop, pop, the lotus petal exploded and the energy entered his stomach. This energy was absorbed by his heart, and then through his blood, it entered his bones and meridians. Finally, it was completely refined by the supreme secret canon. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Zichen had refined 5 lotus petals. There were still 4 petals and 1 stamen left. The golden light around him became even richer. His perfect body became stronger again as golden lightning surrounded his body. Pop, 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 the golden light in his hand tapped 4 times. With 4 consecutive sounds, the 4 petals shattered and the rich spiritual liquid entered his stomach. Zichen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His body shimmered with golden light as he looked solemn. His perfect body was constantly transforming. At the same time, golden lightning lingered on his body. This was a sign that his lightning quintessential energy was about to reach perfection. The energy of the 4 petals was also absorbed bit by bit. Pop, time passed. In the end, the stamen exploded and turned into pure spiritual liquid that entered Zichen's body. This was a 5,000-year-old ice lotus. The spiritual energy it contained was indescribable. Zichen originally imagined that it wouldn't be used up, but he never expected that just his perfect body would absorb 2/3 of the ice lotus's energy. Only when the final third was reached did he give some energy to abdomen. The golden light around Zichen trembled as streaks of golden lightning swam around his body. When the stamen's energy was completely absorbed, Zichen finally reached the peak of the Scientian realm. He had finally broken through to Khanate perfection. At this moment, the quintessential energy in his body reached a limit. When the conditions were right, it would naturally transform into quintessential essence. Boom! But at this moment, a strange change occurred. The entire Thunder Dominion began to tremble. Boundless lightning exploded and a thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky, directly piercing through the Thunder Dominion's light barrier and landing on Zichen's body. It was a bolt of heavenly lightning. After Zichen's strength reached perfection, the heavenly lightning body tempering art finally played its role and began to temper his body. Chapter 238. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning struck down from above Zichen's head. It was as though 5 bolts of lightning had struck him. A destructive aura rippled as the power of lightning wreaked havoc. The expected scene of Zichen being crushed by the lightning did not happen. Golden light overflowed from Zichen's body as streaks of golden lightning circled around his body, blocking the attack for him. It's indeed heavenly lightning striking the body. Zichen, you have to survive it. The benefits in the future will be great. Emo sent a voice transmission to Zichen with an excited tone. In the past, the Limitless sect dominated the southern region, but no one had heard of a true essence realm cultivator experiencing a lightning tribulation. Although Zichen's talent wasn't high, he had cultivated a terrifying perfect body. Now that he was about to experience a lightning tribulation, his future achievements would be limitless. Got it. Zichun had already opened his eyes. His eyes flickered as a powerful aura filled his body. After refining a 5,000-year-old ice lotus, his strength had become even stronger and his perfect body was even more terrifying. Boom! The second bolt of heavenly lightning struck down with a terrifying aura. The light barrier around the lightning dominion was like a decoration in front of the heavenly lightning. It was instantly pierced through, and the heavenly lightning struck. Pong! Zichun clenched his fists and flew up into the sky. His perfect body was completely revealed as golden light blinded one's eyes. He brandished his fist and smashed at the second bolt of heavenly lightning. Dong! With a loud bang, the world trembled. The lightning in the lightning dominion became even more violent. The second bolt of heavenly lightning wreaked havoc, but it was shattered by Zichun. The powerful perfect body was very terrifying. The heavenly lightning was dispersed, turning into energy that scattered in all directions. Zichun sucked it into his body. Then, he circulated the supreme mystic manual and refined the heavenly lightning energy. Boom! The lightning was terrifying. Each bolt was stronger than the last. When the third bolt of lightning struck down, the world emitted a blinding light. Zichun punched out as his body shone with golden light. Exuberant lifeblood surged into the sky and shattered the third bolt of lightning with a boom. This perfect body is too terrifying. It actually dispersed the heavenly lightning. RMO was extremely shocked in the Taiji diagram. Boom! There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. All the heavenly lightning seemed to have appeared out of thin air. There was no need to accumulate power at all. The fourth heavenly lightning quickly fell. It was even more powerful and had a destructive aura. It caused the space to tremble as it fell on Zichun's head. Pong! This time, the perfect body, which had always been successful, was injured. Zichun's figure flew backward, and cracks appeared on his fist that was emitting golden light. The fourth heavenly thunder already injured me slightly. I wonder how many there are in total. Zichun looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. The heavenly thunder was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The heavens and earth trembled as a destructive aura appeared. The fifth bolt of lightning descended, causing the space to tremble. Boom! When the lightning struck, Zichun used his perfect body to block it. Following that, blood splattered. His fist was injured, revealing eerie white bones. The protective light shield around Zichun also shattered. Boundless lightning energy entered his body and began to wreak havoc in his body. Each bolt of lightning was stronger and faster than the last. Boom! Just as the fifth bolt of lightning fell, the sixth bolt of lightning appeared. It was even stronger and more powerful. Before Zichun could react, it struck Zichun's head. Boundless lightning energy entered his body, almost splitting the top of Zichun's head. However, there was still a bolt of lightning energy that entered his sea of consciousness and converged with his will. Zichun could not help but cry out in pain when his will was attacked by the lightning. The heavenly thunder was attacking his will, surging with a destructive aura. However, if he was baptized by the lightning, Zichun's will would be strengthened again. Heavenly thunder tempering body was not only tempering the body, but also the will. However, there was half blessing and half disaster. It was up to him to see if he could avoid this calamity. Zichun gritted his teeth and persevered. He kept circulating his cultivation technique. The true qi in abdomen was mobilized again, filling the surface of his body. His eyes were abnormally bright as he looked at the sky. An unyielding fighting spirit rose in his heart. Zichun, you have a perfect body. It's just a single lightning tribulation. It's not worth mentioning. Once you survive it, your strength will increase greatly. Moreover, you will be able to cultivate the yin-yang secret art and become a well-deserved monster. Imo encouraged from the side. Boom! The seventh bolt of heavenly lightning landed on Zichun's body. The terrifying energy caused Zichun's body to be covered in blood. White bones were exposed in many places. The scene was very frightening. Zichun gritted his teeth and persevered. He activated the innate true qi in his body. With a loud shout, he went against the sky and rushed towards the eighth bolt of lightning. Boom! Thunder boomed, and the entire thunder region trembled. Zichun was struck down by the eighth bolt of heavenly thunder, smashing into the ground. His entire body was charred black, like a piece of charcoal, accompanied by a faint trace of life. Zichun, you have to persevere. It's just a single lightning tribulation. Once you survive it, you will truly transform. At that time, you will see the true terror of a perfect body. Imo shouted from within the Taiji diagram. Zichun, hope is in front of you. The yin-yang secret art is beckoning to you. Only when you break through to the true essence realm will you become a true monster. Zichen's charred body trembled slightly as if he was replying to Amo's words. In his heart, a steady stream of life energy was replenishing. Zichen's life aura also became more and more vigorous. Zichen's body trembled as rays of golden light appeared once again, breaking through his charred skin. His pitch-black eyes once again became bright and resplendent. Come on, the ninth bolt of lightning. Zichen's fighting spirit surged again. His heroic spirit soared into the sky, emitting an unyielding fighting spirit. At this moment, the ninth bolt of lightning fell. Boom! The last bolt of lightning exploded, but the sound covered the entire lightning territory. It was as if this bolt of lightning was the only thing left in the world. It fell from the sky, flashing with silver light. It was dazzling and had an aura of destruction as it went straight for Zichen. Zichen's body emitted a brilliant golden light. His entire body soared into the sky like a golden sun, rushing towards the ninth bolt of lightning. Boom! The lightning collided with Zichen, and an unparalleled aura erupted. Terrifying energy continued to wreak havoc. The silver light and golden light continued to be entangled in the air. Then, the silver light overshadowed the golden light and directly swallowed Zichen. Pong! A pitch-black figure fell from the sky. It was like a charred body, emitting black smoke. It smashed into the lightning territory without a sound. The world was silent. The first lightning tribulation had disappeared. Even the lightning territory had stopped raging. The first lightning tribulation had 9 bolts of lightning. After the 9 bolts of lightning fell, the world returned to calm. Everything was silent. Zichen. Amo's roar sounded from the Taiji diagram. With a flash of light, Amo appeared. He saw the charred corpse on the ground. It was completely silent. Zichen, you can't die, Amo shouted. You have a perfect body. A mere first lightning tribulation is nothing. Are you going to be knocked down just like that? Zichen had already turned into charcoal. His body was emitting black smoke. There was no sign of life, but Amo was still shouting. Zichen, don't forget about the hatred of the Nimbus martial ancestor. The Grand Elder is watching you from the sky. He's waiting for you to avenge the Nimbus martial ancestor. Amo shouted, trying to awaken Zichen's thoughts. And Lin Shui, she's also waiting for you. Su Mingyao's fate is unknown. How can you die now? Amo was roaring at the charred corpse, but the charred corpse was indifferent. There was no sound. The lightning tribulation was terrifying. It had an endless aura of destruction, but it was also accompanied by a rich vitality. Imo did not believe that Zichen would die. He was trying to awaken Zichen's thoughts that were about to die. Imo shouted loudly, his voice echoing over and over again. Pop! Zichen's charred body suddenly made a sound. Although it was very soft, it reached Amo's mind. Zichen, wake up quickly. Atamo shouted loudly, his face filled with ecstasy. Spiritual senses surged out. He knew that Zichen's thoughts were still alive. Pop! Another sound was heard. The charred body trembled slightly as a golden light seemed to appear. Zichen, lightning tribulation has completely transformed your perfect body. You have broken through to quintessential essence. You are a true monster. Suddenly, a rich vitality appeared. It was like a huge storm that appeared out of thin air. The rich vitality surged out from the charred corpse and spread in all directions. The charred corpse was nourished by the vitality. Zichen's aura gradually became stronger. This was a sign that he was about to recover. Pong! When the boundless vitality reached a limit, a loud sound was heard. The charred body exploded completely. A naked man appeared from within. He was surrounded by a golden light. like a golden sun that bloomed with endless golden light. The lightning tribulation had a terrifying aura of destruction, but it was also accompanied by vitality. This vitality allowed Zichen to reconstruct his body and complete another transformation. This was a true transformation, from innate stage to quintessential essence, and after going through the lightning tribulation, it formed a perfect body. At this moment, Zichen could be considered a perfect body. Perfect body. This is the perfect body. Zichen clenched his fists and felt a terrifying energy hibernating in his body. He had an illusion that if he punched out now, he could even shatter a mountain. In addition to the changes in his perfect body, Zichen's consciousness also became golden. After the baptism of the lightning tribulation, his consciousness became stronger. If Zichen's consciousness could extend dozens of meters before, then after the baptism of the lightning tribulation, Zichen's consciousness increased several times. It was almost comparable to the consciousness of those monsters. At the same time, the true qi in Zichen's abdomen had also successfully turned into quintessential essence. The golden lightning true qi turned into lightning quintessential essence. It became purer and richer. True qi turning into quintessential essence is the true beginning. The lightning tribulation technique has taken shape. In the future, it will be continuous lightning tribulation. Now, I can cultivate the yin-yang art. Amo was very happy that Zichen had survived the first lightning tribulation, but his voice was a little low. The yin-yang art was a cultivation technique that sought a way out of a dead end. Every breakthrough was a narrow escape. You have to be careful. You must make yin and yang compatible. Yin and yang must be balanced. Imo warned again. The yin-yang art represented the compatibility of extreme yin and extreme yang. The two extreme energies could coexist. This cultivation technique was very powerful, but once cultivated, it was a narrow escape. Back then, the Wuji sect had also selected a group of talented geniuses to cultivate the compatibility of yin and yang. However, none of them could achieve the old master's achievements. Chapter 239. The yin-yang art was the coexistence of extreme yin and extreme yang. When Zichen first received the inheritance, he knew how difficult it would be. If not for the mysterious heart, he would have died long ago. Hearing Amo's low voice, Zichen's emotions were affected. He chose his own path. Whether yin and yang coexisted or collided, it was also Zichen's choice. The feeling of loss was quickly thrown to the back of his mind. His enemies were all over the world, and each of them was a powerful force. If he couldn't produce something decent, he would be mediocre and would be hunted down all over the world. Not to mention counterattacking, he could die at any time. At this moment, with the yin-yang art, he could take a gamble. Once he succeeded, he would still be hunted down in the future, but he would have some capital to counterattack. If the yin-yang art is successful, you will naturally be able to suppress those powerful forces. The martial ancestors art and the secret manual of red clouds. I've never heard of them before. They must be mediocre techniques. These were Amo's words to encourage Zichen. Cultivate the yin-yang art. Without hesitation, Zichen made up his mind. In the future, he would walk on a single plank bridge. Once he fell, he would die. He would seek survival in the midst of a dead end. But before that, I have to understand what's going on in my heart. Zichen sat cross-legged, mobilized his mind, and began to look inside himself. When he was in the Xiantian realm, Zichen already had the ability to look inside himself, but he couldn't see through his heart even after trying a few times. This time, after the baptism of thunder and lightning, his mind became more solid and golden. Zichen looked towards his heart. With his mind strengthened, this time, it was easy to look inside himself. Everything was as Old Imo had said. Success was achieved naturally. His mind went through his heart and looked into its depths. At this moment, Zichen finally saw the mysterious heart that had brought him back from the dead and helped him resolve all the crises he faced. It was a small silver ball. The silver light was as bright as pure silver. A round ball the size of a walnut was in his heart. That's it. Zichen saw Lei Yuan. Its entire body was glowing with silver light, and it looked very much like the lightning energy that he had cultivated in the past. Furthermore, this energy was very pure. However, the round bead did not look like a pure energy body. Instead, it looked more like an object. It was this thing that not only could release lightning energy, it could also release life energy. It was very mysterious. After looking at it for a long time, Zichun still couldn't figure out anything, so he simply stopped studying it and withdrew his consciousness. Now, he finally knew the secret behind the mysterious heart. Although he didn't know what the silver ball was, it definitely wasn't a bad thing. All right, let's begin. Zichun adjusted his mood, took a deep breath, and began to cultivate the yin-yang formula. Buzz. Extreme yin and extreme yang yuan qi appeared in Zichun's body. These were the energies that had been hidden in his meridians in the land of legacy. Now, with the circulation of the cultivation method, they all appeared. When yin and yang are compatible, they will be very powerful. However, if they are not compatible, they will explode with a destructive aura. Try using a little bit of yin and yang yuan qi first. Zichun carefully controlled these two grain-sized elemental energies and slowly merged them together. Boom! Under the activation of the yin-yang formula, the yin and yang yuan qi came into contact with each other. A violent aura emerged. When yin and yang were incompatible, it directly caused an explosion. The destructive aura began to wreak havoc in Zichun's body. Zichun's body was surrounded by a resplendent golden light. The energy of the explosion was not much. Although it was terrifying, it did not destroy the perfect body. It only destroyed his meridians. However, in the next moment, a life aura emerged from the Lei Yuan and began to repair his damaged meridians. Armo was very nervous. Even though Zichun had a pure perfect body, he felt that the chances were slim. After all, Zichun's talent wasn't very high. He was able to obtain the recognition of extreme yin and extreme yang because of his perfect body. This physique was very suitable for cultivating the yin-yang formula. However, in the past, there were also people with perfect bodies who cultivated the yin-yang formula in the Boundless sect. In the end, both of them were destroyed. What a pity. If Zichun only had a single inheritance, extreme yin or extreme yang, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. His future achievements would be limitless. However, with the inheritance of the yin-yang formula, there are many variables. Armo was very anxious. At that moment, he felt that Zichun's body was filled with a destructive aura. Armo's expression changed drastically. However, the aura soon disappeared. I failed. Thankfully, it's a perfect body. If it were an ordinary person, they would have exploded. Armo secretly rejoiced. Before obtaining the Lei Yuan, Zichun had cultivated for a few years and was only at the 4th level of true energy. His talent wasn't high at all. Now that extreme yin and extreme yang were compatible, he failed time and time again. However, Zichun wasn't discouraged, nor did he give up. Instead, he endured the danger of his body exploding and walked alone on the bridge. On both sides was a bottomless abyss. If he fell in, there would be nothing left of him. Boom! With another loud quake, Zichun's face distorted. The destructive aura extended from his body and rushed to the surface of his body. Blood surged, and Zichun instantly turned into a bloody man. Blood gushed out of his 7 orifices and pores. He failed again. Armo was very nervous as he kept staring at Zichun. The first time he cultivated the yin-yang formula was very crucial because he couldn't grasp the trick. In the past, many people were stuck at this step and directly destroyed. The destructive aura was blocked by the perfect body. The Lei Yuan once again transmitted the aura of life. It was only at this moment that Zichun realized the importance of a perfect body. He experimented over and over again. If he didn't have a perfect body, he would have long self-destructed. The destructive aura surged again. Zichun's body emitted a resplendent golden light. Following that, a crack appeared in between his eyebrows, emitting cracking sounds. Blood flowed out from the crack. Armo's heart trembled as he watched. Zichun had almost been split into 2 just now. Lei Yuan once again accelerated the transmission of energy. This was an extremely terrifying scene. Zichun was walking on the edge of death. With every step he took, he could die. In this world, Only people with great perseverance would dare to do so. Failure after failure. Zichen's talent wasn't high, but he was never discouraged. Over and over again, he had suffered fatal injuries several times, and was only a hair's breadth away from death. Finally, after countless failures, Zichun succeeded. His entire body shone with a golden light. Extreme yin and extreme yang finally began to coexist. Although they were only the size of a grain of rice, this was the beginning of success. Zichun had been missing for 3 whole months. During this period, the experts of the 3 forces were all out. They had spies in a radius of tens of thousands of miles. There were even spies around the silent jungle. However, Zichen seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, without a trace. During this period, the 3 forces didn't give up on the search. At the same time, the elusive assassin pavilion didn't slack off either. They hid in the dark and searched for Zichen. Just like Monk, one always wanted to sneak attack while the other wanted to kill. 3 months without any clues. Could Zichen be dead? Impossible. He should be cultivating in seclusion. After 3 months, Zichen's fame didn't diminish. Everyone was talking about him in the streets, inns, and restaurants. Zichen's name could be heard everywhere. He's indeed a monster. His combat strength is unparalleled. He could even escape in the end after fighting with 3 monsters. Even Monk was severely injured when fighting with him. In a 3-story restaurant, there were cultivators drinking and chatting. The topic of their conversation was naturally Zichen. Zichen is nothing. He's just a mere khanate. I can kill him with one hand. At the table next to them, a young man frowned and snorted. Friend, be careful of your words. Zichen's combat strength is unparalleled. Even Monk Evil Good was injured. Don't you think you're exaggerating? Someone next to him said, he's just a trash khanate. What monster is he? He's just trash. If I meet him, I can kill him with one hand. The young man was very arrogant and said disdainfully, as for him injuring Monk Evil Good, he only used a forbidden weapon. It's not considered combat strength. You're too arrogant. Even if he didn't use a forbidden weapon, Zichen has already killed an expert at the 2nd sky of true essence. Someone next to him was disgusted by the young man's arrogance. That's why I said he's trash. He's already in his 20s, but he's only in the khanate realm. He could kill a 2nd sky with the help of an ancient weapon. He's useless. I can kill him with one slap. The cultivator was very arrogant and wore a luxurious robe. Wong. Someone next to him wanted to refute, but unexpectedly, a powerful aura surged around the young man and true essence surrounded him. 4th sky of true essence. Someone cried out in alarm, and his expression changed greatly. This young man was definitely not more than 25 years old, but he was already at the 4th sky of true essence. He was very talented. Zichen is nothing. If he dares to appear, I'll kill him with one slap. True essence surrounded the young man, and a cold aura surged. The temperature in the air dropped instantly, as if they were in a 10,000-year-old ice cellar. It made people feel cold. He's just a coward. If he dares to appear in this decapitation conference, I, Chu Xiong, will kill him. The young man left a vitality stone and turned to leave. He was tall and strong, and his cold aura made people feel cold. Chu Xiong, he's the organizer of the decapitation conference. He's from the Chu family of the Floating Snow City. The Floating Snow City's Chu family actually came. Chu Xiong's departure caused a commotion. Just like the Zhongli family of the Zhongli City and the Wang family of the Cloud City, the Chu family was a big family in the Floating Snow City. Although Chu Xiong's combat strength was not as good as a monster's, he was a true genius. He had cultivated to the 4th sky of true essence at such a young age. So he was the one who organized the decapitation conference. He's not alone. Some geniuses from several big factions are dissatisfied with Zichen's reputation. They specially organized the decapitation conference and invited many big factions to participate. This Chu Xiong is just one of the participants. Zichen has no enmity with the Chu family. Why did the Chu family send someone to kill Zichen this time? Who knows? Maybe it's for some great treasure. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. Some people were filled with anticipation for the decapitation conference. With so many geniuses gathered, they would spar and display their skills. There would also be good food and wine. It would definitely be lively. Decapitation Conference, Chu Family. Chapter 240. Songli City, Lin Family. The towering mahogany door was covered with a layer of dust. There were also a lot of things piled up in front of the door. A gust of wind blew the dust into the air. This was originally the Lin clan, a medium-sized clan in Songli City. However, at this moment, it looked as if it had been abandoned for a long time. Dust was flying everywhere, as if it had not been cleaned for a long time. A young man had been standing in front of the door for a long time. "Young man, are you looking for someone?" A peddler passed by and asked when he saw the young man in a daze. "Oh, uncle, this is the Lin family, right?" The young man smiled and asked kindly. "It is the Lin family." The young man's smile was very gentle. The peddler also smiled. "Uncle, where are the people of the Lin family?" The young man asked doubtfully. The peddler shook his head and said, "I don't know. They should have all moved away." A year ago, the head of the Lin family dismissed all the servants for some unknown reason. Then, overnight, there was not a single person left in the family. It caused quite a stir at that time. Quite a stir. The young man did not understand. That's right. The Lin family had a few businesses in the city that were very profitable. However, everyone from the Lin family disappeared overnight. There was no one to take care of these businesses. Many people benefited from it. At that time, it was very chaotic. The merchant laughed. "Oh, thank you, uncle. Uncle, do you know where they moved to?" "I don't know. No one knows." At that time, many peddlers wanted to buy the businesses of the Lin family. They were all looking for the Lin family, but they could not find them. The peddler shook his head. The young man smiled and thanked the peddler. Then, he turned and left, looking a little lonely. The young man was Zichon. He was worried about Lin Shui's safety, so he went to Songli City as soon as he came out of the Thunder region. But who knew that there was no one in the Lin family? A year ago, wasn't that when I had just come out from the ruins? At that time, everyone was paying attention to me. No one should have paid attention to the Lin family. The Lin family's leader chose to flee at that time. It was a wise decision. But where are they now? And Shui, she got the inheritance. No one should suspect her. Will she be in danger? At night, Zichun snuck into the Lin family. He was very careful, but he did not find any clues. It was as if the Lin family had disappeared into thin air. It's good that he disappeared. Only then can we be truly safe. Zichun finally left. However, he did not leave Songli City. Instead, he quietly waited for the start of the Imperial Decapitation Assembly. Since those major powers didn't want to let him go, how could he not swallow this anger? The Decapitation Assembly organized by a group of geniuses. Very good. There was a cold light in Zichun's eyes. His strength had increased, his perfect body had transformed, and he had cultivated the yin-yang art. Zichun was eager to find someone to test his strength. The Chun Severing Assembly was not held in Songli City. Instead, it was held several hundred miles away from Songli City, in a gigantic canyon. This was the famous Jianing Valley of the Songli City. In the 10,000 years of foundation of the Songli City, at least 3 major events were related to the Jianing Valley. 2,000 years after the establishment of the Songli City, a young hero appeared. He was powerful and his combat strength was comparable to a monster. Back then, the Songli and Songli families were impetuous. It was inevitable that their disciples would be frivolous and impetuous, resulting in them doing some outrageous things. For some unknown reason, these young disciples offended this hero. In the end, they were all slaughtered. The Songli and Songli families were shocked and sent out experts. However, this monster was powerful. The more he fought, the braver he became. That time, the Songli and Songli families suffered the greatest loss since the establishment of the Songli City. Many experts perished and many geniuses perished. Although the hero's combat strength was unparalleled, he could not withstand the many experts. In the end, he was slain in a huge canyon. And this canyon was called Demon Slaying Valley back then. Later on, it felt inappropriate, so it was named Jianing Valley. It meant that it was a place where heroes were slain. The last 2 times, one was 1,000 years apart, and the other was 2,000 years apart. The process and outcome were similar. 3 powerful monsters were slain here. For the Chen Severing Assembly to be held here, it was clear that Zichun was a hero. Although it was more likely to lure Zichen here, according to Zichen's battle record, he could also be called a hero. It was just that the hero's strength was much weaker than his predecessors. Roar! When the Chen Severing Assembly was held, geniuses appeared one after another. Many of them rode on strange beasts and roared loudly. This was a gathering of geniuses. Moreover, for the sake of the success of this assembly, the several great factions had spent a great deal of money. In the canyon, there were many tables with many fruits, wine, and delicacies. There was no lack of rare spirit fruits, and all of them were used to entertain the geniuses. In the canyon, there was even a 10-meter-high platform that was several hundred meters high. It was for the cultivators to spar. Ong! A rock screeched, its voice sharp and ear-piercing. The martial ancestors' geniuses arrived one after another. Leading them was a blue-clothed youth named Wuja. He was at the 4th layer of true essence, and behind him were several 3rd layers. The earth trembled. Strange beasts roared, their voices rumbling like thunder. The geniuses of the Tsang and Li families also arrived one after another. The geniuses of the 3 great factions arrived one after another. At the same time, horses neighed and hooves sounded. A few people appeared at the end of the canyon, greeting these geniuses from afar. These were the geniuses of some small factions. There were also some loose cultivators, and their strength was at the true essence realm. Among them was the young master of Little Orchid Town's Zhao family. The latter had actually broken through to the true essence realm, but his strength was only at the 1st layer of true essence. It was somewhat awkward here. Those who dared to participate in the Chen Severing Assembly naturally had strength. Most of them were at the 3rd layer of true essence. As for those at the 1st or 2nd layer, they were purely here to join in the fun. Of course, there were also some geniuses who came with ulterior motives. Zichen's battle prowess is comparable to a freak, but his strength is low. He can escape time and time again because his luck is too good. There were also some cultivators who previously supported Zichun and disliked these great factions. However, when they arrived here, their words changed, and they changed from fans to haters. That's not necessarily true. Zichun has killed many geniuses since his appearance. He is strong and fully deserving of the title of freak. His strength might not be strong, but his battle prowess is unparalleled. Some people stood from a neutral point of view and did not want to offend anyone. They talked loudly and at the same time enjoyed the fine wine and delicacies. Of course, there was no lack of people who came specifically to eat and drink. At the next table, a young man ignored the strange gazes around him and buried his head in eating. He ate ferociously, as if he was a reincarnated hungry ghost. This is delicious. It's actually a spirit fruit. Very good. The taste of this dish is very good. This is very ordinary. The young man was like a hungry ghost. He had not eaten for hundreds of years. At this moment, he was eating to his heart's content. He spoke as he ate, his saliva splattering everywhere. The dishes on the table were almost inedible. Where did this hungry ghost come from? How can you be so unruly? That's right. Don't you know that there are many people here? Someone at the side said unhappily. The young man raised his head and grinned, revealing the half-chewed food. He smiled and said, "You guys eat too. Eat." He started to speak before swallowing the food, and immediately spat it all over the table. "You." Someone was furious and stood up. "What?" The young man looked at him. "Humph. You really have no manners." After that, everyone at the table left. Only the young man continued to eat and drink, which attracted dissatisfied gazes. I wonder where this country bumpkin came from. How can he be so unruly? That's right. How can such a person participate in the decapitation conference? The young man ate and smacked his lips, which attracted even more dissatisfaction. Among them, many disciples of the major forces also cast dissatisfied gazes. What is a mere Zichun? As long as he dares to appear, I can kill him alone. You need one person, but I only need one hand. TSK, I only need one finger. Chen fans became Chen haters. Adding on the fact that they had drunk too much wine, they became even worse at this moment, and all of them began to boast. It was as if he had transformed into an ancestral master-level powerhouse. Everyone, we only have one goal in organizing the decapitation conference, and that is to kill Zichun. On the high platform, a major force spoke, "Kill Zichun! Kill Zichun!" Cheers came from below, each louder than the last. If you want to kill Zichun, you must find Zichun. Here, I hope that everyone will do their part to help find Zichun. Whoever can provide accurate clues will be rewarded with 1,000 source stones. On the high platform, a genius spoke again. 1,000 source stones reward was definitely a huge sum of money for these true energy realm existences. All of them were breathing rapidly, and greed shone in their eyes. Kill Zichun? It's easy for you to say. That Zichun has monstrous battle strength. Even those monstrous geniuses can't kill him. Do you think you can? Suddenly, a discordant voice came from the crowd. Everyone turned their heads, and when they saw that it was that hungry ghost, they all looked at him with disdain. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? Don't you see that the few geniuses are speaking? Immediately, someone criticized the young man. I'm speaking the truth. Zichun's battle strength is unparalleled, comparable to a monstrous genius. You're offering a reward of 1,000 source stones. It seems very high, but who can guarantee that you won't be killed by Zichun when you see him? The young man said coldly, on the surface, you're offering a reward, but your intention is to kill us. Are our lives only worth 1,000 source stones? The young man said loudly, but not everyone agreed. Some cultivators said disdainfully, don't flatter yourself. Someone like you isn't even worth 1,000 source stones. The young man's words caused a wave of criticism, but it also made the genius on the high platform speechless. He had prepared a lot of bold words. I'm speaking the truth. Recently, the three major forces have been suffering losses. Even the monstrous geniuses were sent out, but they still couldn't kill Zichun. Now, these geniuses aren't even comparable to a monstrous genius. What right do they have to brag here? The young man laughed disdainfully. Everyone around stepped back. There were already people who could see that this was a person who came purely to cause trouble. Good, good, good. Today's decapitation assembly has a segment of mutual learning. Since there are people who can't wait and want to experience our methods, then feel free to come up. On the high platform, the geniuses of the major forces said their last words. Haha, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Let me see how powerful the techniques of your major forces are, to be able to let Zichun escape again and again. The young man laughed loudly, and in a flash, he went up to the high platform. P.S. It's really painful to live without a manuscript. It's finally done. Chapter 241. The platform was at least 10 meters high. The young man's aura surged as he rushed up in an instant. His movements were clean and nimble. However, what he thought was natural and unrestrained did not lead to cheers. Instead, he was booed. I thought he had some tricks up his sleeve. I didn't expect him to only be a level 1 cultivator. A pewter spearhead that looks like silver but is useless. This guy ate an entire table of food and drank 3 jugs of wine. He must have drunk too much. A mere level 1 cultivator dares to be so arrogant here. He's simply courting death. The boos from the crowd grew louder and louder. After seeing the young man's strength, the geniuses shook their heads with disdain in their eyes. Haha, come on. Let me see the skills of your big families. The young man laughed. His voice was deafening. He's really courting death. With such strength, he dares to challenge the skills of the big families. He won't even know how he died. He's so arrogant when he's not strong. He's simply a brainless foodie. Disdainful voices came from all around again. Humph, I don't need the big families. I can kill you. In the crowd, a figure flew up quickly and flashed onto the platform, standing opposite the young man. A murderous aura surged. Kill me. The young man was stunned and asked, Isn't this a friendly match? Don't tell me you want to fight to the death? Of course. My time is precious. I don't have time to fight to the death with you. The person was very arrogant. His aura surged. He was a level 2 cultivator. The young man turned his head and looked at the person from the big families in confusion. He asked, "Isn't this a friendly match? Can it be a life and death battle?" Of course. We cultivators go against the heavens. We walk through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Why can't we have a life and death battle? Chu Xiong suddenly said. From the beginning, he disliked the young man. He didn't eat properly, sat properly, and even spoke like a normal person. This made him feel disgusted and murderous. Hearing this, the young man's face turned pale. He said, "Then I won't fight. You can find someone else for the life and death battle. I'm just here to spar." With that, the young man walked off the platform. What is it? Are you scared after hearing about a life and death battle? What courage do you have? Or are you afraid that I will kill you? The opposing cultivator said disdainfully. Grandpa said that I can't fight to the death with others, because if I hit too hard, I might kill them. The young man's face was pale, and his eyes flickered. Ha ha. A burst of laughter came from below. Ha ha ha. The laughter grew louder and louder. Hey, listen to this. What a funny reason. You're clearly afraid of a life and death battle, yet you can come up with such a dignified reason. You're definitely a genius. Only a genius could come up with such a hilarious reason. Many people couldn't help but burst into laughter. The crowd burst into laughter. Immediately after, a silhouette appeared in front of the young man. It was Chu Xiong. He then said coldly, "Those who don't want to fight will die." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura exploded out. Under this aura, the young man was forced to take a few steps back. When he reached the center of the high platform again, his face turned pale. "Brat, this is the result of your words. Today, no one can protect you." Seeing the young man return, the eyes of the opposing cultivator flashed with killing intent. He appeared at this moment to curry favor with the major powers. If he could kill such a hothead, he would naturally gain the favor of the major powers, or even friendship. I have no choice but to fight. Do I have to kill him? The young man stared at Chu Xiong. "Kill him if you can," Chu Xiong said coldly. Now, he couldn't wait to kill this cowardly and stubborn guy. All right then. The young man's face turned pale. He looked at the opposing cultivator and said, "I'm going to kill you." "Brat, did I hear wrongly? What did you say?" The cultivator laughed and looked at the young man mockingly. "I said, I'm going to kill you. Are you ready?" The young man said seriously, but he didn't have the confidence to speak. Laughter came from all around again. Everyone looked at this scene mockingly. "Haha." The cultivator laughed. "You really know how to be funny. Haha, the joke is very good. Since you told me a joke, I can leave your corpse intact after killing you." The cultivator laughed, but there was killing intent in his eyes. "You're at level 2, and I'm at level 1. Don't you want to give me a handicap?" The young man asked. The cultivator was stunned and didn't know how to react. In a life and death battle, there was a handicap? Handicap, 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 handicap. The voices of the cultivators came from below. They were purely here to join in the fun. Now that they heard the young man's joke, they all agreed, but the smile on their faces became wider. Facing the shouts from below, the cultivator turned his head and made a move that he thought was cool. He slowly opened his mouth and said word by word, "All right, since everyone says so, I'll give you a handicap." The cultivator was at level 2, and the young man was at level 1. The difference in strength was too big, and the cultivator was very confident. "Haha, then wait for your death." The young man didn't hear the mockery in the words. He just laughed as if giving him a handicap gave him confidence. However, his laughter was once again met with disdain from the crowd. "Cut the crap. Hurry up and make your move." Chu Xiong was a little impatient and urged, "All right, watch how I kill you." The young man seemed very confident. He walked towards the cultivator step by step. His steps were slow but firm. Of course, in the eyes of many, this was a timid step. What is he going to do? Didn't he give him a handicap? Why isn't he attacking? Why is he walking over? Is he going to fight in front of him? Close combat? Oh my God, this is too weird. Everyone was ready to see a joke, but the young man didn't attack. Instead, he walked towards the cultivator. Although his steps were slow, he eventually reached the cultivator. Walking in front of the cultivator, the young man raised his palm, and rays of light flashed. Come on, kid. After one move, I can finish you in one move. The cultivator had a smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Buzz. With a vibration, the young man's true yuan surged, and a light shield appeared. He agreed to give the opponent a handicap, but he didn't say that he couldn't defend. At this moment, with the defense of the second sky, he believed that the opponent couldn't break through the light shield. With a flash of light, the young man's palm landed on the cultivator's face. Bang! The high platform shook slightly, and a soft sound was heard. Haha, you want to kill someone with such an attack and break through my defense? You must be dreaming. You're just at the first sky, and you dare to be so arrogant. You're just a glutton. The young man's palm landed, and it immediately caused a burst of laughter. Of course, not everyone was laughing. More than half of the people were not laughing. Instead, they all had their mouths wide open and were tongue-tied, as if they had seen something unbelievable. How could this be? Oh my God, what did I just see? The people who were laughing before looked at the high platform again, and they were extremely shocked. On the high platform, the cultivator was slapped down by the young man. Blood flowed out of his mouth as if he was in great pain. His body kept twitching on the ground, and after a few breaths, he stopped moving. The cultivator's eyes widened, and there was a touch of horror in his eyes. Then, his vitality disappeared. A single slap killed a second sky cultivator, and this person was a first sky cultivator who looked like a brainless glutton. Such a contrast made some of the cultivators who were watching the show want to vomit blood. How could this be? What happened? I didn't hear the light shield shatter, and this guy is dead. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, it was still unbelievable. I know. It must be because of his arrogance. Before the opponent's attack landed, he automatically removed the light barrier and blocked the attack without any warning. After thinking for a long time, one person pretended to be smart and explained, "That's right, I think I saw the light shield disappear in advance." Then, another person said, "Damn, I felt it too. That kid was too careless." Then, a third person said. After that, a few more people spoke. Everyone said so, and it was naturally the truth. Therefore, the cultivator died in vain. Even the geniuses couldn't figure out what was going on. I already said, I'm just sparring. Because it's a battle of life and death, I'm very ruthless. If you're not careful, you'll be killed. The young man retracted his palm and said innocently to the cultivator on the ground, "No, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill him. This guy is too shameless. Does he really think he killed the other party? I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him now." The young man's words caused a wave of dissatisfaction. Then, with a flash of light, another cultivator appeared. As for the previous cultivator, he was directly killed. Of course, before that, the young man groped the other party's body in front of the world for a while, saying that he wanted his spoils of war. You want to spar with me too? The young man put away his spoils of war, looked at the cultivator in front of him, and asked doubtfully, "Kid, cut the crap. It's a battle of life and death. I only came here because I saw how shameless you are. I don't have the time to spar with you." This cultivator was very domineering. He was also at the second sky, but he was obviously stronger than the previous one. "But why should I fight with you?" the young man asked. "If you don't fight, you'll die." Chu Xiong spoke again, his voice cold. "Haha, kid, you heard that. If you don't fight, you'll die. Of course, if you fight with me, you'll definitely die, but you'll die a little later." The second cultivator laughed. The young man frowned, obviously displeased. After hesitating for a while, the young man said, "If you want to fight, I'll bet you 50 primary stones. If you don't have it, then scram. Also, you're stronger than me, so you'll have to give me a chance." The young man's performance this time was very tough. He even bet 50 primary stones. Such a big bet shocked everyone. The cultivator opposite him had an ugly expression. How about it? If you don't want to bet, then scram. The young man became very arrogant and domineering. Chapter 242. Do you want to bet or not? 50 primary stones. Get the F***CK out of here if you don't want to bet. The young man was aggressive and tough. The second cultivator on the stage had an ugly expression on his face. After being forced into a corner, he said, I'll bet. Why wouldn't I bet? Fine, take out 50 primary stones. I'll do it now. The young man was still tough as he took out a bag of primary stones and placed it on the ground. There were exactly 50 of them. 49 of them were primary stones, while the remaining one was made up of 100 primary stone fragments. The second cultivator was a little hesitant at first, but after seeing the primordial stones that the young man took out, he laughed out loud. Haha, kid. Looks like you've taken out all your assets. At least you know your place. Since you know that you're going to die and the primordial stones are going to fall into my hands, you might as well go all out and bet with me. I've taken out my primary stones. What about you? Get the F***CK out of here. The young man said coldly. Everyone could hear the anger, unwillingness, and even a hint of despair in his voice. Mother F***Ker, 50 yuan stones. What a huge sum. If I had known earlier, I would have gone up. This kid is quite bold, still willing to bet before his death. Seems like he's a gambler. 50 primary stones was enough to make most people jealous, and they were all complaining. Humph, it's only 50 primary stones. I'll take it if you give it to me. The second cultivator harumphed, then turned around and said to the cultivators below, who has primary stones, lend me 10. I'll return 15 after the battle. Borrowing 10 primary stones to return 15. It was a good deal. Soon, 10 primary stones were thrown to the second cultivator. Kid, let's see how you're going to die. The second cultivator let out a hollow laugh as his eyes flickered coldly. He then placed the 50 primary stones together with the previous 50. Fine, let's begin. Chu Xiong said impatiently. Fine, stand there and take my punch. The young man stepped forward again. This was what they had agreed before, to let him have a punch first. Come, I'm not as stupid as the previous one. The second cultivator was confident. Before the young man arrived, he had already set up a light shield and looked at the young man with disdain, as if he was saying, Kid, I'll let you hit me, but you won't be able to break through my defense. The young man strode forward. His palm glowed brightly as he struck down once more. Pa crisp sound rang out. The young man didn't seem to have used much force, but a light palm strike landed on the second cultivator's face. The latter was knocked down just like the previous one. His eyes were filled with shock, and he was twitching like a shrimp. After a few breaths, he stopped breathing. He was dead. He died again. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Even if they looked carefully, they couldn't see anything. I've already told you that I'm very heavy-handed. You guys didn't believe me. Do you believe me now? The young man spoke again. This time, he was overjoyed. After searching the man's body for a while, he didn't find any vitality stones. He cursed the poor man and put away the 100 vitality stones. In just a few breaths of time, he had earned 50 primordial stones. The youth felt that he had made a huge profit. Mother F***Ker, my 10 primal stones. An angry curse came from the crowd. A cultivator howled like a wolf. What are you doing? The young man put away the vitality stones and was about to leave the stage when he was stopped by a cultivator. This was someone from the 3 major forces. Nothing. It's just that the battle isn't over yet. I want to fight you. This was a cultivator from the Li family. At this moment, he spoke coldly with a strong killing intent in his eyes. I've already fought 2 battles, and you still want to fight me? Do you want to take turns to fight me? Is this how you major forces do things? The young man's eyes were burning with anger. The cultivators below had the urge to curse. He even fought 2 battles. Bullsh***t. He didn't even fight a single battle. He just stood there and took 2 attacks for nothing. He didn't use up any energy at all. I can also bet 50 vitality stones with you. The cultivator from the Leaf family spoke and stopped the young man again. Do you think I'm an idiot? I'm at the first level, and you're at the third. How are you going to fight? The young man sneered. Today, you have to fight even if you don't want to. The cultivator from the Leaf family was aggressive. No wonder Zi-chan killed the disciples of your major families. You're all so arrogant. Where is your justice? The young man sneered. His tone was very unfriendly. Wow. His words caused an uproar. No one expected the young man to say such words. It was a blatant slap in the face. Kid, you're courting death. At the same time, dozens of murderous gazes swept towards the young man. This kid must know that he's going to die, so he might as well say a few words. I think so too. Looking at the current situation, it's impossible for him to live. Everyone looked at the young man, waiting for his reply. If you want to fight with me, you can bet 100 vitality stones. Damn it, you're from a major force, but you bet 50 vitality stones. Shame on you. The young man finally compromised, but he didn't lose out. He scolded loudly. The cold, murderous intent came again. Everyone looked at him fiercely, but no one made a move. A first level versus a third level. This was a death match. It was just a matter of time. The young man took out 100 vitality stones and placed them on the ground. Kid, let's see how you're going to die. The cultivator from the Leaf family also took out 100 vitality stones and placed them on the ground. Stop blabbering. If you want to fight, just say it. The young man was very direct. All right, then die. The cultivator from the Leaf family shouted. His aura surged, and he was about to kill the young man. Wait. Suddenly, the young man shouted, shocking the cultivator from the Leaf family. Do you know the rules? Even a level 2 expert gave me a chance. You, a level 3 expert, want to sneak attack me? Do you want to be a laughing stock? The young man mocked again. Then what do you want? The cultivator from the Leaf family suppressed his anger, but in his heart, he had already killed this young man hundreds of times. At this moment, he swore that he would torture this guy 10,000 times before letting him die. I'm not going to give you a chance. 2 moves. If I can't kill you in 2 moves, then you can do whatever you want with me. The young man stretched out 2 fingers and made a 2 sign. All right. The cultivator from the Leaf family agreed without hesitation. This time, everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at the young man carefully. They wanted to see what he was going to do. The young man took a big step forward and walked to the front of the Leaf family cultivator. He then stretched out his hand and slapped twice. Slap. Slap. It was a very simple 2 palms that only carried the first layer of Zhen Yuan. Left and right, it did not seem to be heavy at all. However, these 2 slaps, which were not heavy at all, knocked the expert over. Blood frothed from the expert's mouth. He wanted to say something but was unable to. After a few twitches, his head tilted to the side, his eyes widened, and he breathed his last. He's dead. He's dead again. Just 2 simple slaps can kill people. That's too strange, isn't it? They didn't even blink their eyes. They watched carefully, but they still couldn't figure out what was going on. Even the other geniuses were puzzled. He was only at the first heavenly layer, and he had only used the first heavenly layer's Zhen Yuan. How could he kill a 3rd heavenly layer? No matter how they thought about it, they could not understand. Kid, I'm not convinced. I'll fight you. The martial ancestor flashed and landed on the high platform. Cut the crap. I'll bet at least 200 yuan stones. The young man didn't waste any more time and said, All right, I won't waste any more time. I'll bet 100 yuan stones, but I won't let you win. If you die, I'll take the 200 yuan stones. If I die, you can have the 300 yuan stones. The martial ancestor was obviously ordered by the martial ancestor. He wanted to test the young man's strength. Put down the yuan stones and let's fight. The young man pointed at the yuan stones on the ground. The martial ancestor didn't waste any more time and threw down a bag of yuan stones. There were exactly 300 of them. Obviously, he had prepared this beforehand. He knew that the young man would agree, because he didn't have a second option. Go to hell. With killing intent flashing in his eyes, the martial ancestor attacked. The true yuan of the 3rd sky surged and he threw a palm at the young man. A huge palm print appeared, with a terrifying aura, and fell on the young man's head. You can kill someone with such a weak attack? Even the martial ancestor isn't that strong. The young man sneered. He didn't care at all. He clenched his right fist, and the true yuan of the first sky revolved around his fist. He then threw a punch at the palm print. The first sky against the third sky. He's courting death. You think he'll just stand there and let you hit him? This time, he'll definitely be smashed into pieces. Voices came from the crowd. No one was optimistic about the young man. With such a huge gap in strength, no one thought that he could win. Bang! The palm print and the fist collided, and a huge explosion occurred. The scene of the young man being smashed into pieces didn't happen. Instead, it was the fist that broke the palm print. After the explosion, the palm print turned into energy and dissipated. What? Such an ordinary punch is so terrifying. But the energy on the surface of his body is very ordinary. Everyone opened their eyes wide, and their faces were filled with disbelief. I know, he's not strong, but his body is very strong. That's the only explanation why the previous 3 people were all killed in one hit. That's right. Only a strong body can withstand such an attack. After the attack, the young man strode forward. His eyes were cold. He clenched his fists, and streams of first sky true yuan surged. It looked like an ordinary punch, but it carried a terrifying power. Dong! With a loud sound, the heaven and earth shook. The martial ancestor's destructive attack was shattered again. It was very easy. Bang! The young man threw another punch, and the martial ancestor was blown away. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was filled with malevolence. This is the martial ancestor's powerful battle skill. It's just a so-so. The young man sneered and threw another punch. The level 3 warrior was blown away again. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. He was completely suppressed. Kid, I'm going to kill you. The martial ancestor was furious. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He had lost all his face, and in his anger, he threw out a powerful attack. In the sky, a destructive aura rippled, and a terrifying palm print appeared. The destruction palm was the martial ancestor's attack skill. However, this person obviously only learned a little bit of it and couldn't display the power of the battle skill. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.